All right, guys, this is your Q4 into 2026 entirely free Etsy Blueprint course. This course is going to leave no stone unturned, and it's going to give you all the up-to-date strategies of how to start, optimize, and scale your Etsy business in 2026 and beyond. Module 1, uncover your path to Etsy goal. In this module, we're going to be going over cracking the code on picking your winning niche, learning how to dominate your competition. In part 3 is setting your success milestones. And then we're going to go into module 2, the art of creating irresistible listings, which is composed of SEO secrets for skyrocketing sales, and number 2, crafting visuals that actually sell. And then we're going to go into module 3, which is how to scale to 6 figures and beyond. So all the inner workings of what it takes to be a 6-figure seller, right? Somebody that's just doing a couple $1,000s a month and somebody that's actually making a full-time income are running 2 very different businesses. So we're going to dive into what is the big difference between people doing this full-time and people just using this as a hobby. Part 1 of this is the untapped power of Etsy ads. Part 2 is proven marketing strategies for explosive growth. And part 3 is a step-by-step Etsy marketing strategy. We've intentionally designed this course with timestamps. So below or to the side of me, you'll be able to see timestamps of all of the different modules and the different parts inside the modules, so you can come back and revisit where you left off if you don't want to watch the whole thing in one sitting. Overall, guys, we're very, very thankful for you being here, and this is a really, really great first step if you're somebody trying to build a legitimate business. Because like I said, we are leaving truly no stone unturned in this masterclass, and if you have any questions at all, make sure that you are asking your questions in the comments because we will be answering them live. All right, guys, enjoy this course, and we'll see you inside. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Etsy Success Blueprint course. So this course is not going to leave any stone unturned. We have timestamps below every single module and every single part. So this course is comprised of modules and then parts within modules. So in our first part here, we are going to be going into Module 1, which is uncover your path to Etsy goal. So part 1 is crack the code to a winning niche, validate your 6 or 7 figure shop idea before you potentially waste a bunch of time, money, and energy at products that won't actually sell. So we're going to be going over all of that. For first and foremost, very quick intro. If you're new to me, new to the channel, my name's Hannah. I am a multiple 7-figure seller. My first company did 7 figures year over year in the handmade space. This was our first office. It was in my grandma's spare bedroom before we actually moved into a legitimate office. And yeah, people think that owning a business is like this luxurious thing, and literally the inner workings of our business was us 5 people in a little 10 by 10 room. And yeah, that is where we got our start. I was living out of the trunk of my car. My grandma had bought me a cot that I actually would fold up in this spare space and sleep in it at night. And yeah, we eventually moved into an office space and continued to grow from there. Let's get right into it. So part 1 is what is the worst that can happen? So the worst thing that can happen is that we go to market and we spend thousands of hours, hundreds of hours, or even thousands of hours trying to build products or making products that nobody actually wants, right? And so don't worry, we're not going to let that happen. And that's why in this module, I'm going to show you how you're going to do all the market research up front so that you know that the shop idea or the niche idea and the products that you actually want to sell are going to sell before you go to market. And this is so important, right? Most companies fail because they don't do market research, and we just end up making the things that we want to make, but you are not a big enough data sample to say that this product is going to win, especially in the beginning when you have no e-commerce experience, no design experience, anything like that. It's just a very risky approach. You can do it, but as a coach, it's like telling you to go to the gym and just do 1 push-up when really you need to do 100 push-ups to see the result. So as a coach, I have to tell people what is the very best case scenario for the best possible outcome. So, but first, let's go ahead and build our house. So if you're about to invest a lot of time, potentially money, hours into something, you want to make sure that the foundation of understanding is solid. So we're going to build a foundation here of the Etsy platform. So this course is about how to win on Etsy. So I can't speak for Shopify, Amazon, Wayfair, any other platforms. This is about Etsy. And so every single sales channel, right? Like Etsy is a sales channel, Amazon's a sales channel. Every sales channel has a different engine required or a different set of rules to play that game, right? And every platform is slightly different and the rules are slightly different. So if this course is about if you want to win and you want to win on Etsy specifically today and moving into 2026, right? And so these are the rules of Etsy, right? And you have to understand these fundamentals because these are not the same rules if you are trying to drive traffic to your website or, do social media or anything like that. Etsy is its own engine, basically. So the first thing that we have to understand is that Etsy is a third-party selling platform, and that's not the same as owning your own website, right? You are paying Etsy seller fees, so a 6.5% selling fee on the total cost of the sale or the total transaction price, including if they paid for shipping. So if you charge them for shipping, you pay that 6.5% selling fee because Etsy is solving a problem for you, and that is called traffic, right? That's why you have to pay an extra fee. If Etsy was not sending you that traffic, you would be getting zero traffic if you weren't doing marketing yourself, right? And that's number two. That means you're playing a game of their rules, and we need to learn those rules. Number three is that it's a competition on Etsy, right? When you have your own website and you're running ads to your website, right? It's a different because you're not in line with your direct competitors. On Etsy, people are going to a search page and you are showing up next to your direct competitors. That means that every moment of truth you're competing for every moment of truth to get that click. Number four, as I think we already mentioned this, is Etsy charges you a 6.5% selling fee of each sale you get because in theory, they're solving a problem for you that is called traffic that you would otherwise have to get somewhere else or pay for that traffic to come from somewhere else. Etsy is also a horizontal scaling business. So there's two ways to grow on Etsy: launch more things to sell, right? And get your Etsy ads budget to the max. And we're going to go all into detail on that later, but it's really important that you understand that that is the game of Etsy. People like to overcomplicate it. They like to, bring social media into it, all this stuff. And we're going to talk about all those things later as well. And those things help, but the rules of Etsy, the big picture game of Etsy is two things to win. Launch more things to sell, right? You can have you can turn 100 listings into 1,000 listings, right? You can turn 1,000 listings into, depending on what you're selling, right? That's not possible for all niches, but, right? It's just have a bigger catalog of products, right? And then once you get your Etsy ads budget maxed out, there's no other way for you to grow other than launching more things to sell. That's literally the nature of Etsy. That is how you win. And obviously, we're going to go into how to actually do that, right? And build competitive listings later on. Like social media, Etsy has an algorithm that judges you the second you post your listing. So just like when you make an Instagram post, right, that algorithm is judging that video or that picture and trying to decide where you belong, right? And so Etsy listings are the same thing. And that's why you want to set up your listing for the best case scenario in terms of its performance. Right, your listings get found your listings get found by more than just keywords, but keywords are the words that people are typing into the search bar, right? So if someone searches dog collar, that means that someone's searching for a word with the intent of making this purchasing decision, right? And so that is why in your SEO, in terms of keywords, SEO goes beyond keywords, which we'll talk more about later, but part of SEO is your keywords, right? And so we want to make sure that we optimize our listings for the correct words so that you can get found. The more searches per month a keyword has on Etsy, the more potential you have to make more sales. So if dog collar gets more people searching for it per month than the word mermaid suitcase, right? Then the potential to make more money in dog collars is higher, right? Than something super obscure like a mermaid suitcase, because the amount of traffic that you have available to receive is contingent on how many people are actually searching it for it per month. This is different than if you were on Shopify and running ads on Instagram, because people aren't looking for that product. They're mindlessly scrolling. So the purchasing decision is very different. Number 9 is small hedges over long periods of time is how you win. So a lot of times people get very excited when they first start a business and they just want to go 1,000 miles an hour and make blind decisions without using data or logic behind their decisions. But this game is so much not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's about learning, evolving, and growing and getting better every single day to enhance your skills, to be better every single day. What's winning when it comes to choosing your niche or your shop type? The last one here is it's necessary that we are mastering when we go to market for the first time. What's winning is that we're mastering one thing before moving to another. We are ambitious, and that's why we want to be entrepreneurs, but we have to focus. So if you're trying to start a business right now for the first time, the winning is not starting 2 Etsy shops, a Shopify store, a drop shipping store, right? That is not winning, right? You already don't have the skills required to be at the top. It's not logical for you to try to open 2 Etsy shops at the same time, to try to even sell too many product types at the same time, because you need to get hyper focused on one customer avatar and master that customer before moving to the other. That doesn't mean you can't test things and try things in the beginning to see what you like and don't like, but the ultimate decision, once you gain what you want to do, right, and you have clarity on what you want to do, is picking one niche, one product type, and one sales channel. And on this course, that sales channel is Etsy, right? We're not teaching social media, we're not teaching Facebook, we're not teaching a Shopify, anything like that. We're teaching Etsy. So if Etsy is your vehicle of which you're going to make a business, that is your sales channel. And now we have to choose your niche and your product types. And we're going to get very specific on solving problems or learning how to get sales from that one customer avatar. If the end goal is that you have many different types of products and maybe even a second shop later on, that can be a goal. It's just not winning in the beginning when you already don't have the skills to compete. So you got to get hyper focused and gain the skills necessary to learn how to win. So let's get started. So when it comes to choosing your niche, let's talk about the 3 things we're aiming for when selecting our niche on the highest level. So when it comes to niche selection, there's 3 things that make you win, right? Something that you're actually interested in, right? Number 2 is a proven concept or a concept you can improve upon, right? So a lot of times when we want to start a business, we want to reinvent the wheel on something and sell something that nobody has. But that is actually it's almost a flawed idea, because remember, you're going into a new skill set that you don't have yet, right? And it's just a very risky approach to just do something that no one's doing, because that has no data that people actually want what you have to sell, right? I know that when we make things for the first time, we think it's the best thing since sliced bread, but you alone and I alone are not a big enough data sample that says that the market actually wants what we have to sell, right? And so we need to find that balance between what we want to do and what is actually proven in the marketplace, right? And the third thing here is something that's scalable, right? So this course is about how to make 6 or 7 figures, not $500 a month, right? So if you want to build a business that can do those numbers, you have to choose niches and products that are scalable. So that means that at any point in time, if you get a huge influx of orders, you can fulfill those orders. And like I said, it's a balance. It's a balance between finding what do you like doing, what do you want to do, and what does the market actually want. And if it's too heavy on one side or the other, and there's no balance, then on one side, if you're only making things that you want, like a starving artist, right? I like to use that analogy. Then that means that you might just not see the sales that you want, right? But if you're on the other hand, if you're just chasing money, right, then you might burn out quickly. So you want to find a balance, and that balance is what keeps you in it for the long run, because a business is like a child and you want to see it grow for years and years and years. Now we're moving into the 4 steps of making your final selection. So now we need to actually go and just figure out and see what cards we can put on the table and collect the data on all of the opportunity that's in front of us, so that we can make an educated decision on what niche / shop we're going to pick up, so that we can go all in and focus on that thing. All right, so now we're going to go through the 4 steps of making your selection for your niche, okay? And these are 4 very simple steps, and they're very, very important that you follow each step and understand the importance of each step. All right, so step number 1 is we're gonna go and actually validate demand. So we're gonna go shop the Etsy marketplace, and we're gonna go shop for products to sell. And this is really important because what most sellers do is we basically just fly blind. We just wanna go out and we just wanna make the things that we wanna make, but that doesn't actually serve us, because if the gap between what we like and what the market likes is too far apart, right, then we can start getting into an area where we're building products that really nobody wants to buy, and nobody wants to spend thousands of hours building things that nobody actually wants to buy. So in order to do this, we actually need to go shop the market and validate demand. So we're going to start by searching broad keywords or broad search topics to see what the market is actually saying they want, right? And so we're going to do this again, but we're going to doing some research. We're going to search broad keywords, which you're going to see what that means in a second. And this is a brainstorming session. So we're just trying to see what, like I said, what the market actually wants. The logistics of figuring out how we're going to actually build that business or sell that product is going to come next. But this is called brainstorming. This is where the sky is the limit, and we're really just proving with data that whatever we end up choosing is going to be successful before we actually go to market. And while we're doing this, I want you to already be thinking about who the end customer is going to be for some of these niche ideas and product ideas, right? And this is going to make more sense later on as we start doing this research. All right, so I'm going to switch my screen here and we're going to start performing this search. All right, so we're in a tool here called Profitry, and this tool is what we're going to be using to start our product research. And what Profitry is going to do, it's going to show us the demand and the amount of people that are actually spending money on niches, right? And so we are in a tool that they have here called Product Finder. So we're going to type in a broad keyword here, and we are going to search just a broad term, baby, because I want to see what products are proven to be selling a lot on the Etsy platform today. So if you look here, they have something called filters where we can actually filter only by show me only the products that are best sellers and by the age. So I put here the minimum or the maximum age of the listing is 6 months old. So I only want to see listings that have launched in 6 months, right? And have a best sellers badge, right? Or you could do other filters by certain revenue goals or something like that. And so what Profitry is going to do is show me those top products on Etsy. So you can see here, this product is only 1 month old, already doing over $5,000 a month, right? This product's only 2 months old and already doing over almost $20,000 a month in revenue, right? And this is really, really valuable. These insights are what we're going to use when we're trying to make a decision on what we want to sell. So if I click on this one right here, actually take a look at the actual product, right? We can further see the 20 add to cart badge, right? And it's this personalized baby, I don't know what you call that, just like something that they play with, right? With a personalization option, right? And it's at $198. So my guess is they're probably purchasing this from some production partner and adding a personalization option to it. So let's just see here. So you can select your color, right? And yeah, so it's actually, once you add a name to it or a personalization, right, it actually gets a little bit more expensive. And their shipping is $5, so they're probably even making $1 or something on shipping as well. But again, the fulfillment of this is something that we're going to talk about next. So I don't want you to stress out or be like, well, how am I going to find that? Because trust me, sourcing products nowadays is so easy. You can virtually find production partners for everything, right? And so again, this is a really cool product opportunity because yes, it's only 1 month old, and even though it's a super small, low sale price on the front end, right, they are making a little bit more money. But my guess is they're probably buying these for cents and selling them for dollars, and that's why they're able to make the price point so cheap, right? So let's just come back here and look at another one. So a personalized blanket here, also bestseller, 20 add to carts, right? Also really valuable data here when we look at 2 months old, right? $41,000 in total revenue in 2 months off of one listing. That's absolutely insane, right? So another product opportunity, which this one is actually something called print on demand, which we will, again, we're going to explain what all that is here coming up. Now, as you are noting all of the, all the product opportunities that you like, or maybe you could foresee yourself, being interested in, the next part of this is what we're going to want to do, which is not currently live in Profitry now, but it is coming out here and within the next month, which is a tracking system. So what you'll be able to do here soon, again, this is pending, this is coming soon, is you'll actually be able to track the items or tag the items and add them to a list so you can come back and view them later. And what that's actually going to look like is something like this. So here is a prototype version, right? You would be able to come over here and click on this little tracking icon, and you would be able to add it to a new folder, right? Or a group. You can create a new group and you can save that product so that you can come back into your listings that you've added to your tracking system and view them at a later time. Now, again, this is not live yet, but this is coming out in Profitry within the next month. And so what we want to do is basically create a bunch of groups of different product ideas that we would potentially want to do. As you can see here when we go into the products tab, right, you can have a bunch of different folders here or collections of ideas that you could potentially go into. And again, this is brainstorming, so we want to get inspired and add in as much products as we can, so that we can make a educated decision on what type of product line we want to develop. So maybe you have one for baby ideas, maybe you have one for a shirt store, whatever it is. And the idea is that when you go to market for the first time, and we're going to talk more about this later, is that you're getting really targeted in the beginning on a single product type and a single customer avatar, right? So it doesn't mean that you can't have a shop that sells shirts and mugs and candles, but in the beginning, it's not going to serve you because you already don't have the skills necessary to compete in the first thing. So the idea that you're going to go to market and master different product types and different customer avatars it's not impossible. It's just not the way that I would ever recommend someone to launch. Most times, 90% of the time when I see sellers do that, they actually waste so much time because you have to master one product and one customer at a time. Once you mastered the skill of that and you actually have gotten a proof of concept that people actually want to buy things that you're making, then you can have more leeway to start picking up new product types or, expanding into different categories that kind of attract different customer avatars. But in the beginning, that's not winning. So we want to choose, again, one product type and one basically customer avatar, right? And we want to master that customer before we move on to another. And so this opportunity, all these opportunity buckets that you can create in Profitry will allow you to start making folders so that you can start putting them to lists. So like I said, maybe one is baby books, maybe one is, or just baby, right? So all the products for baby, maybe one is all about, I don't know, sports, maybe one is all about any of the categories that you're interested in, all right? And then we can narrow down the single product launch from there. So again, we'll talk more about this here in a second. Now, the other tool that you can do product research with in Profitry is Etsy Radar. So Etsy Radar is the Chrome extension version where this is searching from our internal database of products. But if you come into Etsy, right, and we type in that same keyword here, if we type in the word baby, right, the Chrome extension version of this is going to sort it by, or it's going to show you from Etsy.com itself, right? So if you wanted to utilize filters here, so say you're a UK seller, or you're in a different country, right? You could, you say you only want to see, the Australian market, right? So you can sort it by that. And so then you can start seeing some data points here live on screen of what the product opportunity is, just like in Australia for the keyword baby. So you can see that we have some analytics popping up here, right? And the same thing with Etsy Radar that we talked about before, where you will be able to basically tag and track the listings. You'll be able to tag not only a listing, but competitor shops and keywords when this launches. But right now, obviously, it's not here. Additionally, you can click the Etsy Radar right here, right? And it will show you those same metrics as well on total revenue on a larger view. Now, say pretend we have our folders here and we've collected a bunch of ideas that we are potentially interested in. What is the next step going from here? So from here, we now, on the back end of having like these grand ideas, we want to figure out how we can actually source these items. And there's 4 ways of building an Etsy business model, and we're going to go through those 4 business models right now. So the second part of this, like we already mentioned, is understanding the 4 different business models of Etsy, right? So we have all these ideas for all these potential products based off demand, based off data, right? And again, we're only putting things in those folders that are showing true demand or true revenue goals. We only want to pay attention to products that are actually selling. So that's all that should exist in any of those folders, right? Is having proven products. So now on the back end of that, we actually need to fulfill those products somehow, right? And so now we are going to go do, this is going to be the training on what your different options are to sell those products. But before we do that, there's just one more picture I want to paint here on what the outcome of all of this should be. And we'll talk more about this after we'll talk again about this after number 2, which is understanding the different Etsy models, right? So, but before that, the outcome of all of this, of these 4 steps here, right? So the 4 different steps here, is that what we're going to end up with is not only a proven niche idea and a shop idea, but a targeted one. So this graph here is the most amateur beginner's mistake when you start an online, well, actually not just an Etsy business, but any business. So a lot of times we want to tackle many birds with one stone, and we basically want to master a bunch of different customers at the same time. And it's not that you can't build a business where you attract something called different customer avatars, right? So different customer profiles, but in the beginning, that's not going to serve you when you already don't have the skills to compete in a marketplace that is based off competition. So it's not that it's not possible, it's just not what's winning in the beginning, and you're just learning the skill for the first time. So this is something called spaghetti throwing. This is when you say, okay, I'm going to launch a shirt store, and in that shirt store, you have funny meme shirts and dog shirts and sports shirts and Bigfoot shirts and travel shirts. And you're not really building a real customer identity or cohesive brand vibe, right? And you're attracting like someone that's searching for sports jersey shirts or personalized sports shirts are very different than someone looking for a dog shirt, right? Now, can both of these exist in the same store potentially later on? Potentially, if they're branded properly, yes, right? If the overall aesthetic, which again, we'll talk more about that later, if it's cohesive, right, it can technically live in the same shop. It's just not winning to try to launch both at the same time, because the amount of different sports opportunities that you have is pretty much infinite. So I would master one before moving to another. Now, different coaches will give you different insights on this. Some people will tell you to do this, but it usually hurts more than helps, right? Unless you're somebody that already has design skills or, some sort of background in this where you just know how to make things that sell. But if you've never sold things before or made things in exchange for money, this model of launching doesn't normally serve you. Whereas something like this, getting a little bit more targeted, right? So say your whole first collection is just sports shirts, and then under sports shirts you have funny sports shirts, personalized team shirts, basketball shirts, tennis shirts, baseball, right? And you're basically finding all the micro niches under sports shirts before moving into another collection or category or something like that. And this is what I recommend, because there's kind of infinite ideas under one umbrella like this, right? And I would encourage you to tap out that potential before moving on to the next. Again, we are going to revisit these concepts later on. So if you are not fully clear on this or you don't see the full picture of this, we are going to revisit how the final selection actually happens. So no worries there. In general, the moral of the story is, though, when you're starting a business for the first time, you're trying to get a proof of concept that people actually want when you have to buy. The more targeted you can be, the better, right? Once you have cash flow, once you have raving fans and customers, right, then it's more comfortable to take the risk on being a broader shop, okay? So now let's go into understand the 4 different business models, right? So up to this point, like I already mentioned, we have compiled a bunch of different ideas that have proven demand on the marketplace. And now we need to go pick what type of business model we actually want to run. So for Etsy specifically, right, there's 4 different business models that you can have on Etsy.com, right? There's something called print on demand. You can sell digital downloads. You could be completely handmade, or you can be handmade with production assistance, right? And these 4 models are how you actually fulfill the product and get it to your customer, right? And all 4 of these business models have different needs, wants, fears, and goals. And the outcome of this is choosing the business model that actually is serves you, right? So it aligns with what your goals are for what you actually have to be doing every day, right? Because doing print on demand and then selling handmade physical goods that you have to touch are 2 very different models and 2 different business models on how you're actually going to fulfill those orders and ship them to your, are you either you ship it to your customer or like print on demand, which I'll explain if you don't even know what print on demand is, right? In that case, you don't even touch the product, right? And you virtually, like I already mentioned, you virtually can find production assistants, the product, make the product, do print on demand for virtually any product. It just depends what you want, and understanding the pros and the cons of each one of these and choosing the model that aligns with your goals the most. The first one here is print on demand. So first, let's talk about this. Let's talk about print on demand first, right? Obviously, it's number 1. Okay. So print on demand is a model on Etsy where when you get a sale, so if this is your Etsy shop right here, right, you get a sale, and reactionary to that sale, you're using a third-party platform like My Designs or Printify to actually print that order for you and ship it to your customer. So if we come into profitry here, right, like you have this top shirt. So I typed in the word baby shirt here. And the first one here that's doing $9,000 a month in monthly revenue, right? This is a crew neck hoodie, 7 people bought in the last 24 hours, right? And this likely is a print on demand listing, meaning when they get this when they get this order for this product in their Etsy shop, right? So they get an order. If we come back to our little slide here, what's going to happen is they're using a company like My Designs, right? And My Designs is actually connecting them to a print provider, right? And then that print provider is actually shipping it to their customer. And so this is a really, really great model of selling, right? And, obviously this shirt here is one example of that, right? It's not just limited to just crew neck sweaters, right? It looks like, on this listing at least, there's hoodies, right? You can do t-shirts, you can do mugs, you can do wall art, you can do wall prints, right? There's so many different products, and My Designs has one of the biggest catalogs and functionality of listing optimization than any other print provider. Printify is probably the most well known, but My Designs not only works with Printify directly, so all the products that Printify offers, right? My Design actually has Printify in their catalog, but My Designs also additionally has a lot of features where you can bulk upload listings and all that stuff. And actually, today in this course, we have the owner of My Designs with us to further show you the inside of their catalog and explain to you how this actually works. After we go through this and you guys have a full understanding of what print on demand is and what it actually looks like, right, then we're going to go into what digital downloads are and talk a little bit more about completely handmade with a production partner. What are some of your options there? And then we are going to go into number 3, right? So once we understand how to find products that have demand, and then we understand, and now we're gonna, we're going through the different fulfillment models, right? So print on demand is the first one. After we cover all of those, we're then gonna go into 3 and 4. We have Curtis here from My Designs, who is running the leading POD. Well, I'll let you talk because it's more than just print on demand. But give us a little lowdown here on what is My Designs. What are you doing for the print on demand world? I know you're doing a lot more than just print on demand. You also serve digital download people, which is going to come later in this course. But explain to us what My Designs is.
So My Designs is an all-in-one print on demand and digital products platform. So you take all these fragmented workflows and bring it into one hub so you can scale your business much faster and easier, and then manage both digital products and print on demand products from one hub across multiple marketplaces.
So basically, Pete, you get a sale on Etsy, And then because your Etsy account, right, you get a sale for this shirt that we're looking at here on Etsy, and then my Designs is actually going to connect you to the print provider to actually fulfill that order. So you as the Etsy seller never actually have to touch the product, right? So your
Yeah.
sale comes in and it integrates, and then basically my Designs is going to do all the work on the back end for you to fulfill your item. So this is your catalog that we're looking at here. So basically, like we saw in a lot of the product research, right? If you want to use a print provider or a fulfillment center or something where you don't have to touch the product, My Designs is a really good solution. You can come in here and shop for the products that you want to sell based off the research that you just did, and you can come in here and actually start selecting some products to sell. So walk us through kind of just like a little demo of how that would actually work.
Okay, so if you've already done the research and you kind of know the product you want to sell, or maybe you want to look for products, you could
Mhm.
start in the My Designs catalog here. So I'll go at the top level here. We got a lot of products. We're still adding different categories, but there's a ton of products in our catalog now. I think we have around 600, and by end of October, we'll have over 1,200 different products you can pick and choose from, and that's referring to print-on-demand products. So if I were to assume, like I have in the dog niche, and maybe I want to sell the Bella Canvas 3001 T-shirt. It's a really popular blank shirt. If you're not familiar with the space, people love it, get great reviews. That would be this shirt here. So in My Designs, we have a couple ways this works. You can use us directly through our print network to fulfill your products. And to keep that simple, you basically can publish it, choosing whatever printer you want. And then when an order comes in, we automate that fulfillment for you. Basically, send the print file over to the printer. They print it, package it, ship it to your customer automatically. And we mark the order as complete, whether it's on Etsy, Shopify, etc. But going back to the Bella 3001, in our product catalog, you can pull up all the details about the product, everything you want to see here at the My Designs printers. And we also have, this is new, a Printify integration that allows you to link your own Printify account. And
Mm.
in doing so, you can now take advantage of any of their printers or pretty much any of their products right within My Designs. Rather, you're doing bulk publishing. So if you had 20 designs you want to turn into these T-shirts, you can do it in a couple minutes.
Cool.
But
And so just to clarify, Printify is another print provider center. And the only well, there's a lot of differences between you and them, which we'll get into why My Designs is a lot different. But Printify has different products some products that My Designs just doesn't have. So yeah, that's really good. That's a really good feature that you guys added.
yeah, it's been very popular and for good reason. Now you have access to a lot of products. Like I said, by end of October, we'll have the entire Printify catalog available in My Designs.
Nice, nice. Cool. So you see these print providers here. So you have like 11, 30, 12, 30, those are the prices of how much it would cost to fulfill it with these print providers that you're connecting us to, correct?
Yeah, so it's a little more accurate on the publishing side, which we'll get into later.
Mhm.
But you'll pull out your exact Printify prices if you're using Printify to fulfill your product. So right here, this is Printify premium pricing. You can see the pricing there if you have a Printify premium account, and then shipping and all that too.
So now we found our dog shirt in our research, and now we want to set this up in My Designs. What would be the next steps?
All right. So the next steps, if you're new to My Designs, you want to sign up. You can start with a free account and do everything I'm doing, maybe minus some of the bulk stuff. But you can just come to the landing page here. I'm already logged in, but you'll see a get started for free button here. So you can sign up, and once you do, you'll be redirected to the dashboard, which is this. Let me expand the menu here. So on the dashboard page, this is just a snapshot of your recent sales data. Basically, this is a demo account. So there's obviously only one demo sell here, but it'll show you everything that's happening in real time pretty much. Now, the first thing you want to do once you sign up for an account is you need to connect. If you're going to use Printify, you want to connect them. And if you're selling on Etsy, you want to connect that. So it's very easy to do. So I'll go do the Etsy first. So go up to your settings, top right. You click your account name, hit account settings. And then over on the right, you'll have shops. Now I already have these connected, but it's easy right here. You can see we have Etsy, Shopify, and WooCommerce. Those are the integrations with TikTok shops coming in a few weeks. So for Etsy, just click connect Etsy. And also make sure before you do this, you're logged into your Etsy account. So once you're logged into your Etsy account, you can see I am here. You just click connect. That'll take you over to Etsy, and you'll just approve the permissions. Scroll to the bottom here, just grant access, and then that just redirects you back to My Designs, and that's it. And then you'll see your shop here. So that's how easy it is to connect your sales channel. And the same thing with Shopify. Instead, you'll just install the app, but I'm going to focus on Etsy in this example. Now, if you do want to use Printify, same thing under your settings, you go to print partners. And again, my account's already connected here. But you just click connect Printify. It's the exact same process. Make sure you're logged into your Printify account. It'll take you over to Printify and you'll just hit allow. And then that'll redirect you right back to My Designs. And then you'll see a list of your shops. So if you're selling on Etsy, for instance, you're using Printify to fulfill, but you're doing the bulk publishing, bulk mockup generation, using our AI to write your listing data for you and whatnot, you want to connect your Etsy shop to Printify, connect it to My Designs, and then you'll see it here. And then I can link, that way the orders route to the right store and they come into My Designs right to your Printify store. You can link the stores here. It's really easy. And if you're new, you can leave it on manual so you can automatically approve stuff. But if you want, you can just toggle auto, meaning when an order comes into My Designs, it'll automatically submit to your Printify account. So it's fully hands off, basically. And we don't charge you anything for Printify orders. So whatever pricing you're getting from Printify, that's what you're going to get. We're not charging anything on top of that.
Cool.
Anyway, that's it for settings. Now we're literally ready to publish.
Okay, cool. So how would we get that shirt? So where would we go from here to get that shirt?
Okay, yeah, it's a great question. So if we want to sell those dog shirts in earlier research, go to listings. And this is where everything happens. This is like where you create your products or your listings that you're going to publish as products. So I'm under, once you go to the listings page, it'll be blank like this, but you have folders. So where it says home up here, you can click on this. And I want to touch on this because it's really nice when you start doing, more and more products to have them organized within folders. So I'm going to create one and we will say Etsy demo. I'll say dogs. Normally I'd name it after the niche and probably a date or whatever, but we'll keep it there. But this is just creating a folder and this is the name. You can leave the template default. That's perfect. So you add the folder and then I want to find it. So it's here. Now you won't see all these folders. This is a demo account, so we have a bunch, but you can click into that and then just open folder. Now we're on a folder, which you can see up here. And by the way, you can toggle between folders up here whenever you like. So next is the upload designs. I'm not going to get into the complicated stuff. We do have AI, Dream AI, where you can very quickly generate really high quality designs with just pure AI. You don't even have to be a graphic designer anymore. It's so easy. And then save them right here and then go publish them in seconds. But we'll actually just upload some existing designs. And I do think, let me go upload files. So I have some on my folder here, or on my computer here. I don't know if you're going to see this because I think I'm just sharing a window. But basically, it's some dog designs. They're just in a folder on my computer. So I'm going to drag them. It's 10 of them.
Cool.
Just general designs here. So I'm going to just drag and drop here, upload all. And then it'll take a second to create the listings. And then we can go right into publishing as a t-shirt. So this is a little bit different than like Printify or Printful, where you have to go in, choose a product, and you can just drop one design on it. And then you go through that whole publishing process and you publish it. You got to look at it differently. You can still do that, but I think it's way better if you have a batch of designs, like 20, 30, 40 of them. Drop them into listings like I just did. Now you can select them all in bulk. And instead of doing that process one by one, you can just do it all at once. It's so nice. Once you do it once, you'll get the hang of it, and it's incredibly easy.
So it's really key to understand here that so the Printify creation process is different because it's one product, and then you pick one blank, and then you make one listing basically. Where this, we just made, we make our 10 designs and we're putting them into a folder, and now we're about to make a bunch more designs at once. So it's doing everything in bulk basically.
Yeah, that's right. That's the whole point. So it really just to save you time and maximize your production. Just get so much more done with much less time involved. So at this point, these are ready to publish. You have titles, descriptions, tags here and whatnot. If you wanted to fill all this out ahead of time, you can, but you don't even need to. You just need designs. That's literally it. So once you have that, again, I came up here and selected all 8 of them. I'm going to go publish. And now I'm going to choose under print on demand. You see we got the digital products as well. I'm going to go under print on demand and choose Etsy because that's where we're going to publish these to. And this will pull up our catalog, much like you saw on the beginning of this. You would see our catalog. So I'm going to go search for that Bella 3001. Let's put that in. Got it here. Again, you could use either My Designs or Printify. So I'll use Printify in this example so I can show that full process. So let's just choose maybe Swift POD here. Could be Monster Digital. They have so many printers. Here we go. Choose this. And now this will populate. So you can see they have a lot of colors. So this is probably the most complicated part of the publishing process. It's really simple, but there's so many options here. So I'll slow down and kind of focus on this. So at the top, this is the product you selected. Now you got the print areas. So front would be you're printing that design on the front of a t-shirt. And let me change the color so we can actually see this a little better. And we'll swap out the mock-ups, but we'll get down to that in a minute here. So front's the print area. You can see in this case with Swift PLD through print, if I have back, right sleeve, left sleeve, and inner neck label. So you have quite a few areas. If you select these, then you have another area for your design, and you can pull that in earlier, or you can just edit it right here. Like you can delete this, add a new one, whatever it may be, really easy, and then save. Or you can do it from the listings page before you start. But we're just going to focus on front prints. So that's the print areas. Now, this again is the print file. So if you need to make any changes to it, you can just click that canvas button. I wanted to touch on this because not can you only publish in bulk, you can absolutely do everything in bulk in My Designs. So it's really important. It might sound complicated at first, but it's really simple. So if I wanted to do a pocket style design, I can move this up here. And you can see that I have 8 different listings here. These are the different listings with a different design. I'm gonna go back to the first one. I can make the changes in terms of positioning, alignment. And if I wanted to do that across all of them, I can just right click on it and then hit sync. And now you can make those changes. So if I were to save this, just to show you, obviously the mockups are gonna re-render and I'll have that proper placement for your design. Now I'm gonna go back to the full view here, but I want to show that. Let's just fit to artboard and then sync that. And you can see that's done. All right, so moving on. This is size. You got all the different sizes. You can pick and choose, and then colors, obviously. So I'm gonna grab just probably 3 or 4 of these. Let's go with natural. This is a dark design, so obviously going with lighter colored shirts here. Let's get a heather color too. There's so many colors here. There's that heather mint. Let's go mint, and this should probably do. All right, now moving on from that, once you select your colors, you can select or deselect like I just did there. I'm gonna move down to mockups. So you can add mockups to your listing right here, and it's really cool. You can pick and choose. These are our mockups. So you can see there's quite a few of them. You can pick and choose the ones you want. So I'm gonna grab a few of these because these are built more specifically for Etsy. Let's see, we'll go here as well. And I'm gonna add a size chart too, which will actually show your design on it. Now, I'm gonna get rid of this generic mockup, but let's first generate some of these. So you can pick and choose also the colors that you want for each mockup. So traditionally with a lot of other platforms, you just select the mockup and the colors and it generates everything. So in this case, you can actually just pick and choose what colors you want per mockup. So one of these here, and then the size chart. So I'm just choosing the colors I want the mockups in, and now you can see it's rendering these. So let's take a look at these.
Nice.
These are different colors. This is the size chart showing your design on it. By the way, there's multiple size charts in there. That's just one of the different mockups we have.
Can you edit the size chart from in there, or that's just now it's the default?
No, it's size chart for the specific product, and all of our clothing products have them.
Okay.
So you can't edit the text yet, but in the future you'll be able to for sure.
Nice.
But yeah, here's your mockups, right? Different examples. Additionally, you can generate a video mockup just by toggling that on. That's it.
Nice.
And that'll just basically creates a nice little slideshow that transitions through these mockups in this order. And then it does that for all the listings. So you have it on Etsy, which is great. It helps with SEO. One last thing here, because this, like I said, this page is probably the most complicated with the settings. You got Printify mockups. So if you wanted, you can actually now generate Printify mockups too for this product. So once you select your colors, you adjusted your design how you want, it'll load them up here. Sometimes it takes a minute because there's so many mockups. But once that renders, and we'll go and check those out. Here we go. So you can see they have quite a few options. So if I went back and clicked one, it'll also show the colors we had selected. So I can pick and choose. Let's go across to some of these ones. Get a few of these to add to the listing. I'll go natural, and then you can see these are the ones we're adding, and you just select, and now it's going to add those. So you can see here, I'm going to move the size chart to the end. And by the way, you can drag and drop the positioning of your mockups, and that's how they'll appear on Etsy, is the order they show up here. Yeah, so you can see we're using My Designs mockups, Printify mockups, and Printify to fulfill. So you're mixing and matching all the best features from both platforms. And the best thing of all of this is, like I said earlier, this isn't just one design. We have 8 different designs we're publishing as this t-shirt. So if I rotate through it up here, you can see your different designs populating here. But this is all of them. So we're doing this all at once, not singly one by one. So it saves you so much time. So let me go back.
Yeah, so this is making multiple listings at one time.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, so that's it for this page. That's the product page where you choose your product, choose your print areas, your sizes, colors, mockups, etc. And then you can move to the next step, which is populate data. So this is really, you can input all that data manually across your different listings, but we have Vision AI right here. And what you do is you click that button. You can toggle all your listings on, which they are. I'm going to leave the t-shirt, the product type as a t-shirt here, but you can choose the different models. You could do 1.5 or the 2.5. These are just different Vision AI models. I'm not going to complicate it. 2.5 is what I recommend. And if you're going to generate titles, descriptions, tags, and include the product features at the bottom of the description, then you just like that. It's that simple, and just hit generate data. And what Vision AI does, it actually scans your design or your designs in bulk. It understands you're selling it as a Bell Canvas 3001 t-shirt on Etsy, and it optimizes their title, description, and tags for Etsy specifically, just based off your design.
Nice.
So you can see up here, you got dog lover t-shirt, outright card. It's got some of the stuff coming in from the design. Better Live, dog paw t-shirt, dog silhouette, funny pet t-shirt, gift from mom, dog dag tee, and then your description here, including the product features, which is really good. So if it's Bella 3001, it has all the product features for that product. And then all your tags here.
Wow.
And what's great about this too is if I just rotate through these, we have 8 of them, you can see it's done for all of these.
Nice.
So that's a really popular feature.
Yep.
So we took that step, made it really easy, and also really helps with SEO. You can still go in after you publish and make changes on Etsy if you want to add certain keywords, adjust it, clean them up a bit. But for the most part, I always tell people it gets you 80, 90% of the way there. And it makes it much easier to go clean up your listings with different keywords after.
You can clean it up in here, right? You can edit it right in here too.
Yeah, you can edit it right here too. So you can click into any of these fields. I can go back to the other one and make changes. You can remove tags, you can add tags, you can completely edit everything if you want right here too.
Wow.
But yeah, that's it for this step. Really simple. I'm gonna go to prices. Now right here under costs, it's actually pulling this in from my Printify account. And I can't remember if this demo account has Printify Premium, but if it does, it would show you that cost here. So those are prices we're getting from this Printify account. And I want to show you a few things here. This looks complicated. You can go adjust the price per variant if you want, but if you want to just go edit price in bulk across all 8 of these listings, you can leave it all sizes, all colors, and then just replace. I'm going to say the $29.99 and apply to all. Now adjust that pricing across all of these listings, not just the one I'm looking at here. So if I go to the next, you can see that that's adjusted everywhere.
Nice.
And one more thing, this is really cool because you have such control over at the individual variant level. So if I wanted like the 3XL, which is more expensive, maybe I wanted to do $33.98 across my listings, I apply that, and the same thing with 2XL, $31.98. Apply that, and now you're done. So that's literally it. So across all your listings, we can go to the next page.
So all of these like in-depth bulk editing features, by the way, guys, this is not normal for a print provider. That we're showing you the best. That is My Designs. So yeah, this is not like other platforms don't have all these functionalities. It's really, really the best in terms of functionality.
Yeah, it really is. It's getting so easy to go basically have ideas and turn them into live products in literally minutes, which I love. It's starting to enable so many different people to create print-on-demand businesses very quickly. But yeah, so this last step here is just a page to preview, choose your category on Etsy. So over here you can see, we'll just do that real quick. But basically to give you an overview, this is just a preview of all your listings. So your title, your description, your tags, the main print file, and the primary mockup. So you can scroll through and see the rest of these here. Has all 8 of them. So I'm gonna go back to the top and we'll go through the settings now. So Etsy's the platform. The store, if you have multiple Etsy shops connected, you can choose which one you want to publish it to right here. The category, I'm going to change this to gender neutral adult clothing. So you can just search that very quickly, and that's pulling in directly from Etsy. And then moving on, product. So normally what you do, if you're new to My Designs and you haven't set up production partners on Etsy, I don't want to complicate this. You can just leave these default settings and you can go in and do that after. So I would just leave this as is. And you can see the printer, Printify, Swift POD, product, sizes, colors. If you're doing personalization, which we're not on this product, you can check it, put it in. We have some really cool personalization stuff. I think that would be for a different video, but I'm going to uncheck that because these aren't personalized products. And then at this point we can publish, but there is one last thing I wanted to show. It's publishing profiles. So you can save all the settings we just did. So let's say this is a popular product that you're going to sell a lot and it's going to be in these colors or this pricing, everything. You can just save this. So I'm going to say Bella 3001. I'll just say demo. And then I could save that. And now it's saved. I can just go ahead on the listings page next time, just drop designs in and load this profile. They'll have absolutely everything we just did all pre-populated.
Nice.
So,
So, and that will be, I mean, that's especially useful if you want to use the same mockups again, the same sizing chart, stuff like that. So that's big.
yeah, it'll everything. Even a combination of Printify's mockups, our mockups. You can even have your own custom mockups built into that, but it saves everything, including your pricing. And even if you're doing multi-product publishing, I try to keep this simple, but basically having a t-shirt, sweatshirt, hoodie on the same listing. You can save that into your profile and just load it in one click.
Awesome.
All right, so this is it. Let's publish these. And now in the background, my designs will go out and generate all those. Whoops, one of your, it's more than 10 images. Let me go back.
No problem.
I'd select more than 10 here. There's usually a warning. There's 11. Let me go deselect.
We'll cut it out. Don't worry. We can cut out the bit in the video.
So let me just go get rid of one of these Printify mockups. Normally there's a warning here. I don't know why it didn't show me. If you have more than 10, because that's Etsy's limit. So let's go back. All right, so I'll just start off here. All right, so let's go publish these products. And now behind the scenes, my designs will generate all those mockups, creates the print files, stores them in our database, and publish them to Etsy along with the video mockup, everything that you need for your listing. And you can see the status up here. Once that's done, we'll move over to Etsy and I can show you. We don't publish them as active products. They go into your draft folder. From there, you can just select them in bulk and just publish them. It's done.
All right, cool.
Okay, so all 8 of those listings are published. So we can move over to this Etsy shop. This is just one of our demo accounts. I'm going to refresh that, and under drafts, you'll see all 8 of them sitting there. See each of them include a video. If I click into one of these, you'll see the video mockups there and all the different mockups we chose. Let me scroll down. Got the description, pricing's all there. Yeah, the different SKUs. And that's it on your tags. So obviously you can just publish these in bulk. I'll show you what that looks like. You select all and publish, pay the Etsy fee, and then that's it. Now when an order comes in, it'll come into My Designs. If you have manual turned on, you'll have to manually approve it. Otherwise, it'll come into My Designs, and in this case, over to Printify, and everything's fully automated. Once it's printed and shipped, you have the tracking number. That comes back into My Designs and right over to your order on Etsy, and it marks it as complete. So it's really hands off and very passive.
Can you just go to your order? So you got an order on Etsy, but we're fulfilling it with Printify. So we show here, here's your order. And then you basically.
This is a different order, but I wanted to show you like the process here. Because I said I just published those, let's say, and I don't have the order yet. But if it did come in, right to your orders page, it'll have everything here. And this one's already approved. It'll say free of charge because this one's going to Printify too.
Okay.
Yeah, all the details are here if I expand this. You see the fulfillment timeline that just updates in real time as those steps of the order are being completed.
Nice.
So once it's shipped, then that tracking number would appear here and also on Etsy, and the marked is complete.
Yeah. And so if this was just a My Designs product, you would have the option to manually approve it, or you could cancel it before you don't, or you can do it on, or you can set it up on automatic, correct?
Yeah. So in our case, we set it up on automatic, but you can, at your shop level settings in My Designs where we were at earlier, you can just set it to manual, and then you have to manually approve it, which also allows you to cancel it. You can handle it manually. You do whatever you want with it.
Okay.
But if you approve it, then it'll get the process for printing started.
Awesome. Cool. Amazing. Well, thank you, Curtis. Guys, if you want to check out My Designs and sign up for a free account, there's a link in the description. And we are going to continue on into this coursework. All right, now that we have gone over what print on demand is, now we are going to go into the second business model that you can produce on Etsy, which is called digital downloads. And we actually have Julie here with us today from Gold City Ventures, who is going to take us through almost like a mini masterclass on digital downloads, what they are, what the opportunity is with them, and a lot of the pros with selling digital assets, so that you can make an educated decision by the end of this on what model suits you best. And one just cool thing that I want to mention here, when you are using Profitry, there is a filter in here that is called, if we go down here, listing type to digital. So if you are interested in doing research specifically on digital products, right, I have the keyword in here still, baby shirt, right, you can actually filter by just digital products. So you can see we have digital products here, less than 6 months old with a bestseller badge. So you can see the sale price drastically changed, right? This is 1 month old. It has a bestseller badge, right? And this is what this actually is they're not selling the actual shirt. They're selling a PNG file. So they're selling the actual design, right? You can see the bestseller badge and 15 add to carts. But Julie is going to now, we're going to hop into her masterclass right now on digital downloads. She is the master of digital downloads, right? And so I thought we'd bring in an expert to teach this part of the lesson. So let's get into more in detail about what are digital downloads, what are some of the opportunities, different types of products that you can sell, and all of that. All right, so let's get into that masterclass.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Berninger of Gold City Ventures, and this is the fundamentals of selling digital downloads on Etsy. So first, about me and Gold City Ventures. We started the company back in 2019, myself and my business partner Cody, and we've helped 20,000 people start printable businesses on Etsy. I actually got started selling temporary tattoos when I was side hustling with my day job, and then I switched to digital products very quickly into my Etsy journey, and I just never looked back. It's been an absolute blast, and we have a course, ePrintables, and a community where we help people share our love of what we think is the most passive way to sell on Etsy. Now, what are digital downloads? They are digital files that you make on your computer one time, and theoretically an unlimited number of people can buy that file from you. Most of us use Canva, and we make simple designs like checklists, trackers, planners, and we download those and then we list them on Etsy. And I have had products that have sold hundreds of times. This is different than print on demand. There's no fulfillment. There's no inventory you need to worry about. It is way easier than when I was selling the temporary tattoos and had to commit to 500 designs up front. Digital downloads are the way to do it, in my opinion. So is it really passive income? Because you've heard that term thrown around a lot. I put a lot of work in the beginning to learn what the right products to sell are, how to make the products. But once you do that and you make the product, you can make sales while you sleep. It has happened to me. It has happened to many people that I've seen come through my ePrintables program. And in this image of me here, that's me earlier today, 37 weeks pregnant, taking a little nap. Etsy is making sales for me in the background. I don't have to worry about pushing those orders through, and I really appreciate that because I'm a busy mom of almost 3, and I don't really have time to do all of the extra things at the end of the day when I'm already exhausted. One little gift if you do sell digital downloads on Etsy is that the margins are really good with digital downloads. It's very inexpensive to get started. Most of us do use Canva Pro to create the designs, but you can use the free Canva program and you can get started very, very inexpensively. And it's not like print on demand where you're giving a portion of your sale to the fulfillment company. You do have a little bit of cost, Etsy fees, etc., but you do get to keep the majority of the money for the sale. Now, digital downloads are typically priced a little less expensive, but just like with print on demand, there are some hacks to increase order value, like selling bundles, for example. So we have seen that most sellers do really, really well when they get started in this particular niche of selling on Etsy, and also they like to see those margins. Now, what actually sells for a digital download on Etsy? Well, first, we need to see what is actually in demand on Etsy. And that's where a tool like Profitry comes in, because you can take a look at what is already selling. Second, you have to optimize your listing for search. I'm sure you all know the power of SEO, or search engine optimization, but really all it means is that you want to get your product found on Etsy when someone types in the appropriate keyword to your product. I like to think of it like a football game where Etsy is going to put the best players on the field, and you need to make sure that you're beefing up your listing with a good title, good description, and all of the different meat and the tags that go into an SEO optimized listing so that you can get on that first page of Etsy. Third, you need an aesthetic appearance. So your listing needs to look good enough to sell on Etsy. And what is good enough? Well, it really depends on the niche. So when I got started, I was selling in the bachelorette party space, and I was selling gaudy, gold, glittered, pink, hot pink digital products. And that was totally fine because bachelorette parties are kind of gaudy like that. But when I look in the wedding niche, you can imagine the look is much more elegant. It's much more refined. Pick a niche that suits wherever you are on your graphic design journey. Since most people have no graphic design experience going into this, you don't need to sell in the wedding space. There are endless number of other niches that you can get into, and I'm going to give you some examples in a little bit. And then my fourth point is that items of digital downloads that sell on Etsy are listed at the correct time. We recommend 6 to 8 weeks before the event that the item is for. That gives it time to season in the Etsy algorithm. And also, shoppers are looking earlier and earlier and planning earlier. So you want to get your listing up there so it can be seen. Now, in terms of what to sell, we recommend thinking seasonally. We have our seasonal product secret strategy, not so secret anymore, but we find that students that come in and they're chasing the next holiday actually do really well. They get that early feedback from Etsy in terms of sales, and it's a way to kind of get your shop started and going. Also, seasonal products are more approachable if you are a complete beginner to graphic design. Now, if you want to have seasonal products that sell, try to think of a couple things. One, try to understand what's kind of trending right now in terms of color and aesthetic. So Halloween, when I was growing up, used to be orange and black. Those were the colors. But ever since the Barbie movie came out, for whatever reason, Halloween is now pink and orange, if anyone has noticed. If you're aware of kind of those current event trends, you're going to create better, more in-demand digital products. Does that mean that people don't buy black and orange Halloween products anymore? Absolutely not. But products maybe that are geared towards a certain type of buyer, maybe, for example, women or younger women, kids, little girls, you might find that those products are going to fit a different aesthetic trend than other types. If you understand what is trending on Etsy, and you can use a tool like Profitry to do that, then you're going to create better products that sell. Now, in terms of what you want to do when it's not a holiday, we recommend looking at evergreen products. In the example here, I put some budget trackers. Every product has its time to shine. Budget trackers do sell year-round. People worry about money every day of their lives. Many of us have been through those times. But in terms of when it's actually going to sell on Etsy, even evergreen products kind of have a seasonal moment. So in January, that's typically when we see the budget trackers and the paycheck by paycheck calculators and all of that. That's when we see it really take off, when people are really thinking about health, wealth, and relationships and resetting for the new year. But it can help your store to have both a mix of seasonal holiday type products, but also evergreen products and products to celebrate occasions that happen throughout the year, like baptisms or birthdays, for example. Now, here are some examples of products that you can sell also using Evergreen. So using Profitry, for example, simple one-pagers. This is the bread and butter of all the students in our course. And they typically have a lot of success with just putting clip art and text on a page, arranged together in a way that a customer wants to buy it. So what you'll see in this example here is actually a simple bucket list printable. It is a bundle. It gives you multiple for throughout the year for each season. And the crazy thing is that these do sell really well in January, but they sell throughout the year as well. So I looked up in Profitry some other examples of kind of bucket list style trackers. And there was an editable summer planner that was making an estimated $1,800 a month in revenue. There was a travel planner for Google Sheets that was making just under $400 a month. There was a bucket list template that was making $200 a month. There are some products that if you make them, they're pretty quick to make, and a couple $100 here and there really adds up. Second, craft patterns are really big in the digital download space. Crochet, if anyone knows anyone that got into that hobby, crochet really took off the last couple years, and crocheters are looking for those patterns on Etsy. Here's an example of a seller that she does amazing in the crochet space, particularly with the seasonal products. I noticed her making some really big pushes around January of last year or right after the holidays. But what you'll see with some of these crafty people is that they make the pattern, but then they also have what the product looks like too. Also in the crochet or crafting space, there's people that have crickets, they want SVGs, people want PNGs. You can design files for those crafters. I would say if I had to pick, I'd probably go more towards the simple one-pager. But if you already have a hobby that you love and you're already churning out crochet gifts for all your friends and family, then maybe you can get into this niche and it'll be something that you could explore too. And by the way, the niche is huge. So Profit Tree estimated this top listing here. It's a bundle of crochet patterns. It makes over $12,000 a month in revenue. There are some seasonal ones, like for example, this Christmas tree ornament pattern is making just under $4,000 a month in estimated revenue. And then there's this Halloween kind of spooky one that's making a little over $2,500 a month in seasonal, in estimated revenue. And that's a lot of money. Also, you can see all those in-demand badges. People just love their crochet. They love it. Another niche that you might consider are the business templates. I chose realtor as an example here, but you can imagine any profession might be looking on Etsy to buy customized professional stuff. Bonus points if you work in that profession because your product will be even better, but a lot of us sell in spaces that we don't actually work in, and I've done fine in the realtor space myself. Now, what can you possibly make here? So the top realtor marketing bundle was making just under $9,000 per month, according to Profit Tree. There are some that are making $2,000, a couple $100 per month. It really varies, but the realtor space is kind of seasonal. It depends on how much the market's booming or not, and I do see that trend. So if interest rates start to go down a little bit, more people might want to be realtors, more people buying houses, you're probably going to see this kind of relationship. Now, you don't have to sell realtor templates. If you're a speech language pathologist, you're a physical therapist, whatever it is that you do, you're a Sunday school teacher, whatever it is that you do, maybe there's a professional edge that you have and you could sell those templates to other people in your profession on Etsy. Now, if you really have a specialized skill set, you can make info products and sell them on Etsy. The nursing school guides, those numbers are insane. So right now, there was a family nurse practitioner bundle that Profit Tree estimated is making over $8,000 a month in revenue. Nursing school notes are making over $1,000 a month in revenue. I've seen some shops just do really, really well selling in this space. Now you can imagine not just nursing school, but all different medical professionals need some sort of schooling. Whatever it is that you're doing, there's a test. Whatever your job is, there's some sort of test maybe. If you have that skill set, instead of just making templates, you might want to make more complicated info products that only you can make. I see this actually kind of big in the space of conditions as well. So, for example, in the ADHD space, anyone who has ADHD, if they make some sort of planner or brain dump bucket list or template, those tend to do really well. Or somebody with specific medical knowledge, maybe you're like a doula, you can create more products that are very specific that customers would be looking for. Just an idea if you do have some sort of hobby or professional background that would allow you to make a better info product. And then we have social media templates. These are huge. Sometimes they can get a little bit junky in the space on Etsy, but one particular niche I've found is the pregnancy announcement niche. They're pretty easy to make. Even easier now that we have AI and Canva's even better. But some of these templates are making a lot of money. So Profit Tree is estimating that a religious pregnancy announcement is making over $1,300 per month in estimated revenue. A little sister pregnancy announcement is making over $1,000 a month in estimated revenue. There are a bunch that are doing well here. I've also sold in this space as well, just because it's pretty easy. Now in this space, sometimes people do want customization. So they want to be able to change the name or the date of the birth, or they want to be able to upload their own ultrasound pic. And you can do that using Canva, but some of us use another tool like Cordial, for example, to get those customizations done. Or you can do it for them. But those of us that sell digital downloads, we want this to be the set it and forget it side hustle, so we often don't dive for dollars by doing custom orders. We try to systematize it so we don't have to be on top of things every day. So how do you actually do all this well? Well, the riches are in the niches. So in that last example that we found on Profit Tree, you will notice that the top listings there were not just regular pregnancy announcements for Instagram. There was a religious pregnancy announcement. There was a little sister pregnancy announcement. You got to get specific. So when someone is excited to announce the baby to their friends and family on IG, they're going to make it specific to whatever is going on in their life. So maybe this is their second kid or their third kid or whatever. So often I see new people come in and they just kind of make a generic one, but that's why we use tools like Profitry so that we can get in the weeds to figure out a very, very specific type of one to make. And that is how we can stand out amongst the competition on Etsy, because a lot of people, they don't really take that extra step and think that hard. So how exactly do you sell digital files on Etsy? Well, there are three main steps. The first step is that you have to figure out what you're actually going to sell. And a lot of people just skip this step and they start going in Canva and creating the file. And unfortunately, that doesn't really work. You need to use a research tool to get an idea of what's already selling, what's in demand, what do shoppers want. Because at the end of the day, you won't make money unless you are able to connect shopper demand with your product. And I hate to say it, and sometimes new people coming in, they have an idea in their heart of like, well, I just want to make this, and I want you to make that too, and I hope it makes you a millionaire. But the reality of the situation is, if a customer is not searching for it, and not enough customers search for it, and it's not selling, then it's going to be just really hard. It's hard to be first to market on something. It's easier to validate that a product already sells and pick that product and make it from the beginning. The next thing that you have to do, you have to actually create the product. And a lot of us do use Canva. Some people have, I want to use Adobe Illustrator, or I want to use a new AI tool. And you can. The AI tools right now, sometimes they're a little wonky with text generation for a digital product. There's a lot of text going on in a lot of them, but they do okay with things like generating clip art. And of course, they do really well with like a wall art shop if you wanted to sell wall art. Wall art though, we tend not to recommend that to our ePrintable students because it's a little more complicated. You typically have to provide the file in like 10 different ways. Maybe if someone wants an 8x10, or they want a 5x7, or they want it to be blown up to 18x24, or whatever they want, you would need to provide all those file sizes. That can get a little complicated for new sellers. There could be a printing issue because that typically is going to be printed in frames, so there's higher standards, kind of like what I was saying with weddings. And it can often be harder to stand out, but not necessarily. I have seen a lot of sellers getting into the seasonal wall art space and doing really well. So do I personally sell wall art and recommend wall art? No, but if you do want to do it, I have seen people do it and they do pretty well with it. Now the last step, after you've made the file, you've downloaded it from Canva, you're going to list that item on Etsy. When you do print on demand, you have other software involved like a Printify or something else. With digital downloads, we typically just list them on Etsy. So we go into Etsy in our shop dashboard and we list a file, we fill out the title and all 13 tags and a good description and all that, and we list the file there. And then when the customer buys the file, they get an email from Etsy saying they can download their file. And typically we don't hear from them again. The number one customer service question I get on Etsy is, how do I download the file? And mostly because Etsy doesn't do a great job of letting them download on the mobile app. But there's just a quick kind of workaround that I sent to them. Most people can figure it out just fine. They get an email to download the file. It's not a big deal, but that's very rare. So the beauty of selling digital downloads is that 99% of the time, after you make the file, you're kind of done. You do have to answer customer service and all that, but it's not quite the same where you're checking to make sure an order has come out or whatever. And I know this is a little bit different than print on demand. My husband was actually selling print on demand hats, and we were kind of laughing because one December, his orders were delayed, kind of coming out from whoever he used as his fulfillment provider at the time. And my orders, I wasn't really hearing anything. I was making sales, but it was just easier. I didn't have to worry about like, they're 2 weeks behind, or there's just a huge backlog for Q4 or whatever. It's just a little bit easier on this side. Now, how do you make it more or less easy for yourself? If you do editable digital downloads, you're going to get more questions. Some of my products that are editable, meaning the customer can customize it, which, customers love personalizing it. They can put their name in or their birthday, or, let's say it was a birthday invitation, they can put the date, all that stuff. Customers don't tend to be the most techie, so sometimes they struggle with that. Whereas if I just do like a simple one pager where everyone gets the same thing, super easy. I can charge more typically on the editable side. So it's really, what I love about digital downloads is you can make this like more or less complicated for yourself, depending on what's going on in your life and what you want to do. But I've seen people make thousands of dollars per month just doing the simple printables. So don't think you have to do anything super complicated, like create some Google Sheets 15 tab extraordinaire product. You don't have to do that, like a one-page PDF, like that bucket list PDF I showed you a couple slides ago. That's all you need. Okay, so let's go through some red flags. Common mistakes that people make when selling digital downloads. The first is that maybe you did not pick a winning product to begin with. And I already talked about this before, but it's just really important. You do need to do that research. Open up Profit Tree, look in there, find a good product that is in demand that you think will sell. That's going to be kind of the most important time that you're spending in this entire process, is just starting out from the gate with something that has a good chance of selling. 2, maybe you didn't understand the product. And I see this a lot for those of us that use the keyword tools. We got the keyword and then we go to make the product and we just don't get it. So for example, a couple slides back, I showed a wine label that I had created, and those are baby shower wine labels. And if you don't get why the person is buying those wine labels, this is just not going to be a good product for you to make. And you can find all this information by searching online. But in that particular product, they're gifted at events for new moms, and people will put like a basket and they're gifting the mom the wine, and the wine labels just stick on top of other wine bottles. And usually they gift them in a pack of 4 or 6 or whatever. They're giving like a gift. So each of the labels needs to say something different. And it'll be like first date, or, mommy milestone, first date night out, or mom and dad's first night out, or whatever. Little milestones that someone may have when having a baby. Baby sleeps through the night. If you don't understand this product, you might put just like one wine label. And in another type of wine label product, some people will do wine labels for like a godmother proposal for baptism. And that's only one wine label. Or like congratulations on your job offer. Those are typically sold in just one. So if you don't get that the baby shower is typically given with more than one versus just one is given in these other occasions, then you might not make a product that's competitive. So just kind of think through all that. Okay, the third mistake, the listing images. So sometimes by the time I did the keyword research, then I made the product. It doesn't, the more you do it, the quicker it is to do this. And I swear, like, it doesn't take me that long anymore. When you do your first one, it does take a while, but then you're fast and you can just bang these out. But some of us get fatigued by the time we make the listing images, and the main thumbnail is the only way the customer can decide to click your product versus the other products that return in Etsy search results. So you got to make that main listing image good. So just push through, even when you're tired, just finish that last listing image and make it good, because that's what the customer is using to determine to look at your product versus other people's. Let's talk about some green flags. So you listed your product when it wasn't too late to list it. I love that. So we like to be 6 to 8 weeks in advance of a holiday. Depending on the product, you could do it last minute. Like, I've had people that have come through our ePrintables course and they will list a Halloween trick-or-treat sign 4 seconds before they leave their door trick-or-treating, and then they'll tell us later that they made a sale on it, because people are looking for that product and they just thought of it literally Halloween night because they're like, oh, I forgot about this. So it really depends on what the use case is for the product. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Just get started early. Give your product time to season. Second thing, green flag, you're open to feedback. So I think a lot of us in online business, we tend to go out on our own when we're doing this. And we haven't really talked to other people or coaches or community members or anybody to look at our stuff and let us know what we're doing wrong or right. Or we're like very competitive and protective. And I can understand being super competitive when you have like 1,000 sales. But if you have like 2 sales, you're probably going to be better off showing someone your listings and getting feedback than like hiding them at this point, because you need to know. And for me, I don't like to waste my time. So I just want to know sooner in the process. I'd rather know after 10 days that my listing images are a little off than wait. So those people that join a community, of course, meet other people, talk to somebody in person about what they're doing, I think they tend to do a little better because they're getting that feedback loop. And then the last thing, just you have to find the stuff fun. Online business to me is incredibly fun. I love learning new things. I have like shiny object syndrome where I'm always just excited and wanted to learn the next new thing or the next new tool. That passion for this is really good. And don't give up. Like we'll see people that we have a big thing called the 100 Sales Club. We'll see people make their 100 sales on Etsy within 2 months, and then we'll see someone take a year. But ironically, the person who took a year, she actually became a full-time seller on Etsy, was making mid-5 figures, 6 figures on Etsy, and it was incredible. So you cannot compare your timeline to someone else's timeline. You don't know what other people are facing in their life. You may have a lot of things going on in your life. Stay positive. Have fun with this. How cool is it that all of this stuff exists on the internet? We get to play around with our creativity and get going and make money doing it. This is awesome. So if you're feeling like, oh, this has been a while, maybe you're just around the corner from your big break, keep at it. All right, so story time. Cody, my business partner, he actually was not an Etsy seller like me getting started, but I convinced him to sell seasonal products on Etsy, and he, in the lead up to Valentine's Day, listed a bunch of Valentine's Day products, and he made over $700 on a ski vacation in 1 week. And he remembers being on the chairlift and hearing the cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching notification on his phone that Etsy plays when you get a sale. And after that, he was like totally hooked. Now, this was a few years back. So just recently, he said, you know what? I'm going to start a new Etsy shop from scratch. I'm going to every single day on Instagram. He talked about what he did to grow that shop from zero to he hit his goal of $1,000 in monthly recurring income in just 4 months. And then I think, actually by the end of the 4 months, he had hit $2,500 in 1 week. So he was crushing it, Cody. And it was cool to see that it's not too late to start a successful Etsy shop. We see students all the time just getting started, starting shops. And we also get emails from people who say, well, it's oversaturated, I don't want to start. And I've been doing this for a long time. It's not oversaturated. It's only going the other direction because more people are looking for digital products on Etsy because they know about digital products on Etsy. More customers are not shopping in physical stores. They're printing stuff out on their computer and they're just DIYing because everyone loves DIY now. So this is the time to get started selling printables and digital products. It's not too late. In fact, it's only the beginning. Here's another person, Chelsea. So Chelsea actually was a student of mine, and then recently I hired her on to be a coach and do live events for us. But she was a former teacher, and she left her teaching job after she had her third kid, and she made $50,000 selling printables and digital products. She did most of it on Etsy, but then she also expanded to Teachers Pay Teachers, which is another place for printables. If you're someone that kind of is into the educational space or interested in creating a type of product, that could be something for you to look into. But if you're wondering kind of like how many sales could I make selling digital products, she had kind of a cool journey. So it took her 6 days for her first sale. 100 sales she hit in 2 months. 500 sales, so in end of May, then by 2 weeks later, 700. By the next month, 1,000, then 1,500 by September, 2,000 by November, 3,000 by January 11th. And she made $1,000 on TPT in her first 8 months too. So this isn't something like, oh, this is going to take forever. If you put time into it and you make the right products and you do well, you can do well too. We've had many students do this. If it's not Chelsea and Cody stories, don't convince you. We had this student, Rachel. She has made $14,000 a month in passive income. We have a coach, Emily, has made $54,000 a month on Etsy. Claudine, she made $25,000 selling digital products and printables. This is not something that just one person does. There are a lot of people doing this. The demand is high. It really, really works. And with printables, people say, oh, well, you can't really charge that much for printables. And sometimes you can make like a $3 sale, right? Or you can make a $22 bundle sale. It really depends, but you are keeping all that margin and you are going for more of a higher volume play. So you can make like 400 sales of the same product, and at $3 per printable, that's a pretty good amount of profit from that with the margins for printables. But what we do recommend, it's always good to set a goal. So we recommend people start with an $1,000 per month goal and then trying to hit like $10,000 per year. I think that's a good start. And the reason is that most people doing this is their side hustle. They're working like a 9-to-5 job. We have a lot of people who are like me that have multiple children and they're doing this as on the side, weekends, nights. Or we'll have people that were retirees and they're trying to get a new money-making opportunity now that they've stopped collecting their W-2 income from their career. This is a manageable goal. You can always blow that goal out of the water, but I feel like sometimes for me, I like to start with like steps. And if you set a goal, that will be good. Now, cool thing is that $1,000 per month or even a little less, like $10,000 per year, that actually is only $30 per day. So you only have to sell 10 $3 printables or 2 $15 printables. And depending on the printable, you can charge more or less for them. It wouldn't be unusual that you could find a printable that someone's selling for like $11 or $9, for example. That's where the tools like Profitry come in so that you can find all that juicy data to figure out which product you should actually make. I don't love the printables priced under $2. There are some. I sometimes that can help if like you want to get a lot of sales in your shop to kind of get that flywheel going of getting a lot of sales, a lot of activity. But I think aiming for a product that is priced at like $3 and more makes sense. Now, what if you're like, you know what? I'm a high achiever. I'm going to set my goal higher because I want more money than that. Cool. You can do that. So what about aiming to make $2,000 to $5,000 a month? And here are some listings that will help you get there by themselves. So we just had the back to school rush and some of those products were pretty profitable. So the back to school kind of chalkboard digital products, you can make $4,000 per month. The back to school teacher gifts, if you didn't know, people gift their teachers back to school items. I didn't do that for my kids, whoops. But apparently other parents get it together and they're more organized than me, but it's $4,000 in monthly revenue for that. There are some that are back to school kind of motivational signs, first day of senior year signs. Notice that was niched down, first day of senior year, because we see a lot of like little kid stuff. But what about the teenagers and the older kids too? Don't forget about them. If you'd like to learn more about digital products, check me out at Gold City Ventures. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, along with my team, my business partner Cody, and all of the coaches we have in our community. This has been so fun presenting with you today, and I really hope that you dive right into the idea of selling digital products. It's a lot of fun. It can give you that passive income, and it's a great way to supplement any other sales that you're getting on Etsy.
Now that we have a full, clear understanding on what print on demand is and digital downloads, now we're going to go into completely handmade and handmade with a production partner. So handmade is kind of obvious. It's actually making the physical goods. Yes, people still do this on Etsy. I am actually still a handmade seller. Half of our products are handmade. Half of our products are actually made with a production partner. And yes, you can do hybrids, right? You can have a business that has print on demand and handmade products in it. Again, I just don't recommend it at the launch of your business because print on demand has different needs, wants, fears, and goals than doing handmade, and handmade has different needs, wants, fears, and goals than doing digital downloads. So is it possible to do hybrids when you master one? Yes, I just do not recommend it in the beginning. So handmade on Etsy looks something like this. So I typed in just the word crochet here, right? These are people hand crocheting products, right? And you can see the amount of revenue that these opportunities are doing. And keeping things doing a handmade business can work out really well, just because print on demand and digital downloads tend to be a little bit more saturated. And there's competition no matter what you choose. It's inevitable, especially after you start becoming successful. However, the higher barrier to entry the business model is, the harder it is to replicate. So even if you go into handmade or handmade with a production partner, it might be less saturated because it is harder to replicate, but there is still always going to be competition. And when you don't have competition, that's usually not a good thing because it usually means that no one made it because there's actually no demand for it. And sometimes you could be a dime in a dozen, but the best businesses and the most successful businesses usually don't reinvent the wheel. They actually just do whatever the market's doing and they just do it better, which we're going to be talking about all that later in later modules. But basically, yes, handmade is just you're making the product. Handmade with a production partner is something like this. It could look something like this, where they're probably not making these leather tags. They're probably buying them wholesale. So that would be the production partner, essentially the person that's making the thing on it, right? And then they're custom stamping these logos on here.
Creating your own products with this production assistant, that is when you find a manufacturer. So I know a lot of people don't, they think about Alibaba and AliExpress as having a bad rep, but it really is the best place to find manufacturers. It's really never been easier than ever to source manufacturers. And you don't always have to, find people just from China. They have people from India and here, Vietnam, South America, right? And you can see their reviews. And so essentially someone that's handmade with production assistant would be basically are buying wholesale tumbler cups, and then they're buying these blanks, and then they're doing the custom personalization, right? So you can buy, these are probably the exact tumblers that we're seeing on Etsy, and then they have a laser engraver where they're engraving people's names. Yep, here you go. So wholesale pricing, is $260 to $285. Shipping is probably what's costing them more money than the actual tumbler. So that is what you're seeing a lot on Etsy. It looks like they're selling, some like cutting boards and stuff like that. Like you literally can source anything from Alibaba. And again, you don't have to limit yourself to just Chinese goods.
All right, guys. So now that we understand the 4 different business models of selling, right? The winning is that we pick one business model. All right. So now let's go on to what are the next steps when it comes to choosing your niche, your shop type, right? The 4 things. We're going back to the 4 things, right? So the winning here, right? After you research products that are proven to sell and understand the different Etsy business methods, right? The next step here is choosing one. So choosing one proven product type, right? And choosing one business model, and then master that one niche. So master that one method of selling and that one niche before moving to another. So what we're not going to do is this. We're not going to do spaghetti throwing, where say we want to sell shirts and undershirts. When we go to launch, we're going to try to launch sports shirts, travel shirts, dog shirts, funny meme shirts, Bigfoot shirts, right? It's not that this can't exist in your field of potential for your store, right? So here's a shop here. They have a whole bunch of different collections of different product types, like basically the exact opposite of what I'm saying. Ornaments, phone cases, right? It's not that this can't exist. It's just not going to serve you at the start of your journey, right? Sports fans have different needs, wants, fears, and goals than dog fans, right? There's so many sub niches, whereas what we could do when we start is be more hyper targeted. So we have sports shirts, tennis, basketball, personalized sports, jerseys, funnies, right? Funny sports saying shirts, right? There's enough market here to master this before moving to the other. When you try to master different customer avatars and different business models at the same time, it's not that it's not possible. It's just, it usually prolongs your growth, and it prolongs you actually hitting the goals that you're trying to achieve, right? Another big mistake, like I said, is trying to do different models of selling at the same time. So trying to do a digital, handmade, and a print-on-demand model all at the same time, where you're trying to sell 3 different types of products. So PDFs, sports shirts, and maybe handmade plaques or something like that. This is especially going to spread you thin, and you do not want to do that. Another example is like if you were, say you did select handmade, so you selected one model, but then you're trying to sell different products at the same time. Again, it's not that you can't have a decor store selling blankets, wall arts, and pillows, right? It's not that that's not in the field of potential. It's just wall art has different needs, wants, fears, and goals than pillows. And pillows have different needs, wants, fears than blankets. Whereas this is more targeted for you to launch, right? So decor pillows, block print pillows, lumbar pillows, textured pillows, different size pillows, right? This is going to make you see results faster because you're going to be hyper targeted learning one model and one specific customer avatar, right, before moving on to the next. Even if we look at this shop here, right, so here's this shop that is doing all this, I mean, I would call it spaghetti throwing, right? I mean, you can see that they are making sales, but 4,000 sales in 4 years is really not that much sales. They have all these different product types. Whereas if you look at this store, right, this store has less product types, but they have 60,000 sales in 3 years. Right? So what does that tell you, right? They have the same amount of listings, about 600 listings each, but they have way more product types and way less sales. And that's just a product of them really mastering tumblers and cups first before moving on to the next. So that's really, really important to keep that in mind. And we're going to talk about cohesive branding and how that plays into it later on. Now, congrats. We're ending module 1, part 1. We're moving into module 1, part 2. Dominate your competition, build an unfair advantage on Etsy, and make buyers choose you over anyone else. So we will see you in the next module. Congrats, you officially finished module 1, part 1. Now we're moving into module 1, part 2, dominate your competition, build your unfair advantage on Etsy, and make buyers choose you over anyone else. All right, so you selected your niche, now what? So hopefully in the last module you saw how you go about, doing some competitor or doing some product analysis, some niche analysis, and you can make now an educated decision on which card we want to pick up. Because remember, we don't want to pick up multiple cards at once. We don't want to start multiple shops at one time. Honestly, we don't even want to do multiple product lines at one time, because every different niche, every different product, every different sales channel, right? If Etsy is a sales channel, if making sales through Instagram is a sales channel, if Shopify is a sales channel, if TikTok is its own sales channel, right? Every single sales channel, every niche, every even product type has its own needs, wants, fears, and goals. So it's important that we pick up one card and master that one thing before we move to another. So now, since we've done that, what comes next? Now we need to understand something called a value proposition. So this is how we're going to build this with our niche to ensure that we can compete to win. And by the way, you can compete in any niche, even if it's the most saturated niche, right? Competition is not a bad thing as long as you have the willingness to do what you need to do to compete, right? So that's why I'm not afraid of competition. So the perceived value of a product is the perceived value of what you're selling versus the price they pay. So it's the perception of what they think that product is worth for the price point. And it doesn't mean that you always have to have the cheapest price, right? If you're going to sell something higher ticket, right, you just have to have a justification for why it's more expensive, right? And we'll explain that here later. Now, what makes your product's perceived value increase? So here's a couple of things that it makes the perceived value of an item be more, right? So it could come down to the quality that you're using, your materials, if you're actually hand making the product versus just, competing against a Chinese reseller. If you're someone that actually makes or designs your own products, right, we want to make sure that we're putting that storytelling in our images and stuff like that, and showcasing that process to connect with our customer. If you offer personalization, if you offer more variation than other people, like you have more colors or more personalization opportunity, your imagery, your videography, your cohesive brand vibe, is it a trendy brand vibe, and do you have in trend beautiful imagery and videography? Storytelling, right? If you're competing against someone that's just reselling products from China and doesn't actually have a hand on the design or the creative process, right? And you tell that story in your imagery, show your face, do a little video in your video on Etsy of you showing how you make the product or design the product, right? That increases the perceived value of the quality or the story, the connection that the customer is going to make with you over someone else. Bundling. So do you sell, buy two, get it for a cheaper price? Do you bundle multiple different items together for a slightly cheaper price? So bundling is a huge way to do this. And then obviously price point, right? If you are, someone that is in a price competitive niche, but that doesn't mean you always have to be the cheapest. So now let's do an exercise together. So we are back in Profitry here. So remember, at this point, we have done research. We've created a bunch of folders with different products that were proven with demand and revenue and sales, right? And so we've compiled a list of collections or groups here in these folders. And at this point, we have decided on what business model we want because we understand which each one is, right? So we understand how we can fulfill all of our options. And now we are selecting one business model with one product type to launch, right? With one customer avatar, right? And again, it's not that you can't sell children's books and potentially, candles in the same shop. It's just at launch, it's not going to serve you unless you already have e-commerce experience where you know how to do multiple customers at the same time. So now at this point in the timeline, right? We should have selected those three things based off data, based off of what aligns with us the best in terms of our demand, in terms of our business model that we want to run, right? We've researched different ways of, we have now given the tools for you to understand what type of print on demand softwares you can use, how you can source the materials and production partners, right? We've given all of that guidance already. And so now we've made our selection of our niche and our business model and our customer avatar, right? So in this case, let's pretend that we chose children's books. So we wanted to do print on demand children's books, which if you actually are interested in doing children's books, I have a full print on demand books case study in my YouTube channel that you can watch, how to do that step by step. But needless to say, we're back in profitry. Let's say we picked up children's books, right? Now, what we want to do is define our unique value proposition based off the demand that we've collected the research on. And remember, this tracking feature is not currently live in profitry today. So we have a 1-month free discount code in the link in the description. So profitry doesn't have free trials because we have a free plan, but this discount code is 1 month free to our pro or our growth plan. So by the time that this launches, you will hopefully still be using your 1 month free, so you can check it out. And yeah, that link is in the description. So now what we're gonna do is in our listings tracker here, we need to see based off data what we need to do in order to compete. So here is here's a listing here. And again, this is a prototype, but this data is actually pretty true here. So let's just pretend we wanted to do children's books, right? We need to understand what we need to do to compete with these top sellers, right? So one key metric that we need to look at is average order value. So average order value is on average how much money someone spends on their listing, right? If these two listings are competing, right, but competing for the same customer avatar, right? Or maybe these two because the price point is similar, right? So basically a personalized children's book, right? Say these two are competing for that click, right? Historically, right? If two listings are going 1 for 1 competing for a click, but one listing is only making an average order value of $20, right? And one listing is making almost $40, over time, who do you think that the Etsy algorithm is going to favor, right? Historically, if those two listings are competing for the same click, right, the algorithm is going to probably favor the listing over long periods of time, the one that generates more revenue, right? And so we want to build the listing with average order value in mind, right? And again, average order value is historically on average out of all of the variation options in that listing, right? How much money do people spend on orders? So it's, if there's 10 orders, right? And for 10 orders, there was $1,000 that was made, right? It would be 1,000 divided by 10. So on average, each order is spending about $100, right? So this is something that you want to keep in mind when you're creating your drop-down menus, right? Because you want to have a tier of upsells and a tier of downsells, right? We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute, right? We want to look at their average rating, right? A lot of times sellers on Etsy, top sellers have already good ratings, so there's not that much room to compete, but that means there's a standard for you that, you really need to be above 4.8, 4.9 here to really compete. You can see we have a mix of free shipping versus non-free shipping, right? So that means that you don't really have to be tied to either or, because it seems like it's working, either or could be working, right? For the price point. So, these price points, you have a really cheap price point here, but you also have like a middle tier price point here. So that doesn't mean you have to be the cheapest, right? Because we can see that other price points are working. When it comes to price, this is how you choose your pricing, right? It's based off data, right? If you can find top sellers selling at a cheaper price and you can find top sellers selling at a higher price, right? That means that if you're in that range, then it generally should work, especially if your marketing is good with your imagery and everything else that you're going to do to the listing. Then we have this other thing. So a lot of them are doing personalization. So that means that when they get their book, they can actually personalize and put their name there, like put their name in the children's book, right? So that's a really important thing that you need to pay attention to is if you're in a niche where personalization is really heavy, then you need to also personalize, right? And then we can also see their badges. You know, all of them are using their tags, right? And all of them are star sellers, right? So this is telling you and guiding you on key things for your listings, like again, price, your tier of upsells, right? Your shipping method, whether or not you're going to do personalization or not, right? All of those things are super, super key and are going to help you to start develop your own unique value proposition so you can either meet or beat these stats here when you enter the market. To further give you a visual of value proposition and how it actually manifests in an Etsy listing, we're going to talk about these 3 examples here. So this is listing 1, this is listing 2, and here is another drop-down menu listing 3, right? We're not going to go into the creative imagery yet, so I'm not really showing the images yet here, but I'm just talking about the value proposition within the breakdown of their drop-down menus and the information that's displayed here. So let's talk about some theory here on how we can heighten a perceived value proposition with these 3 listings here. So again, listing 1, listing 2, and listing 3.
So when we do a deeper dive on the listing themselves, what do we find? So on the 2 that we're performing, you can see that their sale price is displaying a cheaper option than the rest. And the reason that there is a cheaper option is because they're actually allowing you to buy the tumbler without any customization. And then all of these other options are with that personalization request. So that is the first thing. Another thing is they both have perfect 5 stars. Another thing is that they have a ton of variation options. So this one I think has about 15. If you slide down the drop down menu, this one I think has like 50 or something like that. So that's just out the gates. Now, if we look a little bit further, compared to this one, right? You only have 5 variation options. It has no upsells. So the price, what you see is the first price is the first price. And this is major key, right? So when you see a cheaper price on the front end with a beautiful main image, that earns you the click. And that is the hardest part about all of this, is competing for that click. Even if, like you saw, the conversion rate on the listing actually on this one was lower than this one, even though the conversion rate was lower, my guess is because they're earning so many clicks, right? The algorithm is liking it better, right? And so that just contributes to it performing, even though, you know, maybe the product is actually inferior. It's just again, the perception of value. So they see 1080 for a personalized cup. Compared to everyone else selling at $30, right? So you're just earning that click, and then, you know, the pros are outweighing the cons. So 5 stars, where this one only has 4.5 stars, so not perfect stars. They all are running a daily sale or a sale that's ending soon. If we write out our complete list of the differences here, you know, we wrote out 1 and 2 have a tier of upsells, where number 3 has no upsells. They have no drop down menu trying to upsell them into more expensive things. 1 and 2 has faster processing times. This one has slower processing times. This one has a perfect 5-star reviews. This one has 4.5, which makes or breaks everything. These 2 have fully optimized image slots, where this one only has 6 image slots. These ones have 15 plus variation options to buy with personalization. This one only you can change the color, and that's it. You can't change the font. You can't change pretty much anything, even the hearts in the corner. This one has cohesive, clear follow-up images, spelled that wrong. And this one has more amateur branding and follow-up images, right? So if you earn that click and your follow-up imagery isn't really cohesive or branded or confusing, you already lost that sale or decreased your conversion rate. And so you're looking for all of those things. Like if you go through their listing and it's hard for you to even understand how to buy it, how to do the personalization, which is probably why number 2 over there, or the one that not the middle one, conversion rate was lower, because when you do look at their options, they have so many options that also can contribute to confusion. If you're giving too much overwhelm, it almost can scare people away. So you're looking for that balance of the listing being clear, the person understanding it right away. And the clear sign of something being too overwhelming is if you have to ask yourself a question of how to buy this or how to do the personalization request, or it takes you forever to find it. Remember, that increases your drop off and makes you lose sales. And so all of these little moments of truth might seem like little things by themselves, but as you do and increase your value proposition with all these little moments of truth, whether it's, competitive imagery, storytelling, the value proposition, having more variation options, like individually, all these things sound small, but compounded together is what yields, the greatest results.
All right, guys, we are now entering Module 1, Part 3, Set Your Success Milestones, Master Goal Setting Techniques to Hold Yourself Accountable and Crush Your Targets. All right, so your product could be curing cancer, but it really doesn't matter unless you have execution. So many people get very excited about their product idea, about, launching for the first time. There's a lot of excitement, which is great, but where they fall short on is actually execution, like the actual execution part, right? And so this is what I tell any new startup. It's like I said, your product could be curing cancer, but if you're not making consistent action steps for long periods of time, like years and years, then you're not going to hit the goals that you want. And I'm not saying it's going to take years and years and years to hit your goals, but that's the mindset that you want to have when you're starting a business. You want to assume that this possibly could be the hardest thing that you're ever going to do, because that mindset is what makes you prevail through the hard times. Speaking from experience, it's especially hard to hit your goals when they never existed in the first place. Okay. So launching a business with no goals, this is what leads to things like shiny object syndrome, a lot of mismanagement of your time, because the biggest thing working against you, especially if you have another job or something like that, the biggest thing working against you is your time. So you want every hour spent, every minute spent going to something that's yielding you the greatest return or the greatest result. And then it also leads to a lack of accountability. So if you don't know where you're going or you don't have your sights set, right, you can't really hold yourself accountable to reaching certain levels in your business, which will make more sense here in a second. Okay. So let's not do that. And I'm speaking so much from experience with this, because with my first company, I managed to hit really great numbers in the first year. That was built off the backs of 2 years of entrepreneurial failures. But even once I did start hitting revenue goals that I wanted, to get myself to the next level, like what was after that, it wasn't possible, because looking back, I didn't have this foundation that I'm about to show you. In general, I say you can get to 7 figures by yourself, but when you want to do 7 figures and beyond, you need a team. And to lead that team, you need to know where you're going. And I did not know where I was going, because I didn't build a foundation like this. So it's really good, even if you're just a solopreneur or launching for the first time, to do this for yourself. This is really what the top of the top sellers do.
As we already mentioned, the top sellers have clear, defined goals of where they're heading when they're starting a business, right? And the number one reason people get overwhelmed or get scattered or start spreading themselves super thin is because they clearly didn't define a goal pre-launch of their business, and they just do things at random. And if you're doing this right now, that's okay. You're not alone. We've all made this mistake, but it just doesn't serve you if you're actually trying to hit revenue goals, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to actually create a guideline on where we have to go to hit a certain amount of goals. So again, we're back in Profit Tree. We were in our listing tracker before, but now we're going to move into the shop tracker. So at this point, we have selected our business model, right? Digital, physical, handmade, or handmade with the production partner. We have narrowed in, based off of data, right, the core customer and the products that we want to launch. So if we're just doing books, then we're just going to do books. If we're just going to do sports related t-shirts, then we're just going to start with sports related t-shirts, right? It doesn't mean that we can't go into other collections or categories later on. It's just at the launch, we want to focus on one thing. Now that we've identified that, now we want to actually identify who the top shops are that we're competing with, not just the listings, but the actual shops. And this is very, very important, because what we're going to do is we're actually going to break it down in this spreadsheet here, and we're going to write out how we're going to basically compete, right? And this is something called brainstorming. I'm sure everyone knows what brainstorming is. We do it in elementary school sometimes, or middle school, right? But this is so important, because the top entrepreneurs, the top CEOs in the world, they get paid to think, right? Executing is the easy thing to do. The hard thing is to make yourself sit down and just think about what you're going to do and really mastermind on what your best options are, right? Okay, so we are going to first, like I said, we need to pick out who our competitors are. And a lot of times people make really big mistakes at this point. What they tend to do here is they pick out competition that's not actually your competition, right? And so what you're looking for is finding the most similar comparable shops that you want to compete against, right? So even if you're doing shirts and like, the shirt store has a lot of different collections and we're narrowing in on one like collection right now. So like in that example that I showed you a while back, right? So say you wanted to start a shirt shop, right? And you're starting with sports collection, but then you're also going to have other collections. That doesn't mean that like if your end goal is to have multiple collections, that's okay. You can still put them in this bucket since that is your end goal, right? However, what we don't want is to just find competitors that aren't truly aligning with our end goal of our shop, right? Or they're not actually competing for the same customer as us in our actual products, right? Hopefully that makes sense to you. So it's very important that you're selecting people that you actually like, shops that you actually want to emulate, right? Where you look at their shop and you're like, oh, I'm going to compete one for one with them on at least, I would say 80% of their products. So you can begin tracking shops here, right? And you can actually start tracking it against your own shop. So the way that you can add your shop is you can either do the tracking icon when you're using Etsy Radar or Product Finder, or you can add the shop by the URL. Again, this is not live yet at the time of posting this video, but we have a 1 month free. So by the time you're in that 1 month, you will get access to this. And that 1 month free is on our pro or our growth plans. Okay, so we're going to want to start tracking our top competitors here, right? So our top shop competitors. And we're going to take away some important data from here in a second. But first, let's come back here. So I want you to write out your niche. So if you're doing children's books, right, your target market is going to be new moms, um, moms in general, um, baby shower attendees, right? So people that are going to baby showers, trying to buy them gifts, right? And you can even use ChatGPT to help you further define this, to give you more keywords, more ideation, all of that stuff, right? And so then you're going to do your proven marketing plan. So again, we're going to talk more about this later, and this is going to make more sense when we get into marketing. But on Etsy, there's 2 ways to scale fundamentally, right? On Etsy, the way that you scale on Etsy specifically, I cannot speak for other platforms, is consistent product launches, right? So you have an engine where you're constantly posting new products, right? And you're going to do whatever's realistic for you. So it's not about just getting to 1,000 listings as fast as possible. It's okay, what's realistic for your schedule, right? The end number doesn't matter as much as the consistency of. So if you can consistently put out 5 new listings per week, then that's great. Put out 5 listings per week. If in reality you can only put out 2 listings per month, whatever, that's the reality that you can do. And then you set up your goals for that timeline of what is realistic for you. So proven marketing plan on Etsy is consistent product launches and scaling your Etsy ads to the max. And again, the end of this course goes through all of this, so you don't need to worry about that. But on Etsy specifically, this is how you win, right? You can argue you have top of the line product photography, which is also probably the single most thing. Well, it is, I would say, the most important thing in terms of earning the click is your imagery, because your imagery is basically what gets you the click in the first place. Now let's talk about estimated revenue. So how do we do this? So again, this is a prototype. So these data points here are not real. They're just written in the prototype. So yeah, just don't go look these shops up. I don't even think they're real shops. But let's just pretend here. So let's just pretend that this shop, this Wishes and Whimsy Books, was our top competitor, like, or the shop that we really want to emulate. Like, we know that we can beat them, and we're happy with the amount of sales they're doing, and we think that it's attainable. So they're a 2-year-old shop with 25,000 sales, right? And a total revenue of about 252,000. So that's about 120,000 a year. So now let's say that our goal, based off of, they're only 2 years old, right? Let's pretend that we want to achieve their level of success. So we would make our estimated revenue something that's attainable. So they were at 125 on average for the 2 years, right? So let's just say that we're going to try to do 70K in the first year, right? And again, this is heavily estimated, but you need to build a conviction based off of data and what's realistic to you, right? Then we're going to estimate what our profit is, right? Etsy, between Etsy selling fees and merchant fees, right? You can always chop about 9.5% off the top of all your top line sales, right? But let's just pretend your product cost is about 40%. And so you're making about, if you do 100% minus 9 minus 40, your profit is about 50.5%. So it's about a 35% profit in the first year. That is before your marketing costs, right? And we're going to talk about marketing. There's a whole marketing masterclass and how that plays into these margins later and the benefits. But let's just say, okay, 35%, $35,000 profit before marketing. That's really good. And sometimes people get really caught up in revenue, and they don't realize that the only thing that actually matters is profit. But if you're even making a profit in your first year in business, that's extremely good, right? Most businesses, offline businesses, they invest hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? They take out loans, right? You don't usually make profit in your first year. And so on Etsy, that potential exists, right? And so then we need to say, what is the measurables, right? So the measurables, how to actually achieve this, come down to really two things, right? So how many sales do I need and how many listings do I need, right? Those are the two things that you can measure, right? We know that on Etsy, the growth comes down to launching more things to sell and scaling your Etsy ads. So that means that one of our benchmarks, one of our KPIs outside of scaling our Etsy ads, which we could put here, so a measurable, getting our, well, it's not even a measurable, right? Because Etsy ads is its own thing. But anyway, the number of listings that we need to achieve in the first year. So if we look at this guy, they have 89 active listings. So we're going to try to beat them, and we're going to get 100 listings, right? And how many sales do I need in the first year? So they have about 25,000 sales in 2 years. So let's just say we're going to do 10,000. We're going to try to do 10,000 sales the first year, right? Again, this is heavily estimated, but we're building a conviction based off of some market data, right? So let's just put that here, and then we're going to break that up into our quarterly goals. So let's do our estimated revenue for the quarter would be 70 divided by 4 quarters, which is that what we did here. 70 divided by 4. Yeah, it's like $17,000, right? Your estimated profit of that would be 35,000 minus 4, right? And that means to achieve this, we need to hit 25,000 sales, and we need to launch at least 25 listings in the quarter, right? So that we can hit our 100 listings in the entire year, right? And this is how you're making North Star for your action, of your highest level action steps of what you need to do. Again, this is heavily estimated, guys. But the important thing is that if it doesn't happen, at least you have an accountability factor, and then we can reverse engineer maybe what went wrong. Okay, well, we didn't achieve our $8,700 profit. Well, why? Oh, well, we miscalculated our cost of goods sold, and now we can basically take that learning and improve in the future, right? Oh, well, we didn't hit our 8,700 profit for the quarter. Oh, well, we only launched 10 listings instead of 25 listings, right? And so now you can always go and use deductive reasoning to try to figure out what went wrong. And guys, this is literally business in a nutshell, is setting a goal, trying to hit the goal, and figure out why you didn't hit your goal. This is literally business on the highest level, and so many people just want to do things at random, and it doesn't work. It can get you to a certain point, but if you really want to own a real business, it doesn't serve you in the long play. Then we want to break down what is holding you back from achieving your Q1 goals, right? So I have no design skills, so I need to take a design course, right? Something like that. I need to find, I need to learn how to use my designs, right? And you're just making the all the issues that you have to do to even make this happen, right? I need to take a time management course because you're really bad at managing your time, right? I don't know what it is, but you want to start listing out your first, second, and third issues that you're going to tackle. And you want to pick up the first step. So a lot of times we don't do this planning and we do things at random. And a lot of times what we find when we look back is that where our focus and energy was going was completely flawed because we end up just working and focusing on the things that we want to do and not actually solving problems in our business. And this is very dangerous because when you're just doing things that you want to do, right, the business not only is going to most likely fail in the long term or you're going to hit a ceiling, right, but you're actually neglecting where your money comes from. And most of the times when you do that, when you neglect the part of your business that you don't want to deal with, that's where the money lies. That's actually where the line is, right? Like if your designs suck, right, but you just keep designing and doing the same thing over and over again expecting the same result, that means that you don't have the skills for design. So that means you need to either learn how to acquire that skill, find that person for that skill, or you need to actually learn how to practice to enhance the skill basically, right? And you want to use, what is the lowest, the very first steps for me to start achieving this, right? Maybe it's decide on what design software I want to use, right? And then you can start using these issue lists and start loading them into your calendar so that you can have a calendar where you are hyper focused and dedicated to solving each one of these issues so that you can actually achieve or try to achieve what you have set out for yourself.
So now we're moving into the art of creating irresistible Etsy listings. Part 1, the SEO secrets for skyrocketing sales. So we're going to go through a step-by-step guidance to make your listings impossible to ignore in the Etsy searches. So the first thing that we have to understand about listing optimization is a word called SEO. And SEO stands for search engine optimization. And like we said in module 1, right, the goal or what we're doing here is we're trying to get our listings to show up on the first page for the keywords that we're utilizing in our listing. And remember, the amount of potential we have to get a lot of sales with a listing is contingent on how many people are searching for that actual thing that we're selling. So something like a word like men's clothing might be heavily more searched than, say, another super specific keyword like, I think we gave the example of like mermaid phone case or something super specific, right? And so it's not that in some cases, some words or some keyword opportunities are better or worse, but it's just understanding what the opportunity is, right? And so the amount of sales we can get is contingent on the amount of people searching for that actual thing on Etsy specifically, right? And the goal is for your listing to show up frequently on the first page because let's face it, 90% of the sales happen on the first page. If you're not showing up on the first page consistently, then it's really, really hard to get sales. And the way we get our listing to show up is by doing really, really good search engine optimization, which is what this whole part is about. Now, just a side note here. On Etsy, you can't track your rank. So if you're somebody that is looking, typing in keywords that exist in your listing and you go and search that into your own Etsy search page, you're going to see your listings show up first. And a lot of times, with a lot of newbies, they'll be like, oh, well, my listing is always showing up on the first page. But just so you have an understanding, contingent on your IP address, your listings are showing up in different pages depending on where the person is on their computer. So if someone looks at their at Etsy, and types in, gold necklace in New York, that same listing might be showing up on page 3 in California, and it's constantly changing. So you can't actually check your true rank on Etsy. So it's not worth you to try to figure out what your actual rank is. eRank has tools where you can see your rank amongst all Etsy sellers, but to try to say, oh, I'm already on the first page, that's not true. And then also, even if you show up on the first page, some in some location like in Chicago or something, that doesn't mean that you stay there. But the way that the algorithm works is that you will get shown more likely on the first page, or you'll be closer to the front more frequently when you have good SEO. Okay, so what are all the factors that help you reach the first page? So SEO, a lot of times people just think about keywords, and keywords are definitely important, but we'll talk about all of them, but it's not just limited to keywords. So keywords are, especially though they are important, it's not that they're not important, it's just I weigh other things more important, which we'll talk about later, but keywords are the actual words that you're using in your listing, in your titles, in your tags, in your descriptions to describe your product. And the important attribute about keywords is keyword product fit. A keyword product fit basically means, does your product actually describe what you're selling? Are you using words that when the buyer is visualizing what they want in their mind and they're typing it in, are you actually using words that accurately describe your product? You don't want to use words that aren't actually a keyword product fit, or a word that someone would actually use to describe your product. Otherwise, you're going to show up for words that are not a keyword product fit, and the algorithm is not going to like that when you're not getting clicks, because it's not what the customer is visualizing in their mind. And the other one that we were talking about besides keyword product fit is also high search volume keyword opportunities. We'll talk more about that when we get more into keyword optimization later. But the direct thing that you're being judged on at this point is, does the words you're using accurately describe in detail what you're actually selling? The next one is your thumbnail image. So like I said, a lot of times people think of SEO in terms of keywords, but your SEO and what improves your SEO, right, which is you showing up more frequently on page 1 and 2, right, is more than just keywords. It's all the other other factors that attribute to having a quality listing, right? So your main thumbnail image, in my opinion, is a bigger determiner of you earning a click when you're competing for clicks in the search pages over keywords, right? And it's not that keywords aren't important, it's just what you will see on Etsy is listings or case study examples of listings that have really bad keyword optimization, and meaning they don't have fully optimized titles, tags, or descriptions, but they have a really good product with a really good main creative imagery, like main image. It has, a 20 add to carts badge and a bestseller badge. But what you won't find is a listing that has amazing keywords and SEO, but a really bad main image, and that listing performs really, really well, right? So if you had to, I would say it's almost like if you want to weigh one or the other, between these two things, 80% of your effort should be going into perfecting your imagery, especially your main image, because that is the one that the algorithm's really judging. And then 20%, or the last, 10% of you doing listing optimization, then we focus on keywords, because keywords are fundamentally a really easy thing to fix. Nailing your creative imagery and your marketing is historically a harder thing to fix. So a lot of people like to blame keywords, and they think that keywords are just messing with their keywords is the solution to, fixing their listings. When most times it's usually a design problem or an imagery problem. But again, we're going to talk more about that later. Another thing that you're being judged on is conversion rate, average order value. So, historically, are people spending more money on your listing or your competitor listing, right? If you're making more money, Etsy's making more money, right? Your customer experience. So do you have 5 stars versus, someone else that has 4 stars? And finally, Etsy ads. And we're going to go over more about that in module 3 and how that also contributes to your SEO, your organic SEO and your SEO with your ad. Even earning the click for the ad, or being able to get your ad in front of people on the first page versus the third page, is a big thing. So we'll talk more about that later. And now we're going to go into all of these. But basically, when you're optimizing for all of these things, that equals a fully optimized listing, which means that you're setting yourself up for the best potential outcome in terms of this, right? This is what we want to see for our listings. 47 people bought this in the last 24 hours, right? And when you do optimize for all of those things, even though individually they might seem small or just like, you know, individually small factors, right? But when you do that, it compounds and it makes your listing super competitive. And it's ensuring that you're setting yourself up for the best case scenario, that to give your listing the best chance at something like this happening. I know the algorithm is judgy, but do not worry. We're going to go how to tackle each one of these one at a time. So first, let's just talk about a listing. Let's open Etsy and actually look at a listing. So inside of an Etsy listing, you have a lot of moments of truth to shine. So when you're creating a listing, you can give it a title. So that's where you would optimize for keywords. You have 10 image slots and a video slot. You have your descriptions. You have, if you are going to do personalization, you would add it in here. You can create your variation options with a SKU. This is how you would set up your variation options in here. You assign it to a category here. And so you would definitely want to make sure that your category is correct and a product fit. You have different attributes you can give it, whether it's the material, the color, the secondary color, all of these types of things. And of course, your tags and materials, and obviously your shipping. And all of these forms should be treated as the most important, because the more information you give Etsy, the better they can index you and help you in terms of SEO. And so the exercise that we're going to go through now in this module is we're going to show you how to optimize each one of these moments of truth to the top potential that is even available to you to optimize for, right? There's better and worse ways to write titles, tags, descriptions, right? And we're going to go over that right now. And again, individually, all these things seem small, but together, it's what makes you more competitive when you're hitting, when you're fully optimizing each form. And this is true for any, if you're selling anywhere, right? If they're giving you the opportunity to have an About Me section, a video, right? They have that for a reason. So optimize it to your fullest. So let's start with keywords.
So like I already mentioned, keywords are definitely very important, but they are like the icing on the cake. They're the easiest things to do. And normally if your listing's not performing, like I already mentioned, it's not a keyword problem. People love, love, love to blame keywords for not getting enough sales or not getting enough traffic. But the truth is keywords definitely matter, yes. And when I show you how you're gonna do this in 5 minutes or less, right? Once you use all the potential words that you even have available to you to put into your listing, right? Once those words are in your listing, there's not much else you can do in terms of keywords, right? Because there's only so many words that you can even use to describe your product. And so a lot of times people just get hyper fixated on keywords and obsess over keywords, because if it was as easy as just changing some words in your listings and all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of sales, then it would be exactly how it sounds, easy. And so when you're not making sales, right, a lot of times people like to blame it on keywords because it's the easiest thing to fix, and that distracts them from the thing that they actually need to fix, which in most cases is the actual product they're selling, their design, their photography, their mock-ups, right? All the things that actually contributes to what comes after keywords, which is actually earning the click. So if keywords is how you're getting found, right, it doesn't really matter if you have all the best keywords in the world if no one actually clicks, which we're going to talk more about that in a second. But let's just talk about how we're going to do keywords in 5 minutes or less. So personally, I like using ChatGPT, right, because ChatGPT is going to basically write this for me. So I'm going to come to ChatGPT and I'm going to say, give me all the possible keyword product fit words I could use if I was selling this on Etsy. Write me a keyword optimize title and description. Here is what I am selling. Custom baby baskets, selling in sizes small, medium, and large, right? And you can see just like how poorly I'm even writing this. And then I'm going to add an image of the actual thing that I'm selling and have it write the title, tags, and description. All right, so here we have a picture of the product, and you can say, give priority to the first 4 words in the title for being the most keyword product fit and highest search volume. Cool, so now it's going to write out exactly what it is. Custom baby basket, personalized baby basket, baby name basket, right? And lo and behold, if we look at the words in the actual listing here, it matches a lot of what it's saying, right? Baby name basket, nursery storage basket, kids toy basket, rope storage basket, right? And obviously I'm not even giving it that much information. I didn't even say anything about colors, the exact sizes, all of that stuff. So custom baby basket, personalized name, nursery storage bin, baby shower gift, cotton rope toy basket, small, medium, large, right? And you can even further get this to be written even more optimized if you actually are following the rules of what Etsy wants. So you can say, for the title, separate long tail words by commas instead, cannot be over 120 or 140 characters, but you can double check that. And you do not need to repeat the same word to leave room for more words or different words to expand searchability. The reason I'm doing this here is because, right, for the first 4 words in your title are the most important in an Etsy title. So you always want your first 4 words to be optimized. You actually don't want to do things like this, right? You actually want to separate by a comma because this counts as its own character. And I think you only have 120 or 140 character spaces. But again, stuff like this, people get hyper fixated on it and they try to get their title perfectly. Like, trust me, that's not winning, right? Hyper fixating over that stuff, right? Like, my hypothesis nowadays is the algorithm knows what you're selling just based off the image alone and how people interact with it, right? And so, yes, all of this matters and you want to do it right, but you know, just getting hyper fixated on things that aren't really moving the needle doesn't really matter. So custom baby basket, personalized. So that's what the people are going to see first, right? Name, nursery bin, baby shower, cotton rope storage, kid toy organizer, right? That's a great title for this, right? Same thing with, let's see, all the words for in the tags here, embroidered, right? You don't want to use things that aren't actually what it is. So if it's not embroidered, we don't want to be embroidered, right? And then let's just see if the description here. So the role of the description is that, right, obviously you want to write exactly what they're getting, right? So they're basically, the way I view a description is it's almost like a protection. So like it's all the information about shipping, processing times, the materials, how to clean it, right? And most people don't read the description anyway, unless there's like more guidelines they're unclear on, but most people don't read a description. What a description serves as is for keywords, basically, right? So all the words that you couldn't fit in the title, right, to expand your searchability, right? That's where you're using the description, because like just think of how many ways you can say baby. You can say babies, baby, toddler, children, kids, infant, right? Baby, yeah, there's so many different ways. And so you want all of those words to exist somewhere in your listing, right? And once all those words, all the possible words that you have that are even available to you exist somewhere in your listing, then you have the ability to show up, right? And obviously you're just putting more emphasis on the title, putting emphasis on the first 4 words. Like this, I would even put personalized at the front, right? So the first 4 words are grouped together, right? Just little things to help you just a little bit more. But like I said, keywords are not hard, right? Your description serves as a way to help you with your SEO while also protecting yourself. So if someone doesn't, if someone comes back and complains, right, you have all the information about the care options, the shipping, all that stuff. It was in their description, so it's on the customer if they didn't read what they were actually getting. So I use that almost like as like a policy, right? Like almost like a policy area where like it's another layer of protection to make sure that all the information about your product is there if anyone did want to complain, basically. And again, I gave this really, really broad. Like you can get more detailed, make sure your description is really actually optimized. You can even now take links off of Etsy, right? Like I could come in here and grab this link and I could give this to ChatGPT and I would say, I'm competing with this listing. Let's just see it. I am competing with this listing. How could I improve the title and description and beat this one? So it's like literally giving me a breakdown of how I can compete with that listing. This is actually giving a lot of really cool insights as well. And hopefully the idea with Profitry is that Profitry actually has its own version of ChatGPT. So it's actually more dedicated than ChatGPT because it's specific for Etsy. And so we would be making all these recommendations for you. But hopefully that is something that gets iterated within the next year. So yeah, this is giving you a lot of really cool insights, and then you could just have it with these insights, write me a better title and description for my own listing. That's custom baby baskets, personalized nursery bin, right? And it's actually optimizing the title and description based off of the actual competition. Super easy, can do it in 3 minutes. Now let's go to the next part of your listing optimization.
So after keywords in your listing, what comes next? So as we showed, your thumbnail images. Now there's better and worse ways to optimize your thumbnail image, and your thumbnail image is probably your single most important factor of listing optimization outside the quality of your product. I would argue nowadays the algorithm knows what you're selling just based off the image alone, because like I said, you can find listings with 0 keyword optimization but a really killer product and a great main image, and they'll have 20 add to carts and 10 bought today badges, but what you won't find is a poor imagery and a poor product that has really good SEO having that same experience. So let's just go over some of the do's and don'ts, and then we're going to go into more creative marketing here in module 2 part 2. So let's start with the don'ts. So what is the first one here? Do not showcase other products in your main image if you do not have the option to buy it. So this is just like a beginner's mistake where you are trying to stage a product, but you're showing things that you can't actually purchase in the listing. So an example of that is like this one here, where if I clicked on this listing, maybe I didn't, this is just an example, but pretend I clicked on this listing and my only thing that I could actually buy in the listing was this earring. But they're showing in the main image this earring and this earring, right? And why is this dangerous? It's dangerous because you could be earning the click because the customer's clicking on the pretense that they can get both, or they just want this one, but then actually that's all they can buy. So you have a millisecond to earn that click, which is the hardest part. So if you earn that click, that's great. But then if you lose the purchase or the potential of that purchase, that can hurt your conversion rate. So you don't want to do this. If more than just doing this, you just don't need extra things in your main image, right? You could have this as a follow-up image, but for your main image specifically, the actual product you're selling should be the center focal point of the main image, right? There should be no confusion about what is for sale in that image. Number 2 is do not zoom out on your product because you're proud of the pretty image you took. So I know you know what you're selling because you made the product or you created the design for the product, and then maybe you're really proud of the image that you took, but you again have a millisecond to earn that click in comparison to your competition. So this is an example of a beautiful birthstone, ring, but I have no idea. I can't see that. To me, that just looks like a ring. I don't know what that design is because I can't see it. Arguably, even this one, right? You want to zoom in, zoom in. And also, it's just there's no reason. Like, I know that you might love this image because you took it yourself and you have your pretty model or whatever, but you just don't want to distract them. Like, oh, I don't like, the color of her hair or something. You don't want them thinking about that. You want them only focused on the unique value of your product and what you're selling. Number 3 is do not underestimate the power of imagery because you saw this, right? So you found a listing, you're like, wow, well, it has 2 people bought this in the last 24 hours. They have no optimization images here. They have 2 images. So now I see other people doing images like this. So now that's my standard to which I'm going to launch my images. So this, in my opinion, is not a standard. This is an opportunity. And I don't particularly like when people put their logo in the image, even if it's a little bit. I really don't like that. It really doesn't prohibit anything. Like, again, it just distracts someone could be like looking at this and then be like, oh, well, what does that say? Right. And now they're thinking about what that says instead of what the product is. Watermarks, that's what they are. They're watermarks. I don't like that. I think it's just another thing that's distracting. If you have a top selling listing that takes off, people are eventually going to copy you, take your images, steal your designs. That is a part of e-commerce. You cannot avoid it. It's part of business, right? Once you start, crushing it, you're going to have competition and you're going to have shady competition that want to steal your stuff. That is not unique to just you. That's happened to me. I mean, we used to have people steal not only our images, but our actual products, mold our products like Chinese manufacturers, and then resell our products for a quarter of the price on Amazon. And we would have to go to battle with Amazon to prove that those were our images and our designs and take them down. It's just a part of the game, but it shouldn't inhibit you or set low standards, I would say, to your images. So why is this not a great image? For jewelry specifically, you always want to make sure the product is staged beautifully, so it's kind of crumbled up here. It's just not very competitive when you look at your competition of people selling similar chains. However, because it is working, that again is a huge opportunity for you to go and actually do it better and compete. Or even this, right? So even this is an example that I particularly don't think is a great image, right? Historically, even these follow-up images here that have no supporting infographics and stuff like that is not, it's just, there's a lot of room for improvement, but yeah, it says 20 cards here, but we'll show you, I'm going to get to more slides here to show you how we would compete with this to actually improve this. So what are some of the do's? So we do want to make our product take up 80% of the airspace. So arguably even this one here, right? Like this, they do have the little thing to zoom in on the front, but it's still way zoomed out, right? I would zoom in all the way here on this little infographic so they could actually read what it says on the front. Same thing here. I would come in here and zoom in a little bit more. This is an example of a good one where it's zoomed in. Like I don't need to see their head. I don't need to see their neck. I just want to see the unique selling point of this product. There should be zero confusion about what the unique selling point is of your listing, right? Without reading a thing, without having to read a single word because you only have a quarter of a second to earn the click, the customer needs to be able to understand what the unique value proposition is of this listing. And for this one, it's that this is a custom pet shirt. Okay, Cooper. Great. Well, surely not all dogs are called Cooper. So that probably means that I can personalize that shirt, right? You can put 1 and 1 together equals 2. Same thing with this. I don't know. I can't read. If this was zoomed in a little bit more, I mean, it would be pretty point blank. And another thing that we're looking to do, is looking for pattern interrupt opportunities. So pattern interrupt is if everyone's, putting their portrait on these white, airy backgrounds, then maybe I split test a main image with a dark background, right, to create pattern interrupt. And there's not always opportunity for pattern interrupt because, maybe everybody is kind of all over the place, but that's what we're looking for. And you can always split test, right? So you could take this this custom portrait and stage it in this environment, this environment on a different frame in a different environment 5 or 6 times to see which one, wins basically. And that is the beautiful thing with Etsy is that you can split test stuff like that and duplicate your listings. Number three is conversion rate. So conversion rate, by the way, is what, so the whole inbound funnel for your list, your from from seeing your listing to purchase looks something like this. They see the listing and there's an impression. They click on the listing in the search pages. That is your CTR rate, click-through rate, and then your click to your purchase now is your conversion rate, right? And so here's an example of what it looks like inside of an Etsy account, right? So by the way, guys, conversion rate is relative to your last best conversion rate. So you can't say my conversion rate's bad because I'm selling shirts and I have a 1% conversion rate because my friend down the road selling cups has a 3% conversion rate, right? You can't compare apples to oranges. You're always competing against your last best metric when it comes to conversion rate, click-through rates, because it's specific to your niche. So you can't look at 1% conversion rate and say that that's bad or good unless you can compare that to somebody who's actually attracting the same exact customer avatar to you. So when it comes to increasing your conversion rate, there's a couple of things that we have to do, or things that we have to do in our listing in terms of listing optimization to optimize for the best conversion rate. And we're constantly trying to improve our listings to improve this conversion rate against ourselves, not anyone else, unless we know a competitor and we know their actual stats. So conversion rate is improved in a couple of different ways, right? So again, a conversion can happen after you've earned the click. So you've earned that click, someone saw your image, they liked your image, and they clicked on it. But you can just as easily lose that sale if you don't do the following things. So one is have cohesive branding. So if you have a beautiful main image and then your follow-up images are not branded very well, or just using the non-trendy fonts or poor mock-ups, and it's just kind of ugly in a way, that could kill the sale. Let me just show you an example of what that could look like. For example, here you have this image where individually this listing, it's all right. The necklaces are straight, but you can see kind of like some chip marks here. It just doesn't look as professional as the other one that I'm going to show you. So it is working though. You see 9 people bought this in the last 24 hours. The price is $21. But then when you analyze some of this follow-up images, right, like you just have this incohesive array of branding and marketing. So you go to this bright blue, and then you have, I don't know what that vibe, that's a whole different vibe. A completely different vibe from that. You do have instructions here. So we're just missing a lot of points on selling the product. And then also I would argue a little bit of confusion there, unless it gives you the option to put on a letter. I'm not really sure. So like that out the gates just confused me. Like if they have this image of letters, but then unless I'm just not seeing it, no way to actually purchase it out the gates, that would make me very, very confused. Versus say a listing like this that 16 people bought, and they're both relatively closely priced. Actually, this one is a cheaper price, but this one's actually performing better, and it has 16 people had bought in the last 24 hours. And the branding on this is just completely on point. So everything matches one singular color palette for the most part, and is just displayed a lot better. Another thing that's super important is that, well, even this listing doesn't have it, but arguably as I'm clicking through the different variation options here, the correlated image should sync to it, which this is an option when you are setting up your variation options, right? I shouldn't click on Figaro and then have to come in here and understand what a Figaro is, right? Even though you do have this image here and arguably this one here, it does say it, but you want to make it as easy as possible for the customer. So if I click on tiny paperclip, it either needs to bring me to this one so I can read paperclip chain, right? Or it needs to actually link me to the image that says tiny paperclip, right? So there is actually a little bit of confusion here as well, I would argue. But for the most part, the branding and the cohesiveness of this is doing a way better job, especially because they are showing the whole purchase experience here with their boxing and just more information about their discounts. They still could be nailing opportunity to do a little bit of more storytelling about the actual shop itself. And sometimes you can't fit all of that in there. Sometimes you would have to put it in a graphic, but they are doing a far better job than the first one that we just analyzed. But hopefully this makes sense. All right, guys, so that is the first part of understanding conversion rate. So it's the actual experience that you're having when you're once you've already earned that click. It's kind of like if you are going to design a house and you're an interior designer. What that interior designer is going to do is they are going to go to Home Depot or the paint store, and they're going to go out and pick out a color palette. And that color palette is going to set the tone for all the colors and the textures and the moods that's going to exist in that house. And so when you will enter that house, you're going to see accents and hints of that color palette. And that's kind of why when you go onto a really aesthetic Instagram page, you're like, I don't know what it is, but just this aesthetic is so pretty. And it's because they're keeping a consistency of colors and fonts and textures throughout their imagery and videography. And that's the same thing when you want to think about your mock-ups and your imagery. Every little moment of truth matters with your imagery, and you need to treat it like that. Even like we saw, even the table that you put on, like those little chips in there makes it look cheaper, right? I know it seems like little things, but again, compounding together, you're just not setting yourself up for the best case scenario. Other things that we already touched on, so zero confusion on how to buy. So we showed an example of kind of how we would enhance that listing, right? So linking the image to the variation option together so I don't have to try to search for it. No false marketing, so don't say that you're selling solid gold jewelry if you click on the listing and it's not solid gold jewelry, right? That's just going to end up leaving negative reviews. And then finally, 5-star reviews. And if you stay, we might even add in a very bonus module at the end of my personal strategy of how we exploded our reviews faster than all of our competition. But yeah, 5-star reviews are just something that you get over time and by giving a good product and good customer experience. One last thing that I will just say on reviews, that in the beginning, when you're getting your first 100 reviews, it's really important that you have all 5-star reviews. So if someone does give you a negative review, which is bound to happen, it's just a part of the game. Eventually, someone's going to get upset. But the rule of thumb, just to give you peace of mind that I give myself, is out of every 100 sale customers, if I only upset 3 to 5, then that's pretty good. Ideally 0, but it's just you can't make everyone happy in business, and that you don't want to get emotional and let it ruin your day, because if you have a 95% happy rate, that you made 95 people out of 100 happy, that's really, really a good ratio in the grand scheme of things, right? So if you do get bad reviews, or if you get a bad review, just bite the bullet, respond right away, send them a message in Etsy and try to salvage that review, because you need to have perfect 5-star reviews, in my opinion. Number 4 is average order value. So this is super easy to do, right? Always have a tier of upsells, right? So the cheapest option is always going to display on Etsy, and the pros outweigh the cons on this. So this goes both ways. If you're selling a high ticket item, then you would want to consider launching a lower ticket item to sell. So because when you sell high ticket, it's a high barrier of entry. It's a smaller data sample of people that are going to be willing to buy high price things. So you want to consider launching some cheaper tiered options, so you can get people in on the lower ticket thing, and then eventually, if they love that thing, then upsell them and give them confidence to purchase the more expensive thing. So if you're selling solid gold jewelry, consider doing a mix of solid gold and fast fashion jewelry, and vice versa. If you're selling just fast fashion jewelry, consider selling a higher tier or a higher quality of jewelry to upsell them in the other direction. And so you always want to have downsells and upsells. That's why when you go to any retail store in the mall, they will have things priced super low to things like price super high, right? To get you in on the cheaper thing, to upsell you, and upsell you, right? And so this is just a super beneficial thing to do on Etsy specifically, because again, the first thing they're going to see is the lowest priced item. That's what's going to get displayed in the search pages, right? And that's why on print on demand spaces, what you'll see a lot of the time is they'll put a loss leader or just the least sold variation option as like a break even price for a shirt or a mug or something like that, knowing that that cheapest price is going to be what's displayed. And it's a little bit of a black hack trick, but it 100% works. Like in my space, that is pretty high ticket. You know, I have people that will have a listing listed for $15 and it will jump from $15 to $450, right? But because the algorithm is seeing that, you know, in the main image, it's a bundled set of something. So they'll get 5 of something in the main image. When they click on that listing, wait a second, it's not that you get all 5 for $15. Actually, you're just getting a sample of something. But then in that drop down menu, you have the option, all the variation options to buy everything by themselves or the full set option, which is what we do. And sometimes, and especially in print on demand, you can't have in one click a full set option to buy. But it is still good to have one cheaper option and then, you know, all the different ways to buy, if that makes sense. So it just, whatever you show in the main image, I would say, you know, it's no surprise that when you show multiple products in the main image, those historically work really well. But the point is when you get to inside the listing, they should have the option to buy everything by itself and ideally a full set option, if it makes sense. For this listing, it doesn't really make sense because there's so many different chains here. But if it was just like a set of 3, I would 100% have an option here that says all 3. The next one is customer experience, is the next thing that the algorithm is judging you on. And so that's not just limited to reviews. It's also your, obviously reviews is one of them. Are you getting more 5-star reviews, 4-star reviews, but also the ratio of which people are actually leaving reviews. So if out of every 100 orders, you get 10 to 15 reviews, but your competition only gets 1 to 2 reviews, right? That helps, right? Processing time, right? So if you have a 1-day processing time versus a 4-day processing time, then that's better. You're already beating your competition that has a 2-week processing time. Also, staying true to your processing time. So if you have in your account, you put a 3-day processing time, but it's taking you 5 days to buy the label and ship it, you're going to get in trouble with Etsy. That's a surefire way for Etsy to suppress your shop. So you definitely, if you put your processing time for a certain time window, you need to make sure that you have purchased at least the shipping label in that window of time. And then also your response time in Etsy. So the faster you respond, the better. I think they favor people if you respond within 24 hours, which is not always the case for every single person, that not everyone can respond within 24 hours. So you have in your account, you have a message response rate, an on-time shipping and tracking rate, and you have your average review rating. So to get star seller, you have to have all 3 of these. So you need to reply to 80% of your first messages within 24 to 48 hours. The star seller target is 95% within the first 24 hours. So we are just barely getting that one. The shipping on time and the review rating is at 4.8. So that gives you star seller. I don't know if this personally affects how much Etsy promotes you, because there's some niches that it's almost impossible to get the star seller badge. And I just know that from experience and working with a lot of different students. But like I haven't seen that, oh, like one shop over the other particularly gets more traffic because of this. But arguably, this is what Etsy wants you to strive for. So again, if we're playing this game of Etsy, we should want to try to win by their rules, right? So this is just to show you what that actually looks like. And finally, to close out Module 2, Part 1, the last thing that the algorithm judges you on that helps your SEO is Etsy ads, which we're going to talk more about that in Module 3, but we're going into Module 2, Part 2 right now. But hopefully now you see what all the things really matter, all the things that actually really matter for you to optimize your Etsy listing. And once you do this 50 to 100 times over, this really just becomes second nature to you as you begin analyzing competition and setting up your listings. All right, guys, I hope you got some serious value out of this Module 2, Part 1. Let's go into Module 2, Part 2. Alrighty, guys, we are moving right along here. So welcome to Module 2, the art of creating irresistible Etsy listings, Part 2. So crafting
visuals that actually sell. Learn how to create high converting images and videos that stop buyers in their tracks. All right, so like we already mentioned, try to hit home before, the details matter, right? That's why people, when commercials were a huge thing, there would be a 50-person crew to make a 4-second commercial, just because every moment of truth, every color needs to match or look good together, and the lighting needs to be right. It's the same thing, and is becoming more imperative if you want to sell online. So an image like this is a whole different experience than an image like this, or even an image like this, right? Just these little lighting tweaks and photo styles make all of the difference. Now, doesn't mean that you have to go out and spend a lot of money on photography. It just means that you really have to practice and get the lighting and the staging of that product right? So like if you're competing for that click, I mean, I'm definitely going to pick 2 or 3 versus 1. Just, I think everyone could probably agree. Right? The smallest of lighting changes can make all of a difference. So also taking something like this and turning it into something like that, especially for your mock-ups and print on demand, or if you're trying to take your own images, right? Just taking your photo and enhancing the lighting just in the slightest makes all of the difference. POD mock-ups, I know this is a huge question that a lot of people ask, is where do you buy really good mock-ups? And when I've talked to the top print on demand sellers, most of them purchase them right from Etsy. And there's a lot of really good mock-ups that you can buy just on the Etsy platform as well. So just to give you some ideas on what you could potentially be utilizing your image slots for. So if the first image, I put bundled image here because historically images that show more than one product and then have the option to buy more than one product in the listing sell a lot better. So I put a bundled image, but basically if you don't have if it's a product that you can't bundle, that's okay. Just your first thumbnail image is the most competitive image that you have, or the one that you want to test, and it's taking up 80% of that airspace. Then your following images 2 through 8, right, should be showcasing either your variation options, right? If you have too many variation options, then you can do images like, edit the images together and try to show all of the different variation. I would not have a variation option exist in your drop-down menu if you don't have something visually there to show them. I would not do that. You're going to lose the sale. No one's going to buy it if they can't see it. So I put variations. If you don't have different variations for the listing, then at least different angles of the product so they can get the full experience. And in these 2 to 8, you have the opportunity here to put infographics with selling points. You can also play with infographics in the main image. It's just there's a better or worse way to do it. And the same way that we did competitor analysis, if you are going to add an infographic in the main image, try to validate, the type of infographics. Because again, if your branding is off and you're not used to working with typography and colors and stuff like that, you can actually scare people away with your infographics in the listing. So you definitely want to study the top sellers and study, what is their overall brand vibe, their colors. Right now everything is about comfort colors. And if you don't want to look on Etsy, go on Pinterest. Go on Pinterest. Pinterest is naturally going to show you what is trending. That is what Pinterest is. And you can actually go onto Pinterest and pull out different colors and fonts and let that set the foundation for your branding for your shop. And I'm telling you right now, this is one of the most difficult things for people to nail. So do not get hard on yourself if you've never done branding or marketing online before, because my first renditions of logos and putting colors and fonts together was wildly different 3 years ago than it is now. Image 9 is your packaging. If you do have packaging, you can showcase that. And then number 10 is storytelling. And obviously you don't need to follow this to a T, but if you're hitting on all of these points on some level for what you can, then that means you're setting yourself up for the best case scenario. And video, for your video slot, your video is not going to have sound. I would say the actual product that's in the listing, if you can. If you can't, then I would just do a generic storytelling video. You waving to the camera, sitting at your computer, designing, showing that you actually hand make the product, right? But something is better than nothing, right? And the storytelling, you can shoot this stuff on your iPhone, make it like an Instagram, a trendy Instagram video. And, something is better than nothing. So when it comes to testing Our process is very intense. We test everything. And on Etsy, you're allowed to test. You're allowed to duplicate listings and test. And I know some people are going to be like, well, Hannah, well, doesn't that mess up? Doesn't that confuse people when they go into your store? And no, not if you do it right. And for maybe the 0.01% that complain, the pros definitely outweigh the cons in terms of setting yourself up for the best case scenario. So our personal process is every single time we launch one new design, that doesn't yield just one listing. That new design, right, is we are going to push it to its max potential to see what it can actually do for us. And when you just make one new product or one new design and make one new listing, you're not giving that design the opportunity to be tested on all angles, to be optimized against itself. And so this is basically what we do. So every single time we design something, that is going to yield 3 different main images. It might be the product by itself, it might be the product duplicated, or it might be the product bundled with something else, right? So duplicated, more for less. So they see 2 for a slightly cheaper price, completely bundled with a different product, and by itself, right? So now we're able to test all of these different things. We actually do way more than what I just showed you. So we would do something like this, plus we would split test this whole thing in a different environment. So this is shot inside. It would get shot somewhere else on a different couch with a different background to see which one catches the person's eye. So your limit of testing your listings is really limitless. The important thing is that you come up with a system of testing whatever logistically makes sense for you without burning yourself out or killing yourself, and sticking to that thing. So if you know that every single new print-on-demand design that you make, you're going to split test it on 3 different mock-ups, then that's your process. It's a one design equals 3 different mock-ups, right? If it's one design and then you're going to split test it on 3 different mock-ups, one, like as the first round of testing, and then on the second round of testing, you're going to do that same design, but split test it with different color actual shirt. So like the mock-ups change and the shirt is white, and then the mock-ups change and then the shirt is, you know, beige, a comfort color or something like that. And that just ensures that you're giving the listing the best shot, and you can see which one ends up getting the highest clicks when you start running ads, which we are going to show you later on. So yeah, the moral of the story here is that A/B test everything.
Now, when it comes to your listings, like this is on the highest level. I want you to think about your listings and your split tests like this, right? So, and this is a normal occurrence. So this is a normal newbie. When they start an Etsy shop, they start posting a bunch of listings, and they just think that everything that they're going to make is going to sell. And that is just not true. So I want you to think of your listings as a filtration system. So for every 100 listings that you add to the top of the filter or the top of the funnel, right, maybe only 10 to 20% make regular daily sales, right? Like this is normal, right? There's only about 10% of listings that sell regularly out of every 100 listings. Okay, and this is across all niches. This is not true. Some people have shops and all their product sells, but in reality, it's normal, especially in print on demand, for not all of your products to sell, right? So it's not that you can't have a shop with 10 listings and all 10 listings sell regularly, but in general, it is normal for, you know, if you post 100 listings, right, only 10 to 20 make regular sales. And if you want to check for your niche specifically, that goes back to your competitor tracking and looking at your competition and looking what's selling in their actual shop. Now, out of those 10 to 20 that will make regular sales, right, maybe only a smaller percent of, say, 5 to 10% of those are going to make financial sense with ads. And that's what the next whole part is about, which is about scaling your Etsy shop with ads. What are ads, how to run them, all the questions that you are going to want answered. And so I want you to think of this occurrence, right? I want you to think of your listings in this way, right? So not every listing that you launch is going to sell regularly, and not every listing that you test with ads are going to be profitable after ads. So just because something sells well regularly does not mean it's financially going to make sense with ads. But the goal for your shop is to try to get as many listings in this bottom green here as you can, right? The stronger this bucket is down here, right? The larger the moat and the stronger the moat you've built around your business in terms of allowing it to scale to its max. And again, this is going to make more sense when we get into the marketing segment of this course. Right? So a lot of people just start here. They're launching listings and just trying to get their listings to sell well organically. Once you're making organic regular sales, then you're probably ready to start scaling with ads, right? And that means that you have to invest in listings to see which ones make profitable sense, right, after your ad spend. And not all listings that sell regularly, again, are going to make sense in terms of profit after ads, but for the ones that do, you're going to want to make sure that you give those as much ad dollars to those listings so that it becomes an ATM at that point. You know, if you give it $1, you're going to get X amount back, right? And so something to think about, this actually came from one of my students, right? When it comes to that listing launch process, because we know the 2 ways to scale an Etsy shop is by having consistent new products being launched and getting your ads to the max, basically, which again, we're going to talk about that in the whole next part of this course. But when it comes to your listings, right, the end number, again, doesn't matter as much as just being consistent with it, right? So if your goal every month is to launch 10 new listings, then the winning is launching 10 new listings, not 3 listings, not 2 listings. It's whatever is realistic for you so that you can be showing up and launching consistently for what is realistic for you and for your realistic goals that you should have already set in the goal setting part of this course. And so when you're adding things at the top, there's really 3 things that you can do. You can do something new, so a brand new product or idea to launch, something to renew, a proven product reworked or repositioned, a new mock-up, a same design, new products, same designs, right? So something like this, we're just renewing it, right? Right? Like if this image was, say this used to sell with this image, right? And then the sales went on a decline, right? And all you did was just reshoot it just to see if we just reshoot it in a different staging environment and that changes it, all of a sudden that same product that wasn't selling, it started selling again because you gave it a fresh new image with a fresh new shot at the algorithm, right? So that's an example of something to renew, right? So you're not actually creating a new product, you're just remarketing it with a different thumbnail or different image. And then you have someone new, so same design concept, different target customer. So gaming design targeting dad, same gaming design targeting mom, right? So you could have a baby design targeting just a single baby, but for a onesie, or then you can do another baby onesie, same design, but somehow incorporate it for twins, right? So then in that image, there's 2. So the new customer is twins instead of just one single baby, right? And so when you're thinking about your launches every month, right, maybe you do a couple of each one of these buckets and choose a number and just stick to it. Again, the winning is that you just stay consistent. It's not about making 1,000 listings tomorrow that are not good listings. It is very much about quality, not just quantity. All right, hopefully this makes sense, and shout out to Carla because she is the one that taught me this thought or this strategy here. All right, let's get into the module 3.
Alrighty, guys, we are getting into the final stretch here. We are in module 3, just a few more parts to go. So this part, it's all about scaling your shop to 6 figures and beyond. Plus, there is actually a bonus 6-figure Etsy ads case study included in these modules. So you are gonna want to stay till the end because this is where Etsy gets really, really fun.
What is the journey that we are going to now go on together? So the first part of this is we're going to be covering what the importance of Etsy ads are, why they truly are your lowest hanging fruit to increasing your bottom line, not just your top line. And then we're going to go into understanding Etsy ads on the high level. So getting the big picture of how Etsy ads work and what the goal should be for you as a business owner with your products and your ads. And then the third part of this is getting into the nitty gritty of actually optimizing your ads. So going through a full strategy to actually increase your profit. So again,
let's dive right into part one, right? So Etsy ads should drive profit, not just revenue. After all, what's the benefit if they're not boosting your bottom line, right? So what is the point if you're not actually making more profit, right? So why are Etsy ads your lowest hanging fruit to increase sales after organic sales, right? So you're getting your organic sales, right? And you can post more listings, but why is it that Etsy ads are truly your lowest hanging fruit? Well, the reason is because Etsy ads are showing your ad to who? To the hottest traffic people on the internet. That is people that are going to Etsy.com with the intention of making a purchasing decision with their wallet open, ready to buy something. This is not like when people are mindlessly scrolling on social media or even Pinterest, right? They're not going there with the intention of making a purchasing decision, right? People are going to Etsy.com, Amazon.com, right? Wayfair, they're going to those websites knowing that they're going to spend money. And so when you compound that with your ads are now showing up for words that exist in your listing, right, that are describing your product, that makes them literally the hottest traffic on the internet, right? And so one thing that we have to understand is that every Etsy seller has a potential of profit to be made with the data sample of products that live in their store. So let me repeat that, right? Basically, you have a potential of profit to be made, right? With the current data sample as is, if you didn't change anything, there is only so much money that you can make with your current product line with the search volume that is available to you on the Etsy platform. The thing is without Etsy ads, you have not even hit the surface or even hit a ceiling of discovering what that profit potential is without Etsy ads on. So a store that solely relies on organic traffic and a store that has their Etsy ad budget maxed out to $1,000 a day is a completely different store in terms of revenue and profit. And we're going to see more of that in the case study, obviously. So let's just break it down real quick, right? So this is stats from my second company, and these are screenshots from Profit Tree, which we're going to share later on, which is the first and only real-time profit tracking solution for Etsy sellers. And what it does a lot of things, but one of the core functionalities is it shows you your profit after all of your product costs and all of your operating expenses. So after all your transaction fees, listing fees, processing fees, shipping costs, and obviously the huge chunk of blue here, which is your product costs, and it gives you your real-time profit. So in 2023, our profit was $107,000 after our $43,000 ad spend, or $28,000 shipping costs, right? All of the different fees associated, right? We made $107,000. But this is part of the case study here, right? But what happens, how would this $107,000 change if we didn't invest this $43,000 into Etsy ads? Well, I'm going to show you. So if we did not invest that $43,000, so it's about $2,100 here and about $40,700 here in spend. If we didn't invest this, we would have missed out on over $150,000 of additional revenue that we wouldn't have otherwise made, right? And so essentially, what is the profit difference? The profit difference would have been $107,000 versus $72,000. That is over $34,000 of profit we would have lost out on in 2023 if we did not spend that $43,000. So this is not revenue, this is profit that we would have lost. And remember, this is a minimum loss of profit that we can even account for, because there's other losses of profit that you can't even account for because we also were running ads in 2022. So when you run ads, there's something called an attribution window, where if someone clicks today but they purchase 3 months later, that revenue isn't attributed to this ad revenue here, right? I could have got a bunch of reviews in 2022 that gave me 5-star reviews from orders that came from ads, and then that helped convert a bunch of organic sales, right? So there's this whole snowball effect of how Etsy ads not so indirectly affect your Etsy listings in the SEO of your listings when you're putting up and you're paying to play for your listings, right? And again, this is the minimum possible loss. That's the minimum. So this in reality is probably closer to $40,000 or even $50,000. And here's just a screenshot here of how we actually did that math. If you want to pause this here and go through the math, I feel like I lose people when I do the numbers, but essentially, you know, without this 150,000 extra, about 150,000, our total revenue instead of 300 would have only been 145. Our profit margin would have went from 35% to 50% because we didn't spend the 43,000, right? So that would have been about $72,000 of profit versus the 107, right? So yeah, so clearly we know that Etsy ads contribute to more profit if done correctly, and obviously by the end of this you will understand what it looks like to do it correctly for your store. So and just a little recap here. Again, the only way you can hit your max profit potential on Etsy and actually hit that ceiling is by getting your Etsy ad budget maxed out to $1,000 a day. So I've never seen an ads account that allows you to spend more than $1,000 a day. And it doesn't mean that Etsy ads are going to spend that money, which again, we'll cover all of those details later on. But the goal is to get it to $1,000 a day, because then you know as a seller, you're actually hitting your full potential for your store. There's nothing really more you can do other than launch more things. So one argument that we sometimes get is, well, what about social media? What about Pinterest? What about Facebook ads and, you know, social media? And the way that I use social media for Etsy specifically is in my retargeting. I would never recommend someone to run ads on a different platform to drive traffic to their Etsy shop, right? You're paying Etsy a 6.5% selling fee for Etsy to solve a problem for you. And that problem is called traffic, right? That's why you pay 6.5%. That's why when you have your own website, you don't have to pay that fee because you own your own website, because you have to pay for the traffic to get there from somewhere. So if you're so good at making content on social media, like you're an influencer yourself, or you know how you know influencers, right? You can send that traffic to Etsy, but really I would run it to my own website because I don't want to pay that 6.5% selling fee. And that's just a personal preference. So a lot of times they're like, this isn't, Etsy ads are not the only thing. It's not the only thing, but it's the lowest hanging fruit, and it's going to be cheaper to acquire customers through Etsy ads, again, because it's hotter traffic than people on social media. So it's just a lot easier to invest in the platform. And when you do this, you're ensuring that you're playing the game of Etsy in the way that Etsy wants you to play it, right? So when you put your hand up and say, I'm going to sell on a third-party platform like Etsy, you don't own Etsy.com. That means you have to abide by their sandbox rules, their game, right? And so we have to ask, what do they want us to win this game? What do they want us to do? So not only do they want us to have killer listings, high average order values, earn the majority of the clicks, right? High conversion rates, right? On some level, you have to say, well, who's the algorithm going to favor more? You know, Charlie that's willing to invest in his listings, or Sally that is solely relying on organic traffic, right? If you're trying to be in this for the long play, you have to think, what does the platform want, and not just think what I want. So it's like this game of strategizing, of understanding the bigger picture of the rules and playing the game in the way that benefits us to the max, but also is the game that the platform actually wants. And so this also helps you compete, right? So whether you know it or not, you're competing in those search pages, right? It's not like your website, right, where you're competing against yourself. They're going to your website, they're going to buy something on your website, right? They don't directly in front of their face have a competitor on the screen when someone's on your website, right? But on Etsy, you're competing, right? And so when you do this and you're willing to outbid your competition, you're telling the platform that you're willing to compete against everyone else. And it sets you up in the long play. And so if you and a direct competitor attracting the same customer avatar launch at the same time, right, in theory, who do you think is going to win the race? The problem is the people that only rely on organic traffic, they don't even realize how slow they're going because they've never tapped into the potential of Etsy ads. And maybe they actually make really good organic sales, so they don't even care about this guy. But there's always comes a day when the times get tough, and then they're reactionary trying to figure out how to compete when, you know, they have all these other people that are already so far ahead of them in terms of reviews, sales, SEO, which ads are going to add to that snowball effect. And like I said, of course, you'll find case study examples of how you can make sales without Etsy ads. And those arguments are valid, but they're missing the bigger picture of what it's doing to your store as as a collective, right? So like as a gym coach, you know, I could tell people, you know, you just need to go to the gym and you need to do 4 reps each time to achieve XYZ outcome. When in reality, I know you need to do 20 reps to achieve, you know, the full picture here, right? So, you know, it would be just a disservice to you to say, hey, just do your 4 reps if I know this exists. And that doesn't mean you have to do the 20 reps. It's just so that you understand what is out there, right? So, you know, if you're not achieving these goals, you understand why, because you didn't do the 20 reps, basically. Just in summation here, again, the best dollar spent, the best hour spent is playing the game of Etsy of how they want to play it by putting your next hour and your next dollar into the actual platform. So not trying to start a social media engine, not trying to do you know, meta ads, all that stuff. I mean, again, those things are options. It's just not your lowest hanging fruit. Your next best hour spent, your next best dollar spent is investing in the platform that is supposed to be solving the traffic problem for you. All right, so now let's get into part 2 of this.
Alrighty, now we're getting into the part 2 of this 3-part Etsy ads series. So let's get into it. So what is the high level goal of your Etsy ads for the most optimized Etsy ads account? What is the goal, right? So I have an analogy here of a waterfall, as you can see, and these boxes here represent our listings, right? And so the goal in a healthy Etsy shop is that you have a consistent inflow of innovation and new listings and products being launched on a consistent basis, right? It's not about killing yourself. It's about choosing a consistent inflow schedule that is realistic for you and sticking with it. It's about it's about small hedges over long periods of time, not killing yourself, right? And in that, it's kind of like I treat my Etsy listings like a filtration system, right? Out of all those listings that you post, right, one of the safest plays is to let some listings take off organically first, right? We're going to talk about more options about when to spend, what to spend on, how much to spend in the next module. But again, this is just the high level goal, right? And, you know, if you decide to take the safe play and only turn ads on for listings that organically start making sales first, what happens is what your goal is that you're giving it to, when you turn it on, you're essentially giving it to the ads algorithm. Same thing when you activate or publish a listing for the first time. And what's going to happen is out of all of your listings, the algorithm is going to decide which ones they like and give that listing more exposure with ads, right? So out of every 100 listings that you post, right, there's only going to be a percentage that actually spend your money. And out of that percentage, there's another percentage that actually makes sense with ads on, right? I'll explain that in a second, right? And so what you're doing is you're feeding it into the filtration system, and sometimes you're throwing it at it, and sometimes it's landing over here, sometimes it's landing over here. But what you're trying to do is get it into the actual algorithm, hitting nicely, and it comes into your pool. And so then your goal is to continue this inflow to make your pool go from just a few listings that are crushing with ads to many listings that make sense with ads. And as we continue to feed the algorithm, right, we're going to pull the ones in that make sense with ads on, and we're going to turn off the ones that don't. And as we do this consistent engine over time, right, we want our pool to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And when we do this with our Etsy ads budget maxed out to the max budget allowance, you're ensuring that your business is building a moat, a layer of protection, of strength around itself to make it stronger and stronger as you find more listings that make sense with ads on. So core fundamentals of Etsy ads, and something that we have to understand and why this is important, is how you're actually paying for these ads, right? Etsy ads are charged in a way called PPC. Different media buying platforms have different ways of billing. Etsy specifically is called pay per click. And when you pay per click, it's the most fair game out there, right? So sometimes people will be like, oh, Etsy ads waste your money, blah, blah, blah. But even for the small percentile of error that Etsy may have, you have to remember that you had to earn that click. It's not like Facebook ads or Google ads where you set your budget, it's going to spend your whole budget, whether it's going to quality people or not. Etsy ads, you had to earn the click in comparison to your competition. And you had to show up for keywords that live in your listing, right? So it's the most fair game out there. And it's also, again, the hottest traffic. There's also for offsite ads, right? So you have on-site ads and off-site ads. On-site ads are the ones that show up in Etsy. Off-site ads are the ones that you can opt out of if you've done less than 10,000 a year, which I don't think you should do that. I think everyone should opt into offsite ads. And why is that? Is because you pay per sale. So you're either paying per click or you're paying when you actually get a sale. And in the media buying world, that's crazy. You never will find a media buying platform that will only bill you if you get a sale, right? Because they're still getting billed with wherever they're running the ads, but they're only billing you when you actually get a sale. So that's like the safest money spent, right? There's no waste of money. And then if you refund one of these orders where it was pay per sale, they actually give you a credit for the ads credit, which is just, it's not a thing anywhere else. And this final amount, this percentage here, right, on offsite ads, you're either paying 12% or 15%. If it's on-site ads, right, you determine your ad cost percentage once you go to market. This percentage that you're paying that's going out of your sale price into your ads to acquire a customer is called a cost per acquisition. And so when people complain about this cost, it's because they never have tried to run ads themselves somewhere else, because you're not going to pay 12 or 15% when you first launch a Shopify store or a TikTok shop, right? You're going to spend a lot more money than 12 or 15%. Unless, of course, you're just like the 1% of the 1% that just happens to have a viral product or something like that. But for the most cases, that's not the case for most sellers. And so the only cheaper traffic I've personally seen e-commerce, and I've been in this game for now like 6 years, 7 years, yeah. And the only cheaper traffic that you can get is obviously from retargeting past customers, from organic, or from organic viral content, right? So if you want to solely rely on organic traffic, that's one option. If you want to do viral content, right? Again, I don't recommend it. If you're going to do, if you go the influencer route and try to make viral content, then I would drive that traffic not to an Etsy store. And then of course, retargeting is also a cheaper form of traffic. But other than that, the next, again, the lowest hanging fruit is obviously Etsy ads. Now remember, not all your listings make sense in terms of profit, and profit is the one that ultimately matters. So this is just a point I'm making here when we look at this pool. So when we're throwing things into the algorithm, right? Again, the safer play is to only turn ads on for ones that organically have made sales first. But just because something makes good organic sales, it doesn't mean that it's going to make it into this pool where it makes sense financially to keep it on. And again, we're going to explain more about that, what that actually means in the next video, in the next one. So the only thing that matters with ads, the only thing that matters is, like in that case study before, is are you making more money than you otherwise wouldn't have with the ads off? That's truly the only thing that matters. Are you clearing the profit that you want to clear after your ad spend? All right. And so in Profitry, right, here's a screenshot from Profitry again, right? And if you don't want to use Profitry, you can make these calculations yourself, right? You have a pie chart on your dashboard in Profitry, and it calculates something called your ad cost percentage, right? This is the percent of dollars spent against the total sales here. So this is your total sales after discounts and refunds, including your shipping collected. Included shipping collected after discounts and refunds, right? And so this percentage here, the $700, this 14% represents how much money of the pie went to the ad cost, right? And again, when we did that case study, we saw that at a 14% marketing cost percentage, right, in that case study, we still cleared 30. We would have lost a minimum of over $34,000 of profit. So that means then, if we can optimize this 14% and try to get it to 10% or 8%, right? That's how you're optimizing your ads, and you're decreasing your expenses, and you're increasing your profit margin percentage, right? And this is how I want people to think in terms of their business, right? You're thinking of your business as this pie chart, and all of these expense pieces of the pie, right? We want to optimize each one of those expenses to the max ability, so that we can increase the profit margin percentage. And one thing that I think people don't realize, and why I like to talk about how Etsy bills you, is that historically, if I'm running, say my budget on Etsy was only set to $10 a day, but it was set to $10 a day for the last 6 months, right? And my ad cost percentage at $10 a day was 14%. Tomorrow, if I increase my ad budget, so if I go into my Etsy ads account and put my Etsy ads budget from $10 to $100, in theory, that doesn't mean that my ad cost percentage is all of a sudden going to go from 14% to 30%, because what you have to remember is, again, the way that Etsy is billing you is something called pay per click. And pay per click means that you had to earn that click. So the data sample and the quality of people that are clicking on your listings at $10 a day versus $100 versus $1,000 a day is the same quality of data, the same data sample of people at $10 a day versus $1,000 a day, right? So in theory, if you're somebody that has even had their budget set to, you know, $10 a day for the last 3 months, and you've locked in enough data to lock in your ad cost percentage here, right? Tomorrow, if you put that to 100, it should proportionally scale your top line. So if right now you're clearing a healthy profit with your locked in ad cost percentage and your budget's not maxed out, and if you don't change a single thing in terms of launching a bunch of new listings tomorrow, essentially this ad cost percentage should stay the same, and you should just like 5x your revenue if you're just the only variable is you're just increasing your budget, right? Because the only thing that matters is obviously profit, right? And so again, we proved that for this particular shop at 14%, right, we're making more profit, right? So if my budget was only at $500 a day, that should give me a lot of confidence to put it to $1,000 a day. And Etsy ads is not going to spend your whole budget. When you put it to 1,000, right? People are like, oh my God, I'm going to spend $1,000. No, you're not going to spend $1,000 for most cases, depending on your niche. I mean, mine will only spend $150 to $200, right? But when you put it to the max, what that's telling Etsy is that you're willing to outbid your competition, right? So you're willing to spend more than your competition, and that's why you see it scale proportionally, right? So again, just again to reiterate, if I was somebody that had a low ad budget for like 3 months of like $20 a day, right? And I just put that to 100, again, that doesn't mean that the ad cost percentage is going to increase, because it's the same quality, it's the same data sample of people seeing and clicking on my ad at $20 a day versus $200 a day, right? You've pretty much locked in a conversion rate. Your conversion rate is not all of a sudden going to change or go down because you're investing more money in ads. Sometimes when you drastically increase your budget really fast, it shakes it up a little bit, but it does work itself out again, right? And again, you need to analyze, percentages like this, not in a week by week thing, right? If you look at it in a small data sample of time, it's always going to look bad. You have to look at the big picture, month over month metrics to holistically see how your shop is performing. So this is an example of a profit tree dashboard, right? And again, we want to get that 14% down so we can increase this 31%. Increase profit, decrease expenses. So when it comes to ads, it's really simple, right? We're going to make it really simple in the next module you're going to see, right? It's the only thing that matters when it comes to optimizing your ads is one thing. Am I making more profit? Am I clearing the profit that I want after my ad spend? And as long as your ads are doing that for you, then you should have the green light to increase your budget, right? If you're not making more profit, then there would be no point of investing in Etsy ads. But every case study, every business I've only had 2 Etsy shops, but totally different niches, and it was the same thing applied. But I've also analyzed hundreds of Etsy shops at this point from consulting, and it's almost always, if someone is not seeing the results, it's always user error. I mean, at least I haven't seen it where it wasn't user error, okay, in my data sample of people I've worked with. So if you're doing it correctly, then you should increase more profit. And your goal, and we're going to talk about low margin spaces, low ticket spaces, and all the limiting beliefs in the next module as well. But the goal is to build a product line that makes sense with Etsy ads. So if you're somebody that sells, 50-cent products and, 2 clicks eats up your whole sale price, right? You want to consider product opportunities where it makes sense after ad spend, because those product opportunities, again, are what make your holistic shop have a moat around it and make it more competitive for the long play. Right? And so there's ways to do that, again, that we'll talk about later. Now that we've got the high level understanding, come with me on the next journey of this and let's talk about an in-depth ads strategy now that we have laid the foundation. All right, guys, I'll see you in the next module. We're getting on the final stretch here. By the end of this module, you're gonna hopefully have every commonly asked question or concern about Etsy ads covered and a full strategy to walk away with and feeling confident that you're going to be able to increase your profit in your store by investing in Etsy ads. So again, remember the goal of ads is to bring this percentage down, which boosts the operating profit. So the more the more you can get this ad cost percentage lower and lower month over month. And again, this is a month over month thing. This is not you're going to achieve this in a few days, right? You want to look at big data sample times. The more we can get this down, the more we're going to increase the green operating profit here. So how are we going to do this? Well, we're not going to do this by looking at this, right? So inside of your Etsy ads account, you have a spend column and you have a revenue column. And what most people do is they come in here and they look at spend and they look at revenue. And we're going to discuss why this is not correct if you're trying to achieve this over here. So if you're trying to get this down, looking at this percentage is not necessarily going to get this down because this is not one to one, right? Looking at your spend to this revenue is not the same as like this, just to put it this way, right? Your spend here against your revenue and the way that the revenue is being calculated here is not the same way that this is being calculated. But if we can collectively agree that the only thing that matters is getting this down, right, then we need to figure out what is the correct thing to analyze. So first of all, let's just go a little deeper here. Why is this not correct, right? So it's not correct here. So if we're on the marketing tab, right, you can see the revenue for the last 30 days was $300 and the spend was $233. But how is revenue being calculated here versus how revenue is being calculated here? So the revenue that you see here, this total net sales, again, is your top line sales. It's your total amount of sales after refunds and discounts, right? And so that is like your total money you collected, including shipping, right? The shipping that the customer paid you, right? And then it's being deducted in the shipping costs here. Compare this to the revenue that you see here. This revenue on your marketing tab is only revenue that made from two different types of clicks. Either they clicked on the listing on your ad, they clicked on your ad and they purchased off the ad, or they clicked on the ad and they purchased something else, and that revenue is being included here, right? It's not including organic revenue. So let me just repeat that. On your marketing tab, you have an orders that came from this ad. If you click this down, you can see all the different sales that were made off of the ad, but they bought something else. And so that revenue is included here, which is good. The downfall of this revenue is it doesn't include your organic sales, right? So you can't compare this ratio, or you can't compare spend to revenue here and treat it the same way as you see it here, because this revenue is including all revenue, but on the store level. So what we need is to make that same ratio exist on the listing level, which I'm going to show you how we're going to do that here in a second. So again, why isn't this good enough? Why isn't looking at that good enough? It's not good enough because it's not giving you a holistic picture of the quality of the clicks, because it's limiting it to just the people that clicked on the ad and purchased on the ad, or clicked on the ad and then went into your shop and they bought different things, which contributes a lot of different revenue. So another thing, just to throw it in there, right? Another reason why this is hazardous is because sometimes you look at this ratio, or you look at your return on ad spend here and you say it's bad, right? And you mistakenly turn something off that actually makes sense financially to keep on, right? And so again, just by looking at this limiting revenue column here, right, it can look like, oh, it's not performing really well, But then if you analyze it in the same way that we analyze the dashboard or the ad cost percentage, that it actually makes sense. And this is going to make more sense in 1 minute. So it's not a one-to-one ratio if we're trying to achieve more profit, right? It doesn't make sense. So what do we need? So what metric actually matters then? So this metric is not something that Etsy gives you, but it's a metric in the media buying world called tacos. And we didn't invent tacos. Tacos is a marketing term that actually exists in Amazon accounts, except Etsy just doesn't give it to you. And tacos is the total advertising cost of sale. So tacos is calculating that ad cost percentage in the same way that it's being calculated here on your profit tree pie chart here, right? So now you can compare the listing to the actual goal ad cost percentage you want, right? So if we know that we're profitable, we're making more profit at a 14% ad cost percentage, right? And it can only get better if we're optimizing it to get it down, right? Then that means that when we're in profit tree and we're analyzing our listings in this advertisement tab, all we need to do is we need to turn off listings that are not hitting our target tacos, right? So this is actually a fake page here that we just made because this is not an actual live feature. It's going to be live in Profit Tree at the end of the month, but we're sharing it now with people just to get the word out, because we really think that this is really the key to all of the confusion with Etsy ads. People get caught up in just things that don't matter, right? Or they're just looking at the wrong thing, and it's no one's fault. It's just that Etsy doesn't give you any metric that actually matters. So tacos is that metric, and it's no surprise that top Amazon sellers also look at tacos, right? Ultimately, tacos is the only thing that matters. We want to eat some tacos, right? So if our tacos needs to be less than 14%, then all we do is we come in here and we turn off listings that aren't hitting our target tacos. And this tacos, and why this is different, is because it's comparing your ad spend divided by your total sales. And your total sales here is that total amount of revenue that came off of those clicks. So it's including the organic sales, it's including the sales from the ads, and it's including the sales from the ads where they clicked on your ad and they purchased something else. And that we want to include all of those revenue streams because that revenue otherwise would not have happened if that initial click didn't happen either through the ad or organically. And so that is why when you look at it this way, it becomes very black and white. And you decide what is a profitable tacos for you, right? Right. My tacos in this case study was 14%, but every business is different. Every business has a different breakdown of numbers and profit, right? So if you are in the print on demand space, and a print on demand space is generally a low margin space, right? The rule of thumb normally for print on demand is that you want to keep your tacos less than, say, 10%, right? And you want to be really strict, and you want to ensure that every dollar that you're spending on your listings is only going to listings that are yielding you the lowest ad cost percentage, or tacos, right? And then what's also very common in low ticket spaces like digital downloads is that a lot of times for people selling like, couple dollar digital downloads, what they'll do is they come in here and they think that ads don't work for them because their ROAS always looks bad, right? But then when you actually compare it to tacos, right, it actually makes sense. And it actually really makes sense because digital downloads have a way bigger profit margin percentage because there's no product cost in digital downloads. And so the biggest objection we get a lot is, well, I'm a digital download seller. I can't afford to run ads because my sale price is so low. And there's two things that I have to say to you. One, we should always focus on product opportunities that make sense after an ad cost. So we would want to, it's okay to launch low ticket goods, but we want to focus on new product opportunities that are higher ticket so we have more comfort for our sale prices. But even still, even with your low ticket products, I would argue that you actually have some that even though their ROAS look bad, right, or this ratio looks really bad, like this one, right, or this one, right, when you look at tacos and you look at top line, right, your actual spend against total sales, it actually makes sense. And you don't want to kill a listing or turn off a listing that makes sense financially after tacos or after your ad spend, right? Because all those clicks, all those add to carts, all those reviews that you're getting, right? That's contributing to the snowball effect of your organic SEO and traffic as well. And for people that argue that, you can actually prove this to yourself in your account, which that's another video that we'll talk about it for another time. But the moral of the story is remember that $34,000 that we would have lost, which I had a slide here, but that $34,000 that we would have lost was remember, it was a minimum loss of profit, right? Because we were also running ads in 2022. So there's a whole bunch of money that we wouldn't have made, because in 2022, we had built so much more momentum, gotten more reviews, got more organic indexing from running ads. So if we didn't run ads in 2023, if you go back to that case study, if you haven't seen that case study in the beginning of this series, it's really important to see that, because that was a minimum loss of profit, not revenue. And there's unattributed profit that wouldn't have otherwise been made because we were running ads in 2022. I think I said that right. It's the minimum loss of profit because there's other profit that we can't even attribute that would have been lost if we didn't also run ads in 2022, right? You could get a review today that was a perfect 5-star review, and now that review is the ticker that's converting, people making purchases from organic clicks, right? There's so many benefits to ads and really scaling it to the max. So anyway, not going off too much on the tangent, I think you get the point, but the moral of the story here is hopefully now ads become very black and white, right? You determine what's good or bad, right? Based off of this pie chart, right? If you are someone that needs this ad cost percentage less than 10%, right? Then that means that you just turn off any ads that don't hit 10% or less tacos. And again, this is determined by you and the makeup for your business. All right, so now let's go over some of the top questions. So how much should I spend when I launch a listing for the first time before turning it off, right? So when you turn on a listing for the first time, how much should you spend? Some people get caught up in like views and clicks and stuff like that, but remember, the only thing we care about is what listings are spending my money or not. And so what I first do when I go into my Etsy ads account, I sort it by spend, or in Profitry, sort it by spend, and look at the listings that are spending the most, right? I almost don't even care about time as much as just spend. And I have to ask myself, has it spent my threshold of uncomfortability? So I personally like to invest at least my sale price. And our average order value is about $100. But for you, if you're selling lower ticket, right, maybe that's only $20 and you want your answer in $20, right? And you determine what that number is that has collected enough data. And you don't really discover your threshold number until you start watching your listings perform and seeing how fast or how slow your personal listings start taking off, right? So I personally like to invest at least the sale price. If you're a brand new shop with no reviews, I would probably even invest, double the sale price. I would say for sure you should have your answer within $50, no matter. Nah, I can't even say that because some people sell really, really high ticket goods, but for the most part, if your sale price is in between $0 and $100, if you've spent $50 at least, that usually has gained enough spend to make a decision based off of tacos. Now, what should I set my daily budget to? Something is better than nothing, right? So there's pros and cons to both. Just like there's pros and cons to investing more or less in a singular listing, right? It's just understanding the pros and cons and choosing the best one for you. So if you go low budget, you're going to collect data slower and it's going to spend slower and it's going to take more time to collect the data you need. If you put your budget higher, it's going to spend faster and then you can optimize faster, but then you're also at the risk of spending faster. So if money is uncomfortable, right, then it's okay. Something is better than nothing. It's just knowing the bigger picture is that you're trying to go up. You're not trying to go to an ad budget of $50 and then put it back down to 20 and then put it back down to 10 and then up to 30, right? Doing that is very bad, right? You're not really doing any service to yourself by going up and down. The goal is to once you start putting on an ad budget, the goal is to continue to get to your max budget of $1,000 a day, right? We don't want to go up and then down and then up and then down. We just want to continue to go up.
So if it's uncomfortable, spend slow, even if it's only $5 a day, right? And again, most likely the budget is not going to spend your entire budget. When is someone ready for ads? So again, there's no wrong answer with this one as well. It's just what you're comfortable with. I personally turned lists at 50. When I first started, I put $15 a day on all my listings and I went fast, right? But for some people that's really scary and uncomfortable. So you can only, the safest play you can do is put on ads for listings that take off organically first. If something's already selling organically, that is a good indicator that it might work well with ads, but it doesn't mean that financially it's going to work well with ads. So for us in our home decor brand, we started selling circle wall art, and the budget would spend like crazy, but financially it wasn't clearing our target profit, so we had to turn it off. And that's okay. That's what happens. And again, it's not to get emotional or upset. It's all right, turn off the listing that's wasting money and let that budget go to listings that are making you money, and keep that filtration process happening. Does CTR matter? Do views matter? So inside of your Etsy account, you have CTR and you have views. I personally only like to look at CTR to see what the algorithm's favoring, because those are the images that are earning the clicks, right? If they have high CTR compared to your other listings, right? So I like to analyze those images and see what I did in those images, because they're earning a lot of clicks. So how can I recreate those images? And in terms of views, I just like to see that I've gotten enough views with my amount of spend to make a decision. So I like to have, a couple thousand views in conjunction with my spend amount. But views really, it's really not the deal breaker. At the end of the day, I really care more about spend when it comes to determining whether if I'm turning things on or off. What if a listing that has been spending good, but the tacos are increasing, but tacos is increasing? So a lot of times I put the word attachment there. We get really attached to our products, especially if it was a product that historically was selling really well. And then if we see, actually, I can show you this inside of. So here's a test account inside of Profitry. So there is listing reports here. And what happens sometimes is we can come to, let's just go to like year to date, right? If we analyze some of our bestsellers here, you can see that some of these bestsellers year to date are on a downward trend, right? So they were historically, they still sell pretty good, but they're downward trending compared to the previous year, so the previous time period. So I specifically, when I'm analyzing tacos, I specifically want to look at my listings that are my older listings that are going downward trending, because that means that it might be becoming more expensive to convert customers via ads. And so we don't want to get attached to listings that are going like basically on their way out. And it's normal for listings to have lifespans, right? Listings have, they don't last forever. Things that were bestsellers last year might not be a bestseller next year. And the worst thing we can do is try to get attached to it and keep the ad on when it's not hitting our target tacos. Because again, even though it used to sell historically, that doesn't, if it's something's dying, there's only a few ways to revive it, which I have a lot of videos on YouTube about how to revive potentially dying listings. But the worst thing we can do is just be attached to it and keep the ads on, even if the tacos are not hitting our threshold. It's better to replace that product with a new best-selling product and keep that filtration system going and turn the ad off for that listing and move on to finding new bestsellers. And just to show you some holistic shop health data here in this shot here, right? Like a healthy shop, historically their return on ad spend is increasing, right? And their profit margins is increasing, their average order value is increasing, right? So Profitry is giving some great biomarkers just on the dashboard that show you holistic health of your shop, right? And it sees, okay, where you need to optimize, right? If your ROAS, even though ROAS isn't the KPI for turning things on and off, right? If your ROAS are going up, that means that you're probably improving your listings and it's becoming easier to convert people by your ads. And again, this is just the dashboards, the same screenshots that you've seen in the other slides. Alrighty, now let's get into the next question. I increased my budget and it stopped spending. So sometimes I've personally never seen it, but when I was talking with another mentor, Dave from Add to Cart, sometimes people see if they, drastically increase their ad budget from $10 to $1,000 tomorrow in one day, it can freak out the algorithm a little bit and it kind of stops it from spending. So sometimes if that happened to you, you can try putting it back down and then, hedging it up in smaller amounts, like $25 a day or something like that. It never really happened to me, but even if that is happening to you, right, normally if you give it a few weeks, it comes back. And then the last one is not all my listings spend, right? This is, again, I think we touched on this. This is a normal occurrence, right? Out of 100 listings, there's only going to be, a percentage of ones that the algorithm likes. Out of that percentage, right, there is going to be another percentage that actually makes sense with ads on, and that's okay. If listings are not spending, I usually don't turn them off. Like unless it's like really, it's been like 6 months or something, I'll turn it off. But if they're like trying to spend, I'll just leave it on because sometimes, it does randomly pick up after a few months. It just took like 90 days or something like that. And that's another important thing to remember is that this is not something that you can make big decisions for, like whether or not ads are working or not in a few weeks. You need to look at month over month data samples of time to get those ad cost percentages, to get your tacos percentages, so far and so forth. Okay, some other common myths. Ads are the savior to my low traffic problem. So no. So if you cannot make sales organically, ads won't solve anything for you. So if you launch your Etsy shop and it's been a couple of months and you have made hardly any sales, putting ad money behind listings that are already not performing organically is a surefire way to waste money. It's not the savior to your problem, right? And that's why it's important, if money is uncomfortable, to maybe not invest in Etsy ads in the beginning, and prove that you can make sales organically first. I make more money with ads off. This is a limiting belief. No, you make more money with ads off with your existing product selection. So normally when people say this, they don't even know what they're saying because they're not even calculating it. They're just seeing the spend and the revenue. They're not actually doing a calculation behind that comment. But now with tacos, it's very black and white. You can actually see, or just based off my case study, you can run the case study for yourself. But again, the goal is to focus on product opportunities where ads do make sense. And not all of the product opportunities that you try are going to make sense, but that is that goal. So it's likely that it's your current product selection. Etsy ads waste my money. Technically, it should not be possible since it's PPC, and for the small percentage of hiccups that the ads have, the pros definitely outweigh the cons. So sometimes, people get caught up in the keywords and they're like, I keep showing for these keywords and I'm turning them off and, it doesn't do anything because Etsy ads says that it doesn't do anything. Basically, in your ads account, you have a keyword section and you can turn off negative keywords, and you have the option to turn them off, but Etsy says it's just a test. And people get really mad because they have no control over it. And I understand it's definitely frustrating, but the pros still outweigh the cons. And I still haven't seen a data sample of where that's not true or a niche of where that's not true. So it's up to, but again, it's your business. So you can run the numbers for yourself. So what makes your ads cheaper? What makes your ads cheaper is building really competitive products, right? And having a really strong value proposition. Your value proposition and where the bulk of your time and energy should go into before ads is mastering your product, your quality of your product, your images, your video, your storytelling, your branding, your variation options, your pricing strategy, all of those things. And individually, these things sound like small things, but collectively, it's what builds a very strong value proposition of your store. And obviously on YouTube, I have thousands and thousands of hours showing case studies and examples of how to build this. And of course, I just put here the safe play. If you don't feel confident in your value proposition, it's just to only put ads behind listings that organically perform first. But if you're someone that you feel like you're struggling, not only with your Etsy ads, but any part of your Etsy business, and maybe even seeking a community, because let's face it, most of us are sitting at home masterminding and building our empires by ourselves. I wanted to offer to you our all-in Etsy master community. This is a paid community where we do bi-weekly coaching. We have different forums where you can discuss. We're now trying to do a live meetup this year. I think some of the biggest growth I've ever made as an entrepreneur was being around other entrepreneurs, to be honest. And so if you don't have a bunch of friends in the space, or you're not talking to people, or, trying to improve based off of how you see others improving, it's very beneficial to be in some sort of community, just like going to the gym. So we would love to have you. It's really our goal to make this the most meaningful community of serious sellers by next year. But overall, guys, you're gonna have your free month of Profit Tree. We'll link below the community if you're interested in joining our family. And I hope you got some serious value out of this. Congrats, everybody. You have made it to bonus module 1. So you have completed the main bulk of the course. We've gone through all of the modules. Now we have exclusive bonus modules just because you stayed until the end. So this first module is all about how to turn B and C grade listings into A++ listings, how to turn listings that kind of sell into listings that actually consistently sell. All right, so let's get into this module. Welcome to Maximizing Profit Potentials by Turning B and C grade listings into A++ listings. A lot of times our listings are just one optimization away from becoming an A++ listing, but we stop exploring prematurely because we always just assume that the grass is greener somewhere else. So for most, the research and development process for an Etsy shop looks something like this. Analyze your competition, find some keyword opportunities, decide on the product we're going to make, we're going to create the product, publish it, and repeat. And that pretty much is the standard when it comes to your research and development when you're making new products for Etsy. We all know by now the game of Etsy is always having a consistent inflow of new products, and research and development should never stop. So that process that I just explained, we know now that to win on Etsy, you have to have a consistent inflow. It's an engine. It never stops. We have to keep feeding the algorithm, enhancing our product listings, getting more product listings, so on and so forth. So one just little hint with that note, what I always tell people is it's a marathon, not a sprint. Pick a launch number that's realistic to you and stick to it. So if realistically you can put out 10 new listings per month, then do 10 listings per month. If you can do 50 per month, do 50 per month. The winning isn't what that number is. The winning is being consistent with it and seeing growth over long periods of time. And so if you didn't know that was a part of an Etsy engine, hopefully you know now that to be successful on Etsy, you can never stop launching, right? It's just a part of this game. It's a horizontal scaling business, right? Once you have your Etsy ads maxed out, the only other way you can make more money is by launching more things and having more things to sell. But that is not the point of this series. That's just standard. So the issue is we get so caught up in the next thing that we tend to neglect important data and improve upon what's already serving us and what's already working. So because while Etsy is a game of always launching new things to sell, it is also a game of competing against your last best metric. Okay, so the Etsy algorithm, this is my beautiful picture I drew for you guys of a waterfall. It's like a waterfall, right? You're gonna launch products and you're gonna try to get things into that waterfall if the waterfall represents that algorithm, right? And sometimes we're gonna throw things at that algorithm and it's gonna miss and it's gonna land in the bushes and it's gonna land in the dirt over here. But every once in a while, a percentage of everything that we throw out that algorithm, it's gonna hit the algorithm and it's hopefully gonna turn into a B or an A listing, or maybe even a C listing, right? Where it kind of makes sales, or it's making good sales, or maybe even has a bestseller badge. And our pool turns into, this pool, I put A here, but really like a pool of C, B, and A listings, A, B, and C listings, right? And we keep throwing new things at the algorithm, new product ideas to, increase our pool size. But what we really want to do is not only just have, our pool that looks like this with a bunch of A listings, we want to have a pool that's full of not just A and B and C listings, but we want to have a large pool of A listings and A+ listings and A++ listings, and maybe even a viral product in there that's going viral multi-platform, not just on Etsy, right? And so we want to expand our pool. We don't want to limit our pool to just this guy. We want it to be this massive sea abyss. Okay. So I've often found that some of the lowest hanging fruit for stores is not to introduce new products, but to actually improve upon what is already there. And that's actually the lowest hanging fruit for them. And making brand new products and designs is a lot bigger effort than improving upon what's already there. So I call this a rerun. And a rerun is when you run the same product again with either a different main image or a new value proposition or maybe even some new keywords to see what it does when it hits the algorithm for a second time. Okay? And what I'm proposing is is in your weekly or monthly launch schedule, which you should already have, right, to keep that engine going, right? In your existing launch schedule, consider doing this. So if your launch schedule currently is 10 new products a month and it's always 10 new products per month, consider doing a mix of not just launching all new things, but split testing or doing reruns of what's already working in your shop. So if your launch schedule is 10 new per month, maybe consider doing 5 and 5 and breaking it up. This is going to ensure that we fully explore a product's potential before we forget about it. The truth is, we only have so many hours in the day, so we want to make sure that the time we spend is yielding us the best possible results, right? And so what we don't want to do is have a great have our set of our best case scenario listings that are best sellers and our A listings, but then just say that's it and move on to the next, right? It requires a lot of energy and time to think of new products all the time. So we might as well further explore the product opportunities that are already serving us and make sure that we're tapping out the potential of that product opportunity before we just move on to the next, batch of listings, right? And so we're going to take this engine, right, and I just put 10 new products here per month because, let's just say it's 10 new products per month. We're going to take this existing engine and we're going to turn it into something like this. So we're adding a step in here where instead of just going for the jugular and chasing what everyone else is doing in our launch schedule, we're going to add in a second step here where we actually take a step back and we analyze our own existing products. So how do we decide which products we should do reruns on? Okay. Oh, is this a duplicate side? Oh, I just went back one side. Okay. So when I'm deciding how do we even know what we want to do a rerun on, right? So the only thing, I'm just going to preface this first, the only thing that I care about is profit. So my next best decision on what products I'm going to do a rerun on is solely going to be based around profit and you don't have to use Profitry because I'm going to use Profitry, but the point I'm trying to make is you can do this based off revenue, but a lot of times, especially in this example, you're going to see, the things that make you the most revenue aren't necessarily the ones making you the most profit. And you want to optimize for profit, or you can do whatever you want. It's your business. But I would optimize for profit because actually the only thing that really matters in business at the end of the day is profit and allowing profit to guide your next best decisions. So in this example, in this case study, I'm going to show you how to do this in Profitry, but you don't have to use Profitry. You can use your stats in Etsy. There's a million ways to kill one bird with, I don't know what I'm saying, but there's a million ways to do this. I'm just going to show you how I personally do it. And of course, I'm going to use my tool because this is why I built it. All right, so there's 3 types of reruns. When it comes to deciding the type of rerun we're going to do, we need to first understand the 3 different types of reruns. So the first type of refund I call it is the falling star. It's a product that historically that was performing good, but it's on its way out, right? Because we know that listings have a lifespan, right? Just because you post a listing today and it's a bestseller, that doesn't mean it's going to be a bestseller, 8 months from now, right? Or a few years from now. So sometimes for the falling stars, sometimes for these, it's a matter of split testing the main image and giving it a fresh new shot at the algorithm. And then I put in bold here, duplicate, do not edit an existing. So that's just a standard. If we're ever going to do a rerun, we're always going to duplicate and run it again because we're competing against our last best metric. Okay. We don't want to just edit the existing listing because that listing has already been judged by the algorithm, right? So we always want to change, duplicate, change, publish again, right? So that new listing can get a fresh shot at the algorithm. So let's just show you an example of how I spot falling stars. So like I mentioned, I'm going to use Profittree because I only care about profit in my business when it comes to guiding me. So this is what a Profittree dashboard looks like. And the dashboard obviously is just showing you high level stats. It's showing your profit after all of your fees, after all of your transaction fees, processing fees, ad costs, and the most important piece of the pie here, which is your product costs, right? And you have a really nice visual here of holistic shop health data. And you can see, you know, the overarching trend of how things are going, right? Are your production costs getting more expensive? Is your profit increasing or decreasing compared to the previous time period, right? The dashboard is really just to show you high level stats, but we're not focused on that. Right now, we want to go into our listing reports. So we're under a listing report for our current year. And so what we want to identify is a falling star, which is a listing that historically was doing well, but it's on a downward trend. So the first thing that I do is I come over here and I sort it by most profitable because obviously I care about the products that have historically made me the most money, right? And so what I'm going to do here with this first one with the falling stars is see if I can bring back a listing from the dead, and which I'll explain more of what that is. So here is a product which is really interesting that is second in line for generating me the most profit for the year, but you can see we're on a drastic downward trend in terms of the amount of profit it's doing this year compared to the previous year. So when I click on that product, I can scroll down here and I can see a detailed report of how each variation option is performing in that listing. And you can clearly see here that we were doing really good at the beginning of the year, but now it's just on this really harsh decline compared to the previous time period. And so what would I do with this listing in terms of a rerun? For products like this that were historically doing good, sometimes it's just a matter, like I said, of just split testing the main image and giving it a fresh new shot. So here's an example of exactly that, right? There was this image that got switched to this image. This historically sold good, and then it was on a decline. And then all of a sudden, they changed the main image to this image, and now it's making consistent sales again. So it was just a matter of enhancing that main image. And usually images are the main thing, right? Images are the main moment of truth, right? You could argue it could be new keywords and stuff like that, which keywords you can check in your stats, but honestly, most of the time, the best shot at revamping something that's on a downward trend is by repositioning it or trying out a new main image. Keep in mind that this is the only way I've ever seen products come back from the dead. If you test a product one or two more times like this and it does nothing, then usually it's a product problem and it's better to focus on a new or different product opportunities and put this one to rest, knowing that we've maxed out its potential. So when it comes to this first type of rerun, right? So if we have 10 product launches, here is one, right? So let's put this in our pipeline for the month one out of the 10 new listings that we're going to make. So when I say 10 new product launches per month, it doesn't mean you have to launch 10 new products, right? It means that 5 of those could just be split testing and doing a new fresh round of photography or making some new mock-ups to see if maybe we just have to enhance the image or, split test the image a few more times and run it again. And my point here is if you do this and you split test the image 1 or 2 more times, you stage it a little bit different, or in that case, they clearly brightened the image and made it better and it solved it. And sometimes that will hit the algorithm better than it did before, and it will come back. But if you test it 1 or 2 more times and nothing changes, then normally it's just no one wants the product anymore. It's going out. So we don't want to focus on it, but at least we can walk away from that product with confidence, knowing that we did what we needed to do in order to ensure that we could or could not bring it back from the dead. Now, the second type of reruns is the trendsetters. So it's a product that's actually on its way up, but maybe not fully explored. So let me show you what this looks like. So here we are back in Profitry, and we actually see in this third position here, we have a product, and it's actually interesting that it's a single product. All of these are bundles, and this is actually a listing that's by itself, that's on its way up compared to the previous time period, like drastically up, right? And what's actually interesting about this, profit-wise, this is in position 3, but when you go to your Etsy stats, it's actually in position 4. So it's actually interesting to see that this single product is actually making more profit than this one that, is saying that it's making us more revenue. All right, so now if we click on this listing, let's click on it. We can come in here and see the overall listing stats, right? You can see it holistically here, how it's doing over time, but we can also see the actual unique variation option that's selling the most and actually what variation option is making us the most profit. So it's interesting to see that the 20-inch pillow is making more profit than any of the 16, 18s, lumbars, right? And so what would be interesting to explore is further exploring this 20-inch pillow, right? And we can clearly see that there's been, some pretty consistent sales over the last year compared to this year, but then all of a sudden it's starting to do extremely well, which could have been, the result of someone leaving a really good review, or maybe Etsy featured it somewhere. So we want to keep this momentum going. We obviously know that this product is doing well. And so if they hadn't explored testing out this product in multiple different ways to compete against its, already performing metric, then they would want to consider doing a few things. So in this case scenario, that was one product in that listing that was in the main image, and we know that it's working. So why not split test it, that same 20-inch yellow pillow in a set, right? And put it into a bundle, right? Or what if we just did the more for less strategy and we did two 20 by 20s side by side in the main image, and it's basically showing, the front end price, you can buy it by itself, or the second drop down menu saying that you can buy two of them in a bundled set for maybe a slightly cheaper price, right? And we actually know that this is something that works in this shop based off of other data. So if we haven't already bundled it with 2, so the main image is showing 2 for a slightly cheaper price, or if we haven't explored putting it into a bundle somewhere, right? Because we also know bundles sell really well. Why don't we, try this out, especially if that's the only listing that exists with that product in it, right? And just like that, we already have accomplished 3 out of the 5 new listing ideas that we're going to post for this month, just off of those 2 reruns. Now, the third type of rerun is product report inspiration. Product stats that are so sexy that it inspires you to make a product with an increased value proposition out of it. So what we were just analyzing in Profitry was a listing report, but what I'll show you now in Profitry is something really, really cool. So before, like I mentioned, we were on the listing report and analyzing on the listing level, and now we're on the product report, which is analyzing each individual product by itself. So all of the variation options combined. And so sometimes what happens here when you're analyzing your product is that you actually get product level inspiration for future renditions of products. So what's interesting here is when you sort it by the most profit and the products that are making us the most profit, you can see that these 3 SKUs are actually making us the most profit in comparison to the bundle. So BUN means bundle, which means you get, 3 in a set basically, but these are individual items. So what does that mean? That means that we can also take this as an opportunity to further explore upon what's already working. So this is really, the image is showing, the listing image, but these are actual individual SKUs for single product types, for a single item, right? Even though the picture shows more than one, it's actually identifying the only one product in there. But we know that because of the SKU. And by the way, guys, if you want to learn how to do SKUs for your store, I have a bonus at the end of this whole module for you. We basically have a free tool that will help you and a training that helps you set up your SKUs. Because SKUs do a lot of things for your business in terms of tracking. You can use Profitry without SKUs. It's built with the logic that you can still do profit tracking without it, but there's a lot of benefits that come with actually identifying your products properly with SKUs. So that's a whole free bonus at the end of this. But anyway, let's get back to the point that we're trying to make here. So remember, on that product level, not on the listing level, we found interesting insights about that are 3 products that are actually making us the most profit are 3 individual pillows, not even a bundle, right? So what we could do with that, we could do bundle more for slightly less. So because those were all individual SKUs, we could do the same thing by putting 2 in the main image and then do the same thing where it's just, the main image is showing 2 of the same pillow, because we know that that actually works, right? And then we could also take 2 individual items and put them together in a bundle, if that makes sense. So we could take, let's go back to show you. So we could take, if we don't already have it, say this SKU and this SKU and put it in a bundled set, because these are the 2 that are individually making us the most money. So why don't we split test putting those 2 together? Since people love them individually, if they don't already exist in a bundle together, why don't we run a new listing with 2 of the best selling products that sell best individually and actually put fuel under the fire and sell them and showcase them stage in an image together, right? If we don't already have that. Moreover, right, we see that here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the 7th position, right? This image is that exact example of taking 2 and putting the 2 of the same things with that value proposition of more for slightly less, right? So now you can buy 1 by itself and it's one price, or for the price of 2, you can get a slight discount, right? So why don't we do that same scenario that we know is working for this listing and implement that in this one, and this one, because a lot of people like to buy 2 anyway. So we might as well make that unique value proposition and split test that value proposition that otherwise doesn't already exist. Now, again, what is the winning in all of this, right? By doing this, you're ensuring that your time spent is yielding you the best case scenario outcomes while constantly challenging your listing's last best metrics, right? So we're always improving upon what we know is already working. So what are some other examples for, say, print on demand sellers? So if you are a POD shop and you have a hot product that's killing it, but does not offer personalization, so if you go into Profitry and you see that your top selling product is a shirt and it doesn't currently offer the value proposition of personalization, and you've kind of stayed away from personalization because it's more work on your back end, right? But maybe if we see that this existing item actually would make sense with a personalization component, it actually would put fuel under the fire, right? We can take that best-selling product based off profit, duplicate it, and try it out with a personalization component and see, like, we already know the product is hot, right? So we might as well just maximize it, and even add more value to it by adding the personalization component and seeing which one actually gets, better click-through rates, better conversion rates, right? And if it's the one with the personalization, then we obviously know that we just optimize the existing value proposition, to make it even more perceived valuable. And again, we're going to duplicate and run it again with a clear value add in value proposition. Other examples, more for less. So taking the same one thing that people already love and bundling it twice. So maybe if it makes sense for your product, if you want, most people already are buying 2 pillows, right? You can buy 1 or you can buy 2 for slightly less price. If your main image is not advertising the most purchased product in your listing, okay, so this is a really good example as well. And this is something that's really easy to spot. So that was kind of like that example when we found that the 20-inch pillow is actually making, more than 50% of the sales. But if the 20-inch pillow wasn't the one being advertised, or 20 inches wasn't the top keyword in the listing, right, then we would want to optimize or duplicate the listing and optimize for what's actually what variation option is actually selling the most. So this is very common in print on demand. So if you have a really best-selling print on demand shirt, but when you go and you look at in Profitry the variation option that's actually making you the most money, and it's a white female shirt, but the mock-up is showing a tan on a guy, right? Then we might want to duplicate the listing and change the main image to a white shirt on a female, right? Since that's the actual variation option that's being purchased the most in the listing. All right, everybody, and congrats. Welcome to bonus module workshop number 2. This bonus workshop is all about how to build brand loyalty and raving fans post sale. So what is our follow-up method? How are we going to get customers to buy time and time again and become actually loyal fans that would promote us for free? That is what we're going to be talking about in this module. So let's get into it.
After we get a sale, we don't want to do this. We don't want to just be like, bye customer, never talking to you ever again, and that's basically it, right? No, instead, we want to keep that conversation going as long as possible. The more micro commitments you can get someone to make post sale subconsciously, the more loyal they are becoming to your brand. Right? So what are some micro commitments? Like, what does that even mean? Right? So a micro commitment could be a follow on Instagram. It could be a tag on Instagram, a tag on IG. It could be they purchased something else, so they were upsold into buying a second product. They could become an ambassador for your store. They could join a community group, a Facebook group, or a Slack channel or something like that. They could even leave a review. It's just any action that you can make them take after sale, as many actions that we can keep that conversation, interactions after the sale happen. So what is the goal? The goal with this is to figure out what the best case scenario conversation looks like post sale for your specific customer avatar, right? And there's all different ways that you can do follow up with your marketing after you get a sale, but it's not one size fits all. It's understanding your particular product for your customer avatar and what's going to work specifically for you. So what are some ideas? What can we actually do? What does this look like visually? So the first thing that I'm going to share with you is the first moment of truth that you really have immediately after you get a purchase is a post-purchase follow-up message. So MOT is moment of truth. So the first moment of truth is, what can we do immediately after they purchase? Well, we can send them a message right there in Etsy Messenger. Send a thank you message to anyone who has spent money with you. Thank you for supporting small family-owned business. You can expect your order to ship in XYZ timeframe. We would love to continue to share our small business journey with you on social media. Follow us now and we will DM you XYZ sexy offer, and here is the link to our social account, right? So we send this message directly to someone after they purchase, and we ask them to follow us on Instagram. If you follow us on Instagram, we'll give you a discount code, and that discount code ideally is going to bring you back into your Etsy shop. So when you're sending out this message, there are some expectations, right? This works better or worse per your niche, right? Maybe it's just better to do a direct upsell if your customer avatar doesn't live on social media, right? Maybe it's better to drive them somewhere else. I don't know. It just depends what works for you. This is just some ideas to, for you to start thinking about what that funnel should be. And all of this, again, is subject to test. The reason I really like Instagram is because it's a way to get free followers. So maybe out of every 100 sales you get, 10 to 15 of these people follow you on Instagram, and you didn't have to spend hours making content, or you didn't have to pay for that follower. Building a social following with all the hottest traffic leads plus you're building a social following with all the hottest traffic leads in the world, which are people that have spent money with you, right? Your hottest traffic of people that are going to spend money with you again are people that have already spent money with you. That is the most hyper targeted audience that you can have. Again, is people that have already purchased from you, right? And so when you're cultivating a social media following where every single person has spent money with you, that's a really powerful thing. And the other ways of getting traffic to your Instagram and followers is by doing ads or making content all day to try to, go viral with ads. So it's just a really low-hanging fruit way to get people to follow you on Instagram. And with my first company, we grew our Instagram to over 4,000 followers just by sending that message. And again, it's the most hyper-targeted audience that you can have for a following, because it's all people that spend money with you. I think I just said that 6 times. Okay. So you need to monitor the thing with this though, you need to monitor your Instagram account at least one time, per a 24-hour period. And every single person that follows you, you have to send them the discount code or a link with the discount code embedded in it back to your Etsy store so that they can redeem their discount. So you do have to be looking at Instagram all the time to basically get them to, so you can, send them the message. And some people ask me here, they're like, well, how do I know that they followed me and they came from this Etsy message? If you're not organically making content and on behalf of your products, you're not going to get any followers. Like if you're not doing video and all this stuff or influencers, like you can just assume that all your new followers are coming from this message. And even still, like say you are making some content and getting followers organically from your content, I would still send those new followers a discount code to go purchase for my Etsy shop for sure. But again, if you're really making a lot of content to the point where you're actually getting followers from it, I would be driving it to my own website, not to an Etsy shop. So the second moment of truth opportunity that you have is a product insert, right? So a thank you card that goes in the package. And even if you're doing print on demand, Printify even has product inserts now, which that's in your bonus. So there's a bonus course with Heather Studio that goes through that and setting that up. So the key attributes that matter on a product insert are a thank you, possibly care instructions if your product needs care instructions, a call to action, an offer. Possibly, I love to hear your feedback. If you had a 5-star experience, leave us we would love for you to give us a 5-star review, and a QR code. So a QR code to wherever the call to action is. Like if the call to action is a direct upsell to go back and purchase something else, if the call to action is to go to Instagram, like whatever your call to action is, you need to use a QR code. If you make people have to do work, you're going to increase the drop off. Same thing with sending the discount code on Instagram. Like if you just give them a discount code, but you don't link them back to Etsy, you just increase your drop off because it's a lot more work to have to go find you manually on Etsy again or go back into their orders other than just like clicking a link. So if there's ever a call to action for something, embed a link, a QR code, anything to make it as easy as possible to get there. Just side note. Okay, and these are just some ideas. This doesn't mean you need to do all of this on one piece of product insert, right? But here's an example, right? Here's a thank you card. And the QR code on the front takes them to the Etsy shop. And then on the back, it says, thank you for supporting small family-owned business. Tag us on Instagram now with your merch, and we will send you a secret one-time 50% off code, right? And then that second QR code is to their Instagram account, right? And then there's care instructions. So this is one example of you have your thank you have care instructions, you have a call to action, and you have an offer, and you have QR code. I would refrain from trying to do multiple call to actions. Like I wouldn't do an upsell and a call to action. I would split test one call to action at a time. So these are just some ideas, right? And this is subject to tests and to see what works better or worse for you. So that was tag us on Instagram for a discount code. If someone's not only following you, but then they're tagging you on Instagram, that's a really loyal follower. And we're going to go through a funnel that worked really well for me in a second, but it's just an option. Maybe your people don't like posting on Instagram, right? For things that you wear, like funny shirts or jewelry or hats, people tend to like to go on social media and share that type of stuff. Other niches, it doesn't work as well, but it's subject to tests. Instead of doing tag on Instagram, you could just go for the direct upsell with, if you had a 5-star experience, I would please consider leaving a 5-star review, QR code back to Etsy. They go back to Etsy to get their upsell and maybe leave you a review. Or maybe it's something like join our ambassador group, and the call to action is to scan to get into your Telegram or your Slack channel if you're doing some sort of community building. Again, like the opportunities are kind of endless. It's just picking one, testing it out. If it's giving you good results, then stick with it. Maybe if you think maybe we can try something else out, we try something else out. And it's just something that you test over time as you get more sales. So for us specifically, what's worked for us really well in the past, for my first company, which was jewelry, it's a wearable. And you'll actually, if you go into the 7-figure case study, you'll actually see the product insert we use, the whole funnel that we specifically use. But this is kind of just a high level of what we actually did. So what we would do is we would have the post-purchase follow-up message. And basically the first message was, thank you so much for following us on, or thank you so much for your purchase. Follow us now on Instagram for 15% off. And if you're going to do this, a funnel, and you're offering, and the offer is discounts, you always need to make sure that the offer gets sexier. So it can't be 15% off and then 10% off, right? There has to be a sexier incentive as they get down the funnel, if that makes sense, right? So if you're doing a daily sale of 10% off, this has to be 15, and then the tag has to be something super sexy. Plus, like, going as far as tagging us on Instagram wearing their jewelry, that's a really big ask. So you want to make that discount so sexy that it's like, maybe we're just breaking even, but we don't even care because we just want to get, some content. So anyway, let's back up. This is what worked really well for us as a wearable. So post-purchase follow-up message, follow us on Instagram for 15% off. We would be monitoring our Instagram. We would then send them back. We would say it's a one-time code, even though it's not. It would be like love 6784113 or something, but it was not a one-time code because you're not going to realistically make a discount code each time you get a follower. But the pros outweigh the cons. Most people will treat it as a one-time code. They won't try to do it again if they want to purchase a third or fourth time. All right, so then what happens? You just got a repeat buyer, which helps you increase your SEO. So you got to follow on Instagram for free. Ideally, they purchased again with their 15% off. Etsy just saw that you got a second purchase, which increases your SEO. That shows that you have a healthy shop, that you're getting repeat buyers really fast. Then they get their product, and we have a product insert that says now, tag us for 40% off. So now they're already following you. Hey, if you love your product, now tag us on Instagram in a story or a post, and we'll send you a one-time 40% off discount code. If someone is going out of their way to tag you, they have a very high probability of purchasing again. So, and you just got a repeat buyer potentially, UCG content, or it's UGC, user generated content, right? So now, like for us with jewelry, we would get dozens of girls tagging us per month. And a lot of those girls were like micro influencers, or some of them were actual legit influencers. So now we're getting free photos and they're sharing it with all their friends. So it's free marketing because they're tagging us and all their friends are seeing it. And it's obviously going to increase our SEO on Etsy when we have all this new free marketing coming in. Basically, you're killing like 7 birds with this follow-up method, right? And you're just, again, you see how you're just trying to keep that conversation going as fast as possible. Now you have a hyper-targeted audience following you on social media. You're not a viral TikToker, right? You don't have to spend hours a day making videos. But if you want to run giveaways or contests, right, you just post, hey, we're having a giveaway this month. And now you have hyper-targeted people following you. So, hey, win a $100 gift card, send in the best video, tag us in a video, tag us in a picture of you repping your merch. And the best one will win, $100, right? And so now they do the rules of the contest, and, you announce who the winner is, and now you have this little engine going with social media. And this is how you can grow your social media just with the most hyper targeted fans that you already have. And some of the best influencers are people that have already spent money with you. Like with my Shopify brand, we had a whole influencer outreach team where we had girls reaching out to hundreds of people per month. And those influencers, like half of them just take the free product, even though we were hyper targeting influencers that we were reaching out to. But it was like almost like the best influencers were the people that had purchased from us before. And yeah, so by doing this, like doing contests, giveaways, stuff like that, you get your loyal fans come out, and it's a low cost way to basically find influencers if this makes sense for your product line. Other things that we did was an ambassador launch. So we would post once every few weeks on our story and on our Instagram saying, hey, we're looking for ambassadors, and sign up we will DM us the code word love, and we'll send you the link to our private Facebook group where you can become an ambassador. And then we started, and this was for jewelry. And so then we funneled like over 150 people into a Facebook group where literally they just talk about self-love and their jewelry. And, they had a discount code. They got a 15% off discount code for all their purchases. And we just had this Facebook group where people would talk about their favorite styles and give us feedback, and they just want a sense of community. And again, this works better or worse for different types of niches, but for jewelry, it worked really well. And if you're doing something like, dog related, very niche related, tends to work really, really well. Our home decor company doesn't work as good We are starting to pull out, designers and stuff but it's a little bit different. But if it does make sense for your shop, right, the outcome there is that you're actually building a real community around your products. But here's a different real life example. Oh my gosh, I spelled example wrong. Here's a different real life example. I was just at a market, right? And this is just how, this guy built his funnel. But this was not even on Etsy, but this could be on Etsy, how their funnel works. So I purchased a bread baking starter kit. So I bought their kit to bake your own bread. So I purchased that bread. Their immediate thing was join our Telegram community. So the call to action post-purchase, join our community of people that support you for you on your bread making journey. Like, you can do this with soaps, candle making kits. I mean, like, the opportunity is endless, and it's actually just kind of crazy how much people are making from just sharing how to do things, DIY gardening stuff. Like, there's just so many different things that you can do with this. So then I open the product and I get upsold into buying all the tools that I need, right? So I have my kit, but I need a pan, I need a thermometer, I need a certain scraper tool. And so then I get into buying all these other products, right? And then they're making commissions, or in your case, you could sell those other supporting products that you need. All right. And then there's more upsells, because now you start making your bread, but wait a second, you can bake pizza and bagels and all these other things. So you can buy upsold into new bundle recipes, right? And then, these were just some ideas. This isn't what they did, but then it's like, you're in our community. Hey, we're going to run a contest on our Instagram. Go follow us on Instagram and post a story or a post of the bread that you made that week, and the most delicious one wins. You know what I mean? Like, the idea of continuity on the back end is just endless. And you want to mastermind, some sort of version of this, whatever makes sense for you. But this is just to show you an example. And finally, whatever system that you put in place, you want to have some sort of trackable system to track the results. So you want to track, if you're doing a discount code and you want to split test different discount codes, when you set the discount code up in Etsy, you can see how many people redeem that discount code, right? Is the 15% off discount code sexy or not? Is the 20% off code, you know what I mean? Same thing with using the QR codes or Bitly links, right? These are two websites where, when you send them the link to your Instagram for, 15% off discount code, how many people, which one gets the higher CTR? When I say 15% off, I mean, obviously, if the higher the discount, the more people are going to click, or maybe it doesn't make a difference. 15 to 20% discount code doesn't actually affect how many people click your Bitly Instagram link that bring them into following you on Instagram. By the way, a Bitly link is just something that you cloak a link with to track the results. So Bitly is a website. You can go to bitly.com, take the URL of your Instagram, cloak it and turn it into a Bitly link, and then now you can track how many clicks that link is actually getting, right? Same thing with your QR code. So there's this QR code generator. There's a free version where you can make QR codes for free, but if you want to pay for the upsold version, you can track how many people are actually scanning that QR code, or actually could probably do the free Bitly and put the free Bitly link in the QR code or something like that. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but the point is that you want to be able to track your results with your funnel, right? And I would say a good data sample to see, the outcome of any result of something is about 100. So if you send 100 follow us on Instagram messages for X offer, send out 100, see what the conversion rate is, right? Out of 100, if 10 people do it, then maybe that's a good offer, versus, if you send out it with a different offer, 100, and maybe you up it to 20 and 20% off, right? And maybe it doubles. It gets 20 new followers versus the 10, but you want to track it so that you can always optimize against your last best score to see what gets you the best outcome. Anything you do in the marketing world, you want to make it trackable. Just get that in your head already. Like, if you want to try to change an offer, change a value proposition, we want to make sure that we can track the result somehow. And this is very simple to do, because you can just put it with a Bitly link, and see how many people actually redeem your discount codes, right? For whatever. But overall, guys, this is how you build brand loyalty. You keep that conversation going as long as possible. Let me know if you have any questions in the comment section, and I'll see you in the next module. Bye, guys.
Alrighty, guys, and congrats. We are on the final stretch here. This is bonus module number 3, arguably one of the most important modules when it comes to understanding your business. This bonus module is all about learning how to build a trackable business, right? We don't want to fly blind in our companies. We want to know what our profit is. We want to know all the pieces of the pie so we can tweak our business to get to 6-figure or 7-figure profits. You can't do that if you don't do the fundamentals of tracking your products and your entire shop. So we're going to show you how to do that in this module. I hope you really enjoy it. And overall, I'm just happy that you've made it this far, and you should congrats yourself of really doing the right thing in order to set yourself up for 2025. All right, guys, let's get into this next module.
In the very beginning, winning is going to market and getting product market fit sooner than later. So it's okay that we look over things like setting up our business entity right away, opening up a business bank account, nailing the perfect packaging, having standard operating procedures for customer service, right? All of which is coming later. But in the beginning, like I said, it's not the most important thing. So it's okay to overlook certain things, right? Because we want to just get to market sooner than later and start collecting data on our products and seeing what's working, and getting some revenue in so we can reinvest it back into our business. However, there are some things we do not want to overlook because they are a huge headache later on. So there's some things like building a trackable business and understanding our business breakdown, which we don't want to overlook this step because it's actually really hard to backtrack later on and rework things in the business model in order for these things to make sense. So it's important to adopt certain best practices sooner than later. So including these two things that we're going to be talking about. So first of all, what is a trackable business? It means that at the end of each month, you know exactly what you sold and how much profit you took home on each product you're selling, right? So the problem is that one day you may have hundreds of listings comprised of thousands of variations. And in order to build a trackable business, you need to put a tracker on each product you sell. So this was my personal experience in the case study that you guys will see if you're in the all-in masterclass, right? I had hundreds of listings that were comprised of thousands of different variation options, like you can see here, and different variation options had different costs associated with them, and I had no way to track actually what I was selling on a per product level. And it's okay. Most sellers don't, because they just don't either know that this is an option or they don't really understand why this is important. All right. So that tracker I'm talking about is something called a SKU. And you have an option to put in a SKU in your listings when you're creating your listings. It's an option here. And technically, every unique product that you're selling should have its own unique SKU. So what is a stock keeping unit? It means stock keeping unit, first of all. And even if you're a print on demand seller, I want you to understand what a SKU does, because even though you don't actually need to make SKUs because your print provider makes them for you, you should at least understand what they do. So a SKU allows you to see what's sold outside an image title, outside of an image, title, and an image. I meant to say title and image. It also allows you to track your product costs on your per product level. So on each unique variation option, right? If those different variation options have different price points and they have different costs associated with them, there's no way for you to track those costs on an order level if you don't have a unique identifier to tell you what it is, right? So without the SKU here, so here's an order, right? Without this SKU here, right, you would have to actually read this or look at the image or guess what, based off the, basically reverse engineer what the product is, based off these things. So a SKU identifies your product. So even if you didn't look at an image, a title, or this, your SKU should tell you exactly what it is inside of these codes, right? So here's another image, right? So just with the quantity and the SKU, you should know in your fulfillment room exactly where to go grab that item, right? Because this Van HL21 8 ounce, right, should exist somewhere on your shelf. So you know exactly what to grab, or you know the components of what makes up that product. So if you're doing made to order, you know where those components exist because you have these identifiers on each material that you need to make the product. What having a SKU does, it allows you to, again, associate the SKU with something called a cost of goods sold. And cost of goods sold is product cost, right? A cost of goods sold is the total cost associated with making the product, the materials, maybe if you had labor that had to go into the product, right? Maybe you have had to pay shipping. So there was shipping for the raw materials to get to your house, right? So you include all of the direct costs of making the product in your product cost, but we're going to show you more of how we can achieve this for your store. But it allows you to associate the exact item with its an exact cost. Now, even if at the end of this you don't want to use a SKU system for your store, right? You're like, this is too much work. That's totally fine. We still will be able to build a trackable business for you. But I still think, again, for best case scenarios, you should understand what a SKU does, right? And how SKUs will contribute to giving you better insights about your product line. So in order for you to know your profit, you need to know this breakdown, right? So remember how I said it's important to understand your business breakdown. So this is kind of like a profit and loss statement, I guess you could call it, right? Well, it's a breakdown, not a profit and loss, but it's a breakdown of your Etsy business, right? So you have shipping, you have your gross sales, you have your shipping, discounts, refunds, a big expense here, which is your cost of goods sold or your product costs, right? And you're associating those costs to the sales of all the items that you sold in that month or that time period, right? So what a lot of people do when they're doing their bookkeeping, and this by no means is going into depth into your accounting because that's much later into the course, but what most people do is if I made $1,000 that month, but I had to spend $1,000 stacking up inventory for my materials, that doesn't mean that you made $0, right? If you made 1,000 and you had to spend 1,000 on a cash basis, it does. But technically, that's not a true representation of how your store is doing, because actually, the problem with that is that you're expensing all of that material of all of your inventory before it actually sells. When in reality, you want to associate every order with the production costs, right? With what it costs to make that order, right? And that is called cost of goods sold. So then at the end of the month, you can reduce that from all of your other, your transaction fees, your listing fees, your processing fees, your shipping costs, your ad costs. So you can actually see you're profitable. So if you're saying I made 1,000, but I spent 1,000 because I had to stock up on inventory, right? You're basically saying that your business made no money when actually your business did make money when you look at it properly, right? So if you do not know your cost of goods sold or your product cost at the end of the month, then that also means you won't know your true profit, right? You won't know if the business makes sense or not, right? Which also means you won't know how much piece of the pie is left over for the most important variable expense you have. And that variable expense, right? Like a lot of these are not variable expenses. They're expenses that you have. You have a 6.5% transaction fee with Etsy. You have listing fees. You have payment processing fees, right? You have your shipping costs. That is kind of variable depending on the weights of the orders or whatever for the month. But one of the biggest variable expenses that you have is your marketing for your Etsy business and investing in your ads. But if you don't know your cost of goods sold, then you don't know what your net profit percentage is before marketing. So that means then you don't know how much money you have left over or how much operating profit, this green operating profit, you don't know how much piece of the pie you even have left to allocate to ad costs. And the reason people have such a hard time with Etsy ads is because it's really uncomfortable for them because they already don't understand how much money they're making, or they don't visually see, or they can't conceptualize what money is even left over. I can't imagine spending money in Etsy ads if I don't even know if I'm making a profit, right? So that's a huge issue. So people are like, oh, I don't want to deal with Etsy ads. But in reality, Etsy ads are the key. They were the key of what made me successful on Etsy. And if you do Etsy ads properly with the correct strategy in place, your Etsy ads should not only make you more revenue, but it should make you way more profit, right? A really dialed in Etsy shop that has with a good set of products that is already doing well organically would, at very, very worst, double or triple profit when they have Etsy ads on, right? And most people try it for like 3 seconds and then they turn it off because they don't know how to analyze their actual shop. And so that's why this whole all these modules coming up, we're going to go really deep into that. So, but it's important that you first understand these preliminary concepts, because it's going to be very uncomfortable for you to start running Etsy ads if you're running a business model that doesn't already make sense before Etsy ads, right? So your marketing costs can make or break an Etsy shop. It can make or break, because depending on how expensive it is to acquire a customer through Etsy ads, right? You know, if we come back here, right, we're, you know, in just this screenshot here, right, we have a 34% operating profit. But if this Etsy ads cost all of a sudden went up to 40 or 50%, that would kill my profit, right? And so we have to have a visual of this and understand what all these pieces of the pie are to know what we're going to even allow our Etsy ads to get up to, right? And then we know how to, and then it will signify when we need to dial back, or we can dial up with Etsy ads to, you know, run them, get them to profitability. So it's important, again, that we built a business that makes sense after marketing. But before we invest in marketing, we need to make sure we understand our business breakdown and our numbers before marketing. And we need to know what our projected profit percentage is before marketing, right? So exactly what I just said, right? We need to know that there is room to play. So I would say that, you know, it's pretty standard that companies spend, you know, it doesn't mean that this is going to be true for you. You know, big companies usually allocate up to 20% of their sale prices to marketing, right? So if you're somebody that your profit margin percentage before marketing, right? So your profit margin percentage, so this green pie chart is before this purple, is only like 10%, then you're not really leaving a lot of budget in there for your ad costs, right? And maybe you're making your profit percentage before marketing really low in the beginning because you want to launch with a cheaper price on the front end and then increase your prices later on, which is strategies that we'll talk about later. But the moral of the story here is we have to make sure that our pie chart makes sense before we turn these on. And this all ties back into SKUs, because SKUs are what is going to allow us to associate it to our costs. Or even if you don't want to use SKUs, you're still going to be able to we're still going to be able to get you your product cost, but it's just better with SKUs. Okay. So how do I make a meaningful SKU system? If you're doing print on demand, the important thing to know is that you should still use the SKU of the POD provider you have, and you will see why coming up here in the next module. So yeah, if you're doing print on demand, your print on demand provider is going to have SKUs. And so what you want to make sure that you're doing if you are doing print on demand is you want to make sure that you're publishing your SKUs from Printify or Printful, so that you're carrying over the SKU or putting in your SKUs in your Etsy listings. Because again, we'll explain why in the next module, why that's important for profit tracking. So a SKU can be something like this. And a SKU is an internal code that is just used for your own purpose, right? So a SKU is comprised of a set of attributes. Each one of these are attributes that technically tell you exactly what the product is, right? So it looks really, you know, intimidating, but then actually, if you're selling jewelry, this could resemble gold earring hoop 1-inch 2mm, right? So if I wanted to know how many more 2mm or how much more 2mm hoop earrings I'm selling than, you know, 1mm or 5mm, right? That's an attribute that I would want to know. So these attributes are things that you intentionally decide based off your product line and what you would want to know about what's going on in your business. So versus this is a silver earring hoop 1-inch 3mm. So vice versa. Say I wanted to know how much more gold versus silver I'm selling, or just in general on this unique product. You know, am I selling more of this unique product or the more of silver earring hoop 1-inch 4mm, you know, whatever other variations you have in that listing. Now, I have a SKU generator tool that you got for being in this course, which there is a link to get that SKU generator tool. And there's also another additional training showing how to use this and how to start building out your SKUs. And in that as well, there's an additional page in there on the last page when you go through that training that allows you to basically do an estimated profit percentage before marketing in there. So as you're, making your SKUs, associating them to their cost of goods sold, right? Then you can also estimate your profit percentage before marketing. So all of that is in that free tool and in that video down below. So make sure you go and check that out. So now let's move into part 2. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to part 2. All right, let's get all right into it. Okay, ever heard of the term flying blind? Imagine steering a ship without knowing where you're headed. That's how 90% of Etsy shop owners operate. They rely solely on revenue, clicks, favorites to guide their decisions, but the only thing that truly matters is profit. So that whole spiel that I went on before about tracking and all this stuff, right? Most people don't want to do the work to track their profit. And so by default, they're just kind of running their ship, on the edge of their seat, guesstimating these metrics. And when you leave, your ship up to chance of where you're heading and maybe just guesstimating, you can sometimes get to your destination, but it's just, you scale a lot more confidently when where every dollar is being spent and how much money you're actually making, and, you can actually see that, okay, I put 3 hours a day into doing this to yield X result, right? Instead of just, doing what feels good. So again, don't worry, even if you do not want this, even though if you don't want SKUs, so all the SKU things that we just setting up SKUs, now at least you understand SKUs, you have the SKU generator, right? Even if you don't want SKUs, although it is best practice, no matter how complex your product line is, we still have a solution for you. But we again, you do have that SKU generator tool if you decide one day that you want to make some SKUs. So even if you don't have SKUs, we still can achieve a dashboard that gives you meaningful data, okay? So this is a profit tree dashboard. It's the first ever real-time profit tracking tool for sellers. And again, if you're first starting out, this might not be, if you're not making money, obviously this isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is getting sales. But you want to have that tracking in place for when you do get sales, because again, it's really painful on the back end, right? You want to have a control panel for your shop look something like this, where you can see all of your operating expenses, your product costs, your profit, right? Your profit percentages, how your store is doing over time compared to the previous time period, how specific products are doing over time. Are they on an upward trend? Are they on a downward trend, right? We're going to talk about all the good stuff with this tool here in a second. But yeah, this is what a proper control panel looks like, having a visual like this constantly in your face telling you what's going on, right? So the nature of Etsy, the very nature of Etsy, is that you can test everything. So you can take, if you're selling this phone case, right? You can take this phone case, stage it in one environment and have one image, publish that listing, and you can duplicate that listing with, say, another image that has a green and a blue phone case, and you can run them against each other. And this is a big hint I'm giving you, foreshadowing for what to come. This is one strategy that made me successful on Etsy. It's like one of the core reasons of why I have been able to do 7 figures is because I test everything, and everything is a data-driven decision, right? And so when you duplicate your listings, right? So in this example, if you have a silver earring hoop 1" 3mm, but this exact variation option exists in 3 different listings, right? If you have a SKU, what you can then get with your profit tree account, right, is a consolidated report of all of the total sales of this unique item across all the listings that it exists in, right? So here's an example, right? Just to further clarify. Say you're selling this 18-inch gold rope necklace, right? And it's in this listing over here, right? And you have, in this listing, you're selling the rope chain with all these different sizes. 18-inch is one of the sizes. But then also, or 16 inch, let's pretend it's the 16 inch, right? So it's a 16 inch variation option. But then also, wait a second, you have a second listing that is selling different items, right? But you also have that 16-inch necklace exists in a different listing. Wouldn't you want to know collectively how much money you're making on this 16-inch necklace on each listing and collectively together? So wouldn't you want to know the performance of that unique item to all, alone, just the 16-inch necklace across all of your listings, right? You can't get this information inside of Etsy stats. And really, Etsy's stats pages, which we'll, explore later in the modules, are good, but anytime you're selling on a third-party platform, the platform, whether it's on Amazon, Wayfair, Faire, right, they're going to give you your stats in a way that makes it feel really good, and they're going to manipulate the data to make it seem, they're going to show you what you want to see, right? Here is a real profit tree dashboard, right? And again, the profit tree dashboard, if we're just highlighting your control panel here, right? The dashboard alone shows you a lot of valuable things, right? We can see our transaction fees, our payment processing fees, our shipping costs, our ad costs, right? We have this beautiful visual of how it's happening, how our store's doing over time, right? So let's just point out some key performance indicators here, right? So just on the dashboard alone, right? If I click on profit, a healthy shop would show an increase of profit over time. So if you're increasing your profit percentage over time, that means that you're tweaking the dials on maybe things like getting your cost of goods sold down, getting your ad costs down, right? Maybe in getting your shipping costs, not so much that you can get it down, but maybe you start charging for shipping, right? So a healthy shop over time would be seeing an increase of profit percentage, right? It would also be seeing an increase in return on ad spend, which I don't want to scare you too much because we're not even close to getting to ads, talk about ads yet, but you can see ROAS here, right? We would want that to increase over time. We would also want to see, if your shop was pretty healthy, we would want to see your average order value also increasing over time, meaning that you're getting the same data sample of customers on average to spend more money per purchase with your listing. And there's a bunch of strategies to do that as well. Same thing with increasing ROAS, right? So the dashboard shows you a lot of valuable metrics. And what I really love is that it shows it compared to the previous time period, right? So you can see how you're doing over time, right? And the health of your shop. So our profit, if we click on profit, right? So on this one, right, the profit here is actually dropping compared to the previous time period. So there may be an indicator that something is happening, something is wrong in our engine. Maybe they stopped launching new products. Maybe they haven't launched anything in a while, which is usually one of the big causes, right? But again, all of this stuff we're going to go deeper in the later modules when we get more into analyzing your shop. But overall, this is the trackable business model that you want to see. Now, if we click on a listing report here, right, we can see a whole panel of all of these products, right? So if we click on our best-selling products, right, what we might find is that our best-selling product and our most profitable products are actually two different products, right? So you can see how it changes a little bit here. So this one, it actually becomes the second most profitable product compared to this one, even though this one's selling more units, right? And so then when we click on the listing report, we can scroll down here and see actually what product is in the listing is making us the most profit, right? So if this one is making us, these two are making us, more 80% of the sales and profit, right? But the main image had only this product in it, right? Then we wouldn't want to optimize that listing with this image, right? So this data really is valuable and shows you exactly what you need to be focused on. Now, again, for the SKUs and where product reports becomes really valuable is like I mentioned before, because when you click on the products, right, you can come in here and click on a SKU and you can see, a unique SKU right here, right? You can see the SKU here and it did $500 in sales, but it across two different listings that are going tail and tail together, right? So if you don't use SKUs, your product reports is still super valuable because you can't get that data on Etsy alone, but it's also it's just more valuable if you do the SKU syncing and you duplicate your SKUs. And your cost of goods sold, if you want to input your product costs, right, you would just come into the product cost tab and you can either input your product costs manually, so you can update your costs here, or you can upload your cost of goods sold in bulk when you have SKUs. Or if you're doing print on demand, you can just do a one-click integration with Printify or Printful. So, yep, pretty simple stuff. Does a lot for your store and it sets you up for the best case scenario and the best practices, especially in these early stages in business, for you to, really, be doing these things properly from the beginning. Because like I said, it's a lot harder to backtrack when you already have hundreds or thousands of products that you're selling.